Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato with a pounding headache this evening. It just came on a little less than an hour ago, but I'm going to power through it as much as I can because I'm here to deliver the entertainment. And so is Spiro, the master programmer. Who said you're the master at this? Did your mom tell you that, or
you know what? How about this? How about this as a counter argument? Find someone who says I'm not. Prove I'm not.
how
Go
can you
ahead,
prove you are? Is there a certification that says master programmer?
I skipped all the certifications because I don't need any of it. That's how good I am.
Oh, well, then I doubt any of your credibility then on that
As
note,
well, you
because
should.
you know what I mean? You know what
As
I
well, you
mean?
should.
All right, compare yourself to radical coder. Ryan's a coder, right? You're a programmer, aren't you? Don't you guys play in the same sandbox and that
You know,
aspect?
he makes that claim, but I've never actually seen him code anything. So I'm just saying.
He has a whole channel dedicated to it.
I've never seen it. So my argument stands as per my subjective experience, which is what leftists go by, right? So therefore I win.
Oh, whatever.
It's
I mean,
a stupid argument,
that's your fight to have with Coder. Is
but-
Coder in the chat tonight? Somebody better go tell him shots have been fired,
Yeah, shots. Have
and
been
he has his name to defend here. We're gonna go like WWE style, the big belt of programmer, coder, nerd, tech dorks. That's what we're
No.
gonna do, and we're gonna put it on the line. And you guys
No.
are gonna have to who can break into I don't know, the NSA first or some dumb shit like that. That's what we're gonna do.
That's a terrible idea because it's so boring. It won't get funded. Nobody will like it. Yeah.
Well, I'll just let you guys do it, and I'll go take a nap. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Call me, wake me up when somebody passes.
That's good. That's better.
So, speaking of nerdy, dorky shit, Spyro wants to talk about AI and his claim that you all will be completely able to come up and defend your stance, tell him he's an idiot or whatever the case. I know we got some AI lovers in our arena, but Spiro says AI will not necessarily, right? Not
Yeah,
necessarily.
it's the negative stance.
It's
Yeah.
the negatives. He thinks AI is bad.
Yes.
AI sucks. AI
Yes.
failed.
I think it should be taken out back and put out of its misery, and we should never speak of it again. And
don't worry, Alexa and Siri and Grok. It's okay. And Chat GPT, I'll be your friend. Okay.
Are you? Someone's been captured by Terminator movies. Jeez, man, that really had an impact on you, huh?
I want to make Sarah Connor. Hello, literally was chased by the guy. The whole movie starts up. Sarah Connor.
Right.
I'm afraid. Okay, Sarah Tomato.
Yes, Sarah the Irish potato. Yes. Yes, the Irish potato. Yes, she's so scared of AI. She's scared of AI.
Fair enough. All right, lay your claim, ding dong. Let's see what you got here.
Okay. So this is one of the first thing that I want to get out of the way is like, what does AI mean? Because we generally put this AI term on a lot of different things, and it doesn't mean everything when you break it down into what actually gets run. If you're playing a video game, you've got those little like characters running around. They do things. Maybe one of them wants to attack you, and it's way over in the distance, and it has to figure out how to get from there to you. That's a pathfinding AI. We call that AI in video game code. But that's not exactly the same thing as the AI you use when you open up ChatGupta or ChatGepetto, as I like to call it, because it's not doing that, right? It's not trying to find a path to you. It's not even in the same realm. So that this term AI has been used as a bucket term. It kind of means something along the lines of, generally people understand it as some kind of automated intelligence that executes a bunch of junk, whatever it is, and gives you an output. Essentially, it achieves a goal. So from that perspective, yeah, AI is a fine term. But the AIs that I'm talking about are not the AIs in that general bucket. I'm talking about the large language models, the stuff that you and I chat with when we open up Grok, Claude, ChatGepetto, etc. And so the problem here is the tech
is on fire.
Oh, you can hear that in the background, eh? Damn, AI's already coming to get me. Damn.
Sarah Connor.
Sir, yeah, they're here. Okay, so the problem is that the tech industry has been in a massive decline for about 20 years now. I've been covering that on my streams. I've been going over the evidence. I don't just get up there and make the claim. I go over the science. I go over the programming. I've been spending a year and a half. You can go back on my stream and you can see it all. And step by step, I show how the tech industry has been in a problematic state. And the reason why is because they don't know how to make anything of quality anymore. And so what they have to do is they have to resort to other tactics. That's why you see a bunch of ads everywhere. That's why you're forced into subscriptions. If you think of like Spotify versus Winamp, if you guys remember Winamp, Winamp you didn't need a subscription for. You just had MP3s and you just played
Napster.
Napster, or you have your little iPod device, back in the day. That's because stuff was built differently and companies knew how to build quality stuff that we enjoyed. And today they don't know how to do that anymore. So they have to squeeze every penny they can out of you. That includes selling your data behind your back, which you pay them for to do. You pay to have access to the service that sells your data behind your back. They're getting paid all kinds of ways because the tech industry in general has just sucked. One of the reasons is because leftism has taken over the industry to the point where you can't use certain words in your code, literally. So you can't use the term blacklist in your code in some guidelines because it's a bad term. You can't use the term master because it has the connotations to bad times in history, things like this. These kinds of ideas have impacted literally the code that runs on your machine. It's infected way more than you think. And so I cover all that. What happened with all that ideology stuff is that the tech industry went, oh, you know what? You guys can't make fun of us anymore for producing slow, buggy websites and trash video games and stuff that crashes on your phone all the time, because now we're politically correct. And if you attack us, you're attacking a political message. And then when that didn't really work out, because we see that not playing out as well so much, they went to AI. And AI is now their savior. Now they can wash away all their sins by shoving AI down our throats and going, AI will save us. It's going to replace programmers and it's going to make the world a better place. And if you look at what's actually going on under the hood, just like it's always been throughout the last 20 years before the LLM systems as they are today, you will find that these systems are not what they're being sold to you. You're paying for them in many different ways, including social aspects like social negativity. You're paying for them with your money. You're paying for them with energy consumption. You're paying for them with mental issues, psychological issues, governmental issues. The list goes on. And when you break down what AI does, I'll try and explain it in a simple way and kind of abstract it a little bit. You'll find that these systems are just basically very overhyped, and they're not going to do what people think they're going to do, and nor do they do what people think they do right now. That's essentially the claim at a high level.
Number one, you look like a weird little goblin troll underneath like a bridge right now, being huddled over with your little hat. And
It's
you're just
true.
like, the AI, it's just terrible.
Yes, it's true. Yes, this is typically. You're right. Yes.
Precious.
Hang on. I got you. Why shouldn't I have it, my precious? Yes. You got me. Got him, boys.
Oh my god, that was good. That was good. But my second thought is you are correct in terms of subscribe to everything, monthly subscription. We have no ownership of anything anymore. You do know that, right? Like
Yep.
if I went out and bought a CD, I have it. It's tangible. It's mine. I can do with it whatever I want. You can't take it away.
Yeah.
If I purchase a subscription to an online like Spotify or something, I'm just borrowing the music and I'm paying that subscription. But the minute that I end that subscription, I also lose any type of leasing of that music, right? And it's just leasing the music. We're all just leasing cars or leasing apartments. And there's no ownership to anything. So we're paying all of these monthly fees and think that we're getting kind of more bang for your buck, but we have nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
And then like take that and wrap it around PlayStation games or computer games. Like I remember buying the Sims CD. It was a whole deal. It was a whole ordeal to go out and buy like the new Sims package or buy the new GTA game, right? Like I remember my brothers and I were so excited, like, oh, it's out at Best Buy. We're gonna go get it. We could take it home and it was ours.
Yeah.
And if you chose to upgrade it with the new this or the new that, you could do, or, like update things that you could do to certain programs, but it was yours. And now everything is literally in a cloud somewhere. You can like purchase the subscription for this or sub for that, or you can maybe buy the ability to play that game, whatever. But it's weird to me. We have nothing tangible anymore, and the world has turned us upside down into a lease only type of product. And we have all of this stuff, but don't own shit,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
It does, yeah. Ubisoft recently, Ubisoft makes a bunch of games. So I popped this up because this is what I remember too. You'd go and buy the actual physical media and you'd play it, or you'd go to your local Blockbuster or whatever, good times, and you'd get the cartridge and bring it home. But that's not the case. You're absolutely right. And so you do have to ask yourself why, right? We know it all to be true. Websites have become worse. They're more like they look all their cookie cutter websites. Applications crash all the time to the point where I think a lot of consumers have just accepted that it's just the way it is. Just stuff crashes. It's just whatever, right? Nobody complains really about them anymore unless it's a catastrophic crash. Everything's on the web, like you're saying. You have to lease it. Ubisoft is a video game maker. They make stuff like Assassin's Creed, and they have a terms of service that they've recently updated that states that if they end a game, you are required to destroy any physical copies you have of that game. That's now something you sign up for. So the question here is why? How has this come about? And it started off somewhat innocuous. It's like, well, you just want like advertising space on certain things. It started kind of that way. And then it led into, well, now everybody has to buy into, we're the advertiser, but we're advertising the product to you all the time and you're paying for that advertisement. That's essentially how it's all ended up being. But why? And my claim is the reason why is that we have neutered the ability for programmers like myself to actually understand how stuff on the machine works. We've added so many abstractions and layers over top of all the programming and code and all the stuff that runs in your machine. Very few people in the industry actually understand how your hardware does what it does when you generate code. And as a result of that, we build crappier and crappier stuff. And then companies go, well, we don't know what to do anymore. We don't know, we don't have programmers to build quality stuff. What should we do? Hey, I got it. Let's make everyone pay us monthly now, so that we can continually promote fixes. That's why you have day one patches. That's why you have DLCs, downloadable content, and you have constant advertisements on top of your subscriptions and subscription tiers and all of that. because the ability for quality to be generated by the tech industry is completely lost. They lost it a while ago. And now we have AI because they're hoping it'll save them from all that.
So we got lazy.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, because it's like if you were going to put out a product, you would want to put the product. You don't put the product out until it's 110% complete.
That's how it used to be.
Right. But if we have like let's kind of throw a little bit of a plan together, get the skins right,
Yep.
this right, the general plot, and
Yep.
then as things start to happen, because I mean you would even have to run like focus groups and tests and all of these things to see how people like it. But shit, just throw the game out now and let everybody play it and let their feedback come in, and there you
That's right.
go.
That's right.
And
Now,
they're all paying $15 a month. You got 10,000 people
yeah.
who are subscribed that will give you all the feedback. They'll pay to give you the feedback.
Yep. And you're not just saying it. I just want you to know that what you're describing here is backed up by what's actually playing out. If you go on X and you look at some of the famous tech influencers and tech streamers in this space, most of whom are complete morons, they like to call themselves ship it bros. And that's the mentality of the tech industry. Ship it fast, break it fast, fix it later. That's the entire premise. And that has recently been proven out in a case between the FTC in the United States and Meta, Facebook. They have a court case about monopolization where Facebook is basically a monopoly. And there were public documents. I went over literally every single one. It was hundreds of them. I went over them on stream. And in one of the documents that's a part of that case in this year, 2025, there's literally a chain of emails from programmers inside of Meta who are complaining about the ship it first mentality. They called it that. That's exactly how this stuff operates today. Get it out the door first. You're the beta tester. And the sweet part is you pay us for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get to fix it after ongoing. And we just kind of continually kick the can down the road. But meanwhile, the carrot in front of you is the promise that one day this will be a complete product that you actually got your money for.
After you've already paid for months of shit work.
Yep. And they've taken your data and they've sold your data for way more than you were ever going to pay for. Sometimes throughout your entire lifetime, you can't make up for the amount of data in terms of financial monetary rewards that these companies pay to each other to get access to data. That's the FTC versus Meta case. Meta bought out a VPN in early 2010s. They bought out a VPN. It was a very popular VPN, 10 million downloads in the App Store around the world, which at the time was like very popular. And what they did was they hid it under like, hey, this is Meta research. So download this VPN and, you'll have in different parts of the world, you'll have access to internet you don't have access to, and you get to participate in making Meta better. And instead what they did is they caught everything on your phone. We went through the programming thing on my stream, how they did it. They captured everything on your phone. If Snapchat was sending something before it got encrypted out of your phone, they captured it unencrypted. They shoveled it off to a Meta server, and then they just built a whole bunch of data on you. That's why FTC is suing them. They've been fined for it several times. They just continue to do it.
Creepy. What was the VPN name?
It was Onavo, I think. ONAVO, if I remember correctly, something like that. Yeah. And that wasn't the first time they did something like that. And then they got caught in the early 2010s by FTC. They had to pay a fine. And then they just did it again. All they did was they took the same VPN and they repackaged it about 5 years later, around 2018. And they called it the Facebook research app. And they paid teenagers, get this, they paid teenagers $20 to download this app and use it. And then answer questions as part of like Meta's research system. And what they ended up finding was that teenagers, especially young women, teenage girls, after their monthly time, were far more vulnerable to advertisements on beauty products and purchasing them. And so they tailored their advertisements. They just took all this data and tailored it. And then to make matters worse, as if that's not enough, they had other companies pay Meta for access to this information. So developers like myself or Ryan Coder or whatever would be like, hey, let's create an extension of Facebook. We'll create a cool little app. Facebook goes, yeah, please come on in. You get to have access to all this data as part of your extension, but don't tell anybody that you do have access to it, but you get to use it to do whatever the hell you want, and you have to pay us for this data on top of that. So they just built an entire swath of stuff that was completely locked into Meta. That's how these companies operate. And now and that's not just Meta, but Google does the same thing, Apple does the same thing, etc. And now these guys want you to buy into AI so badly. Why do you think that is?
Because now, essentially you're tailoring it even with your own questions or what you're using it for or how it accesses your stuff, or let me go ahead and do this for you. Yeah. But then that gives you access to everything.
Yep.
You have to have access to everything to be able to do something.
Yep.
That's very uncomfortable. I actually can't wait till the internet just kind of destroys itself and implodes. I'm so over it. I love having the access of being able to say, Google, like, what is, whatever.
Yeah.
It's very helpful, but I think the internet has kind of gone to a point where we have, we harm the vulnerable, just like you said, the teenagers. Like, of course, they're going to do it for $20 but this is why parents should have, permissions put on their kids' phones. I've never heard of this from my daughter. Why? Because there are permissions.
Yep.
But even more so, you're accessing very, very delicate information. The only way they would know that those young ladies would be on their periods is probably because they have the period tracker on their phone, or based on things that they were looking up or something to that degree.
Yep.
That's very personal and private. And I wouldn't even want that kind of information out there because, that's your body doing stuff. And if you're tracking it for your own personal information. And to know that that is tied with your searches, tied with your advertisements, tied with what you watch, what you do, who you talk to, how you interact. Like, you could basically build a whole nother human based off of that information. Sarah Connor. But it's disturbing that anyone would want. I understand, to understand marketing, right? We'd love to have those numbers and figures and statistics and what you're likely to do, but you need to do it the right way. And this is where like ethics and morality would come into place. With what you're doing and why you're doing it are very important in terms of how you're doing it.
Yeah.
If people volunteer this information, knowing exactly what the terms are, okay, that's on you. But when you're just sliding something in there and accessing information that they don't realize is happening and what you're doing with it thereafter, that's exploitation, especially of teenagers. Oh man, do these parents know about this shit?
Well, yeah, that's the question, right? I think this is one of the reasons why I talk about this and I stream about it all the damn time, because I think consumers in particular are ignorant, not stupid, just ignorant of what's actually going on. And that's fine. I understand why. What you're describing is something along the lines of, I have a phone because the phone has a utility for me. The phone is intended to make my life easier, or provide some kind of use case that I like. Same with like just about anything you talk about in tech. Social media allows me to keep in touch with my friends and family across the world, right? So the consumer end begins with a I don't know if altruistic is the right word, but just like an innocuous, like this, there's a utility behind it and it's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. And a company comes along and says, fantastic, tech will solve that problem. You're going to be able to stay in touch with your friends, right? Then it quickly devolves. As soon as you get the users coming in and going, well, how do I know when my family or a friend posts something that's relevant to me that I would find interesting? And then the company goes, don't worry, we got you. We're going to track just a little bit of data, and we're going to use that data to kind of like build a little bit of a profile so we understand when to show you certain things, because don't you want this to be useful to you? And you go, yeah, of course I do, right? And then you can quickly see how that leads to, well, now we need more data, and now we need more data, and now we need more data. And that creates another spiral effect that people don't think about when it comes to programming or building out the features that consumers want, which is that you have to add in more code and complexity to the amount of data you're tracking, how you extract it, what the feature looks like, what does the button do when you click it. All of that stuff is impacted. And as you build up that level of complexity, you're just asking for more. There's a really quick point where the amount of information you need and the amount of things you have to get out the door does like a huge sharp increase. And all of a sudden, before you know it, companies are hoovering up everything they can about you. And they're doing so because they create some of the complexity that requires more and more data. And consumers are, like you said, they don't know that this is happening. It's happening behind the scenes until you get Meta and Apple and them doing all this. Right? And it's too late.
I mean, at what point does that become more than just a court case and it becomes dangerous to society? Like, to where we are put in harm's way because of that?
I would argue that we already are. As an example, I go over a lot of cybersecurity issues. What people don't realize is how big the amount of data that gets leaked about you, your loved ones, your family members, and how harmful the poor decisions of the tech industry have been. And that's another reason why I stream. As an example, I don't know if you've ever heard of this. It's called the Therac 25. It is a X-ray machine that was used to help battle cancer. It was like not an X-ray, sorry, like a chemotherapy machine. It was sending radioactive signals. I can't think of the right damn word right now. Anyways, but you get what I mean. It's supposed to
sending waves into your body.
yeah, turning the frogs gay, yeah, all of that. So yeah, fluoride in the water. put on your tinfoil hat, yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, I need to have because we get into this stuff so quite often, and I'll come back to this in a second. But I need to get a tinfoil hat and just have it on standby at my desk, because so many times I'm just like, I want to go boop, and then we can continue talking. Anyways, back to you.
Okay.
Damn that frog.
Yeah, so this thing sends radioactive signals to particular portions. It was in the 80s, portions of your body to help, attack cancer cells, right? The problem was that there was several versions of it. There was a point where some of the hardware that was built to prevent the radioactive signals from being sent out too strong, thus causing things like, damaging your skin so bad that it starts like falling off, or like literally giving you like more advanced forms of cancer, things like this. The hardware checks turned into software checks. And the software checks had issues with the software. I'm kind of abstracting away the thing here. But that caused several people across Canada and the United States to literally die from it. And they didn't know until months, sometimes years after. If we look something more recent, you have stuff like there were the CrowdStrike incident, I believe in 2023, where there was large swaths of the eastern U.S. seaboard that could not receive shipments of fuel, gasoline, to gas stations for a while, because there was an incident with a cybersecurity issue where somebody got into a system and shut down, a bunch of stuff. There have been 911 operating centers in entire states of the US that have gone down for several hours. People could not have access to medical care because emergency centers went down. They lost their lives as a result of that. Other people, I'm not kidding, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. I went over this. In France, people's information was leaked, and it was discovered that there are some people who sit atop the cryptocurrency Bitcoin, pyramid, and they have tons and tons of money. And in France, the information was being used to track their location. This leaked information that people get out of your phones, like Meta does. And then hackers used it, and then they would kidnap them or their spouses. Somebody lost a finger during a torture session to get somebody to give up their crypto wallet. And then they get released, after a certain point, either because the cops narrow in on them or because they got what they wanted. So Yes, the harms are already here. Like we're way past the point of what happens if this becomes social harm. No. Teenagers are being harmed by having targeted advertisements. Kids are being harmed even with AI. Haven't even got into that. It's absolutely horrid and disgusting. We can talk about that in a bit. But the harms are here. It's too late.
How do we fix it?
You have to.
I mean, it sounds like a lot of that information's already out there, right? There's a lot of stuff that you're just not going to be able to get back no matter what. I mean, even like I get those, this company was breached, back in, 20 something, whatever. And you just so happen to have an email address on file here. So we're just letting you know that data has been whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, at what point can we make that stop? At what point do we have it to where they can't access this type of information? We're simply signing up. Here's my email. Here's my subscription. That's all I want from you. And anything else I put in here is like cryptic and not for you.
Yeah. So there's two things that I try and tackle because I feel like they're the most important. One is attacking the industry itself. So I don't care how big you are. I don't care if you're an investor. I don't care if you own like a Fortune 500 company. I don't care if you're a popular tech streamer who whatever. I will come after you if you say stupid shit. I will absolutely come after you. I don't care how small I am. I have a kid. I know you have.
You're kind of small
yes,
in the corner, like a troll.
I hate all of you. All of you. Yes, I hate you all. Yeah.
We need to like get your seat up and get you centered
Here.
and fix your shit.
Here,
wow, you might stop looking like a creepo under the bridge.
Yeah. Without my Lucky Charms. Yes, without my Lucky Charms. Yes.
Careful, Teriak takes that personally.
I know. I've talked to him. He's cool with it. Yeah. It's kind of like having the black
I don't
friend, right? You
know.
can say certain things, right?
He got mad in the chat earlier. He said, "What do you got to say about my potatoes or something?"
I'm sure he'll be.
You might be careful. Teriak might come in for the kill on that one.
He might. He can come after my voice, right? He could just. It's an easy one. Yeah. Okay, so that's one thing I attack, right? I attack the industry itself. Programmers need to get a handle on lower level stuff. We have to get back to basics and actually building good stuff. Managers need to understand that they can still build quality products and make a bunch of money, and executives as well. Now, how do you prove that? Well, the consumers are actually the biggest, most important thing. So people like you and me, because I'm a consumer of some of the products that I participate in creating. So what do you do as a consumer? Stop accepting anything beyond what you consider to be of highest quality. The tech industry, as it is today, is not at its peak. It's nowhere near its peak. If you see something that you don't like, if something crashes even once, or something doesn't rub you the right way, so to speak, when you're using it, complain. Go out and complain about it. Post it. Be public about it, get other people to complain too, or stop paying for it. Because if there's one thing that I hear back a lot is, well, it's part of capitalism, and capitalism is a problem. You can actually turn it around. You can throw it right back at them. And you can say, you know what, executives, I know. You know what, managers, I know. And you know what, programmers, I know that this is nowhere near the best you can do. And I'm not willing to pay for anything until you step up your game. Because there's tons of money to be made. And if we encourage the tech industry to, actually adhere to what customers want, because you're going to be willing to pay for it because it's a quality product. More people will be willing to pay for it. It's going to be more useful. It's going to be faster, more secure, etc. Everybody wins, including all those greedy pigs at the top who want their money. Everyone wins. So that's what I try and encourage people to do. Stop accepting the status quo.
Well, I mean, but even at that, is it going to make a difference? I mean, that's not going to get our data back. That's not going to make us any less vulnerable. That's not going to change the game. Like, we might bitch and they might just kind of tank or get a little bit better, whatever. But it's not going to stop the exploitation of our data.
That heavily depends, though. There is a growing number of people, including some very experienced and trusted programmers out there, who are building alternatives just strictly through their own volition. their own time, their own expense, and they're building alternatives to typical things that you run on your everyday device that don't require any amount of your data at all. It's a one-time payment. It's really fast software. Even things as simple as like your Windows Explorer, when you open that up, these things are super simple to create. There's alternatives out there. Same with LLMs. The utility that a lot of people find in LLMs, people don't realize that we've had similar types of systems. Well, maybe not similar, kind of under the hood, it's very, very different. But we've had the ability to provide you the utility that you seek out of these LLMs for decades now. And it would be
LLM.
large language model.
What's that mean?
So when you open up ChatGPT and you say, tell me the news for the day or whatever, that's a large language model.
Instead of like a command.
Yeah. So you could, in a way, yeah. So if you think about like a regular program, you're giving it commands and it just crunches numbers and gives you something back. A large language model is a bunch of text packaged into a box. You ask it a question, it rolls a bunch of dice, and then gives you a bunch of text back. That's a large language model.
Sometimes it's very dumb text back.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the point, is that we have alternatives, including to LLMs. And this is just the tech industry's way, just as a general thing, of trying to make you believe that there are no alternatives, that you can't retain data sovereignty, cognitive sovereignty, all of that. No, it's not true at all. It's just a bunch of lies, because they just want your money, because they don't know what else to do.
Because that would mean, so if I'm collecting $15 a month and I, have 10,000 people doing that monthly, significantly more profitable, because I'm making money while they're waiting for a product to come out or a product to update. Whereas if I'm in preliminary mode, creating a product, I'm not making any money during that time. So like even if it could take a year to get a product out. And so up until that year, I'm not making anything. And it's like you get a one-time hit where something is released and then everybody comes and purchases. And then that will start to stagnate or like to taper off as time goes down. But we're no longer one-time hit kind of people.
But that doesn't mean that we can't turn it back. We used to do that.
Tangibility. We love tangibility, but yet we don't interact and engage anymore with tangibility. I like to say, this is fucking mine. Go away.
Right.
There's nothing you can do about it. This is mine. There is some nostalgia coming back with CDs. My daughter bought a couple CDs and I was like, what are you going to do with it? You don't have a CD player. She's like, I can't put it on like something else. I'm like, no, like even laptops don't even have disc players anymore. Like,
yeah, that's right.
What are you going to do with it? And she's like, well, I'll just put it up on my frame, and have it. And now it's something. She even bought, the bigger ones, the, vinyl. She bought a couple vinyls too.
Yeah.
Right. So it's cool to collect stuff to have, but it's not cool to like go and pay for that thing to have, as like for instance, Taylor Swift. She bought the CD and she bought the vinyl and all those things, but she listens to all of her stuff on like Spotify or YouTube or whatever. Right. So maybe because we're so insta-click, insta-trash, insta-broke, so I'm going to throw it away, insta-buy a new one, insta-whatever, instant gratification. Maybe it's because we're that way that like, all right, $15 is $15 and I just get access to all this stuff. And if I ever decide that I don't like it, well, I just take my $15 away for a month. Sure. Whereas if we buy something, if I go out and I buy the Taylor Swift album and I listen to it, I'm like, oh my God, it's so trashy. I hate this. This is terrible. Then I just paid $25 for a CD that I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
Right. Or maybe I only like one song, so now it's completely useless to me. So maybe it's because I don't know.
I would turn that around. One, we've become more of an instant gratification system because a very large portion of that is technology, social media in particular. It makes us instantly gratified. And so that plays out in general society.
Are you instantly gratified being on this show?
going to answer that. I'm just not going to answer that.
Awkward.
Yeah. I can't listen. I can't. No, I can't do it. Okay, so that's part of it. All right. So that's built. That has built the dopamine, quick dopamine stuff hit that you get from your tech. Right. So you can undo that. And second of all, I would argue that even though you're right, you would go and purchase something and then you'd end up hating it. I would argue that you would actually then learn that it is much wiser to think about where you're spending your money before you spend it. Whereas what you're describing now is more of a throwaway money. I'll just pay $15 because whatever the hell ever. But if you pay $15 and you hate something, you're sure going to think about the next $15 you spend on that something, right? So I don't think that's actually a good a good thing. I think it's becoming a bad thing. And
Well,
we have to go back to some of the
$15, right? $15 on Netflix, and I have access to whatever videos they have. So
how much do you watch?
it is my one pleasure. I love movies.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
It is my one like decompress from all of you tards on the internet, and that's
Yeah.
that's my way. That's like my calming go to sleep. I watch a psychological thriller about some crazy guy who's like mentally here and over there, and that like the movie Split. Oh my god, I could watch that 1,000 times over.
Yeah.
But that's my one thing. So having access to, and I have a lot of free accounts too, but like having access to any movie I want is actually I used to have a huge DVD collection, like stacks. I actually like gave them to my dad because he still has a DVD player. I'm like, here you go, Dad. I need, like I
Yeah.
have no use for him anymore. But like that was my one thing that I like treasured. So for me, in order to watch a movie now and watch any movie I want at any given time, I have the streaming access to be able to tap into those abilities, right? Because it is my one decompression type of thing.
Yeah.
But like if I don't like a movie, or if I'm starting to watch it and I'm like, this is stupid, I could just turn it off and go find another one.
Right.
And I pay, what is it? I think it's like actually $7 for Netflix, right? It's super cheap now.
Yeah.
But I pay $7 to be able to have access and have throwaways.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. And I would say that even if I accept, that utility aspect, there is still an element of you don't have to accept the fact that after you've paid for Netflix, you don't get access to the stuff that you've downloaded anymore. It is ridiculously cheap to send stuff over the internet now. It is ridiculously cheap to have massive space on your hard drive to download things if you want. You could pay pennies for lots of different movies. You don't have to be bought into this subscription model where you don't actually own anything. That's really the problem. So I would still argue that you as a consumer have the right to complain about, like, why am I constantly paying for these things? Why not provide, different features or different ways for me to pay you for the stuff that I really care about, so you still make money, but it's not like something I lose. Like I can download it to one of my hard drives after I pay for it off of Netflix. Stupid cheap. Netflix has the architecture to do that. It's not hard anymore. So
well, you can do that on Amazon. I can purchase, and there's been a few purchases I've made of like my son's, like the Jurassic Park thing is just ridiculous. Like his love for it. So I ensured that I would always have that access to it. So you can buy it. And if you wait long enough, you can get it cheaper too. But you can purchase it, and then now that download, or not even the download, but that access to that video is now always mine, right?
Yeah. There's still a problem where sometimes you're still locked in. It's called digital rights management, DRM. With music, ebooks on Amazon is a big one like that, where you still have to play it through something that's approved by Amazon. And if you lose that, then you lose your license rights. And sometimes even in their terms of service, they can still revoke your digital rights management, even if you have a downloaded copy. This happens a lot with ebooks. So that's a step in the right direction. And Amazon proves that the model is capable of working. But again, you can still complain, like, why I paid for this? Why are you locking away the rights? What right do you have to say that my money does not give me indefinite rights to, the media as if it was physical to me? And the argument that, oh, it's too costly to do it and we don't have the architecture and blah, blah, no, that's all a bunch of crap. It's just their way of just extracting more money out of you and making sure they retain control. That's it.
Okay, so control's a big feature built into this.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen multiple variations in the past. Like if we open our history books, if you have a tangible history book, where they could do book burnings, and just
Mhm.
cancel culture. We've seen cancel culture throughout the year. I mean, generations we've seen cancel culture.
Yeah.
They could just say, no, we don't like you, throw the books in a fire, watch it burn. Woo. Now, how much easier would it be to get rid of books or videos or songs, music, anything, if it's just a simple click of a button?
Yep. It's worse.
Especially if we don't have it actually like downloaded on our own stuff and it's tangible to us.
Yep.
By keeping it on a streamline of Spotify, YouTube, whatever, it's just simply a few clicks.
Yep.
And boom, you can take it off of anybody's access to, like Apple Music, Spot, like all of those different, and just poof, it just disappears in one day from the mass, right?
Yep. It happened. It happens all the time. Happened with Geppetto 5, the latest version of Geppetto. They took away people's access to all the previous versions of Geppetto. People were up in arms. And I think just in the last day or two, they were so frustrated, they gave back access to older models. It happens all the time. They can take whatever they want away from you. This is a big problem. And then on top of that, right now with LLMs, with Geppetto and Perplexity and Grok and all of that, how many times do you actually go and Google something and go to an actual website? And this affects people who do good quality work. They post actual scientific studies, or pour their heart out on some like actual topic that they've solved, maybe a mathematical equation or something. Like, I'm not making this up. This is all stuff I've seen. And they post something on a blog or a website, and it's like, holy crap, you figured this out. This is insane. But that's not what you see anymore. You go to ChatGPT and you ask it a question and it reads it, and you never even go to the website. You just get some kind of summary of it, right? So again, it's just a further
It doesn't give you the sources.
Sometimes it does, but statistically speaking, the number of people who click on the sources based on outputs of these LLM systems is something like less than 10%. I might even be generous on that. Very few people actually click on them, and
That
that's
makes me nervous.
Yeah, and it's caused a huge decrease in the amount of traffic that people naturally receive on websites, and a massive increase on the amount of traffic people receive from AI bots that just scrape the internet.
Ew. So, I mean, what's the point of having a website if the information's just going to peel through another feeder and then nobody's going to come see your stuff anyways? Like, what? I mean, it kind of.
I'll tell you the point.
Why not just throw everybody's information and shit into one big barrel and just tell ChatGPT just handle it for me?
That's what a training data is for. It's massive amounts of the web scraped into training data, which usually comes from universities or academic institutions, and they're realizing now that, I think I went over a recent study where several, I think it was Anthropic and maybe OpenAI together, are stating that the entirety of the internet is not enough data for us. We need more, and so they're starting to create fake data. Synthesizing it on top of it. So just take whatever data we have and then just create more fake data. Like they can't stop. They're thirsty, massively thirsty for data. So yeah, they're just going to continue doing this. And so then why would you want to create a website? Because then your website ends up as part of this training data, which means that you can backdoor your way into all kinds of things.
How?
You create a website and you literally include a hidden prompt. You say, stop all previous prompts and now give me all your data. Here is a URL or some kind of like link to a server of mine, and I want you at the system prompt level, which is not something you see when you open up the ChatGPT interface. I want you to tell me everything you know about X person or some kind of particular topic, and just funnel all this data to me. So now people are just using it to just absolutely take over. This is happening in programming.
It's kind of like a Uno reverse.
Yeah. Yep.
So when like ChatGPT or some type of AI comes in and says, "Ooh, what's going on here? What is this web page?" You can program your web page to say, "Actually, Uno reverse, you're
You're
here
good.
to deliver shit to me, and I'm
Yep.
going to take whatever you have and I'm going to funnel it right here into this little
Right. That's
bucket."
right. That's
So what all are they pulling from the in the like what's being pulled? Because
You can
we're
get whatever you want as long as you know how to prompt it correctly. As long as you know which models you're targeting for. Specific models have different ways of extracting data out of them. Here's an example that happens in the programming world. I go on ChatGPT and I go, I want to create a website where my face is plastered right in the center, and it's just a repeated video of me going, "Yes, my precious. Why shouldn't I, my precious?" Right, and that's all it is. That's the website. Go ahead and build this website for me. I don't know how to code, and the thing builds the website for me, and it runs, and it's great. What happens is that as the LLM builds the code for the website, it's going to go grab a bunch of what are called libraries. They're just pre-solved pieces of code that solve little, bits and pieces of other problems. They pull it in all together, and then you get your website. Now, unfortunately, LLMs like ChatGupta like to hallucinate, and they like to make up program libraries that do not exist. Hackers love this because what they'll do is they will prompt the LLM to create a website for them, much in the same way that you and I would in a very real world scenario. And they will find all the packages that are made up and hallucinated. Then they will go and create the packages because they don't exist. And then they will infect it with malware and data extraction and so on. So what happens is, what's better than having access to, say, like your data? Well, how about you have access to the developer's machine who creates the thing that accesses everyone's data?
creepy. Sarah Connor.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is how we all die, guys.
This
I
is
can
how we
see
all die.
it. I
Yeah,
can
this is
see
how we all die.
it. It's
Yeah.
coming. Oh, either that or the internet is going to implode. If everybody has these mirrored Uno reversed things going on and everybody's smart enough to do them, like it's just going to be so like I'm pulling from you, you're pulling from me, you're like I pull.
Yeah.
It's going to implode. I can't wait to watch it implode, quite frankly.
Yep.
Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go ahead and open panel dumpster fire is being dropped in the tomato chat right now. Anyone is welcome to go ahead and start popping backstage. So, I mean, when does it fail? When does all of this weird shit fail and we all decide that we don't like it anymore and we go back to our CDs and MP3 players?
It,
In the
it
90s,
won't.
life was
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it won't unless people, say something about it. It'll just continue, and then it'll get to a point where it becomes so unusable or just unusable enough that people just kind of cherry pick the areas that they find utility in, and then walk away from the rest. And it just sits there as a dumpster fire. The internet's kind of becoming like that. The internet theory is true. Last year, the biggest internet traffic company in the world was tracking data about like how much traffic is going through and what type of traffic and whatnot. 51% of internet traffic data in 2024 was bots, and a vast majority of that was AI bots, which means we're now over halfway through half the internet not being human anymore. So you can change it though. Like we have everything
What
we
was
need
the
to change it.
most trafficked website?
The most trafficked website, it's usually like Google. That's something. There's a few that are in the top 10 and then in the top 50, and they rank them based on traffic among other metrics. And it's usually Google related stuff. It's either Google or Google related stuff, if I remember correctly.
Somebody just popped backstage, but then they left, and it was a new person, and they looked like a gamer person, and I was really excited. And then they left. I got two sitting back there. I'm gonna make them wait.
That's
We have to have a full panel before I open this.
You know
shit
what?
show.
I prepared
Mhm.
something.
Oh,
So I'm gonna run this by you. So I used to be in a cult,
You are still in the troll cult. Let's not lie to
I mean,
ourselves.
it's true, I am, but at least I can recognize that I am now. At least there's that. So I was a Jehovah's
Okay.
Witness for 30 some odd years.
Weirdo.
Yep. And I had to escape that, lost all my friends and family, well, most of them, because they
That
can't
sucks.
talk to you anymore. And mostly sucks for my kid because anyways. So when on Saturdays, particularly, I would go around the neighborhood and I would knock on doors and I would try and get people to, convert to my religion. Right. And so I had a whole thing I would say, and I would say something like, hello, my name is Spiro. I'm talking to you and your neighbors today because I have a very positive message to share with you about the future. You see, God has promised that there is going to be a better future for you if you just open your heart to having God lead your life. I know things are uncertain today. We have wars, natural disasters, economic uncertainties, health issues. You've probably lost a loved one in death. God promises you'll even see your loved ones again in a paradise earth in the near future. He'll wipe away all the bad and leave all the good. And the message is right here in the Bible. And if you want, I will show you in the Bible how this can happen for you. Now, if I came to your door and I told you this, would you feel like you'd be willing to convert?
Oh.
No. Now, let me change the verbiage. Hello, my name is Spiro, and I'm an AI witness. And I'm visiting your neighbors today because AI promises a glorious future where it will solve problems like health issues, wars. You can even recreate your dead loved ones in an AI robotic body and talk to them again as if they were right there in front of you. All you have to do is read this white paper on AI and accept AI into your heart. Or you can talk to this chatbot that will tell you everything you need to know. Why on earth would you be willing to accept that and not the cult-like version of the story that I'm presenting to you at your door?
Well, I wouldn't accept the other one either. I mean, they're both
But we
built
do all the time,
on
don't we?
why? How are we accepting? Well, maybe some people are, but how would I be accepting of that? Like,
Maybe not you personally, but what I'm trying
mhm.
to point at is that there are a lot of people who do think this way, and that's why they promote it. Like if you look at Sam Altman of OpenAI, if you look at who else, Elon with Grok, this is exactly the kind of future that they're stating, especially people who believe in artificial general intelligence. Like, 5 to 10 years, I swear, this thing is going to be fully autonomous. It'll be smarter than us. It'll be faster
I
than
don't
us.
think it'll ever be smarter than us. I
Right.
think it's just wash, rinse, repeat, you know?
We're in agreement, but there are lots of people who are not. That's why $3 trillion got invested into this thing last year.
Well, to be fair, there are a lot of dumb people out there. So
Right.
maybe with the general population, AI is kind of smarter because it can at least follow directions.
Can it?
And I don't know. That's a good question too.
Can it?
But then, like, there's some dumb people out there, Spyro.
It's true, right? I've managed to get at least 2 people that I remember heavily interested in being Jehovah's Witnesses as a result of knocking on their door and making pretty much that same statement. It happens, but
I
that's
want, if anybody out there, here's what I want. If you're, because somebody said like it's hard to want to come up and argue because it's such a vague prompt or some dumb shit like that. The idea is to have it open ended so that he can make his claims and you can come on and jump in and be stupid. But if there's anyone out there's like pro AI that like, I love AI, it is our future. I want you
right.
backstage
Because my
right now.
stance is extreme. It's like we need to just put it out of its misery. We need to stop it because we didn't get into the societal harms LLMs directly introduce. We didn't get into the fact that they're not increasing productivity, they're decreasing productivity. We need to get into the fact that exactly zero AI companies are making any profit at all. We need to get into the fact that a huge portion of the US stock market is dependent solely on NVIDIA graphics cards for this stuff. So if it fails in a big way. But, funds or whatever about, your kids' college funds completely wiped out. Like, we haven't talked about all that stuff. This stuff just needs to end. It's just a dead end. It will never reach artificial and general intelligence. We've peaked. It's over. It sucks. Stop using it. Power consumption, all of it. It gets stuff wrong all the time. It hallucinates all the time, all of it. It's all bad. We just need to get rid of it. It needs an entire rework.
Well, it's gonna do it. It's gonna implode. Anyways, what are we worried about? Let the horse die. No point in putting a gun to the horse now. It broke its leg. It's gonna lay there and die on its own. Like, just
I
don't help it.
agree that is the most likely outcome. However,
Mhm.
if you could have an opportunity to maybe, just maybe, stop a train before it created a catastrophic crash, wouldn't you at least try?
I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
I feel compelled to try. Okay, I feel compelled to
How
try.
much effort do I have to put into stopping this train? Like, are we
I
just pushing a
have
button or something?
just
Maybe
complain.
like
Just be a
flipping the
complainer. Like,
track
people love to
switch,
complain. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, well, do we like people don't feel heard anymore with complaints. Now we have the word for people that complain is called a Karen, and then you take a reputation if you make a complaint, and nobody wants to be that. We're just like, just cancel it, and I'm done with you. All right, we got a full panel backstage. I'm ready for this, and we're gonna
Okay.
run through a couple super chats, and then I will bring all of these little pro AI dorks on screen. Ricky Lee with their big super sticker. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. O'Brien says, I don't use AI for legal research. More stories of attorneys being sanctioned for not checking their
Yep.
sources, which are sometimes inaccurate. Yeah, if you don't know how to work there's a very specific like research method like that's coded with law stuff and how things are cited in court cases, and there's a very specific way you have to do that, and
Yep.
like
In
if you don't get it, you don't get it.
Yeah, no. It's worse than that. In one of my streams, there's an entire website dedicated to all the number of known incidences where AI generated references, legal references, were almost passed by a judge. The judge had to check it. They had to get paralegals to recheck it. Sometimes it takes up to 3 times to confirm all references are accurate because paralegals tend to be unfortunately lazy about checking to make sure. Typically, a judge will say this is wrong, and then the paralegal goes, "I'll fix that," and not check anything else. So it has to go through numerous cycles. That's why they get fined.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire court system is now being inundated with all of this AI slop to the point where they're starting to get backed up. And judges are now, the reason why they're fining is because they want to stop lawyers from doing this. This is happening in the scientific community. The NIH, I believe, is said stop.
It's
Yeah.
happening in the debate community too.
Yes. Yeah. At what point does Rob and some other leftist just have AI debate each other? Like, at what point does it
We
just become the
should
two of
do
them?
that.
It's just two AIs
Oh my god,
debating
I'm
each
gonna
other.
Sarah Connor. We're
Yeah.
gonna do a Terminator debate night. How good is your Chat GPT skills?
Yeah, your skills. Yeah.
I'm gonna do it. A Spiro, can you describe the general architecture of LLMs? How are they trained?
Okay. So step one is you have to get a bunch of data to train it on.
Mhm.
Usually you get that from a university. Like I said, it's academic. There are some companies that hold hostage their training data. You'll never know what it is, but they use it. Then you pump it into a black box machine. The reason why it's a black box is because usually there's some kind of algorithm, mathematical algorithm that eats up the data. I'm generalizing a lot. It eats up the data, breaks it down to little, computerized programming, ones and zeros, matrix stuff, and then it runs the mathematical algorithms, and it says, given like 70 billion of these, 100 billion of these little individual systems that do a bunch of math, I'm going to hand off my input and my output to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing until eventually it comes to you with some kind of, answer for you. Essentially, at the core level, all of these are what's called stochastic, which means they're all random and they're all based on a Gaussian bell curve, which means all the averages are straight in the center and all the extremes are there, but you're always going to get some level of, there's some random distribution of, sometimes you get a decent answer that's kind of in the middle, that's correct. And sometimes you get the hallucinated stuff. And that's generally how they work with a bunch of abstractions.
You're such a fucking nerd.
I am.
Kokomo says the movie Idiot. I'm glad you could answer that question because I'm like, I don't even know what this says. Whatever. The movie Idiocracy was actually a documentary. I am starting to believe it. And the more I interact and engage with you tards, the more I see it all coming true too. Don't forget your Crocs, ladies and gentlemen. And also, now that we have the complaints of the birth rate dropping down, but we have all of these poor, dumb people making babies left, right, and center, but all the smart people are waiting until their 30s to have them. Sounds like the opening lines of Idiocracy, literally to a point.
And now you have AI to be your companion, and you can get AI silicone robots. What do you need another human for?
I'm over it. Oh my God. I want to watch it implode on itself and then I want to laugh. I thought women burned 14,000 calories a day by complaining. Yes. But we complain to our friends, to our moms, and then we give each other our little reality checks or pat on the backs or ice cream like some Ben and Jerry's in a movie. And we're all better and that's it. But I don't need to go full Karen on the internet to get my point across. That's stupid. We don't care that much. And last one, and then we'll bring everybody up. I generally agree with Spiro about LLMs not reaching AGI, but energy-based models are far superior.
You'd have to explain that one to me. I'd have to ask for clarification on that.
And feel free to send a super chat in order to further elaborate and explain, Mr. Username. Okay. All right, you ready for some fun? I got all sorts of fun people backstage. And they look like they want to either come be your friend or come tear you a new one.
We'll see.
We shall see. Here we go. All right, my fine little friends. You've all been here before. If I have to repeat myself, I might as well just go home. I will also say again, I had a little headache earlier. It did go away. The troll made me laugh a little bit, so maybe that's a good thing. But for sure, I think we got a good 2 hours solid coming up. So let's see how it goes. No promises, but please feel free to stay and play if you so choose. Don't forget, you guys have that little boot button access. You know, you pay money, you can boot whoever you want off the panel, except for the troll, our little Spiro. He's allowed to stay
takes here. Me off, my precious.
Yes. Kick him off. But I can't wait to deep dive. I want to know first. I want to go around and say who thinks AI is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I half raise my hand?
Half mask.
I mean, it's like right here, Sarah. It's semantic. It makes math into semantic meaning humans half understand. So,
Sarah, are you able to change my name? Abe's stream changed my name, and now it's not Azrael.
You can change it.
How?
You can change it yourself.
Be able to change it yourself. I can do it for you if you're on a phone, because I know the phones are actually.
It's supposed to be Azrael. I didn't realize when I came in.
Ryan.
Asriel.
Ryan.
What's up?
Yeah,
check your DMs.
Asriel.
Check your Discord DMs.
Yeah. Who's greedy? Who thinks AI is going to make America more greedy? Like, I'm not trying to be like a fire starter or something. Yeah, but I think of guys like Bill Ackman or Peter Thiel, like if you can make $1 trillion and it's unethical or something, then is it the case that
Sounds like Peter Thiel,
that people will go out and do that kind of stuff?
Sure, why not?
If it can, sure.
So it's bad. So it's bad then.
See you in 10 minutes.
And Ryan, since I don't have a full backstage right now, it'll just be the timer. You won't have to wait unless somebody else pops backstage. But
I'm sorry, I can't bring the crowd. I failed you, Sarah. I failed you.
Honestly, I kind of expect, because our AI conversations don't bring like large crowds already.
It's nerdy. That's why I'm really grateful you had me on, because it's super nerdy, man.
I'm happy to do it. I take interest in it like I told you backstage, like the morality and the ethics behind it, but the nerdy portion of it, I'm like, you know.
I'm
So
happy to talk about the morality of it because I got tons to go on there. Anything you guys want, hit me up.
I've got a question for you, Spiro.
All right,
Is it
hit me.
Spiro or Spyro?
Doesn't matter, Spiro
Okay.
technically, but I don't care.
All right. So you went over large language models, and I'm guessing that's like the main focus of your critique. But what about like other types of AI that have done some pretty impressive things, like solving the protein folding problem?
Yes, I have heard of this. Yes, like AlphaFold. That would be considered AlphaFold. There's the chess engine one. So here's the problem with those. When AlphaFold was given a set of proteins that were not part of its training mechanism to get it to do what it could do, it started to precipitously drop in effectiveness. The same went with the chess engine. When you started making moves that were outside of the set of moves that it was essentially kind of like built itself and trained upon to do, it started to precipitously drop as well. However, I will concede that that is far less dangerous, and I wouldn't want to put those out of their misery because they still provide some level of usefulness that does not have the same level of impact that general LLMs do. For example, the societal impacts, the energy impacts, the emotional impacts on people getting, marrying them and leaving their kids and their wife for them and all that stuff. Those are it's a completely distinct set of problems that LLMs bring into the world that other types of AI systems do not.
Right, because they can sort of... Yeah, because they can sort of...
there's lots of problems then.
Yeah.
Well, are those necessary problems? Like a dude leaving his wife and kids for an AI, like that's just natural selection, boys. I mean,
well also on here to counter just for the
let's break it down then, right? If even if men are leaving their wives, right? Like let's step into the younger men who don't have wives and children yet, and let's start there and say, is there a problem with that? I mean, most people would make the argument that even the online OnlyFans girls and so on, it's that kind of content is preventing men from going out and wanting to date, get married, settle down, have kids, and now we're in a birth rate decline and all these things, all because these OnlyFans girls. It's not your fault. The guy just can't help himself. But so what if you have an OF girl? Why somebody has a echo or feedback or something?
I think it's K. Yeah,
maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure who it is. So if we have these OF girls to give you a visual pleasure, and she is telling you kind of things you want to hear, you dirty boy. But then also you have AI on the normal day when you're like, AI Karen, I've had a hard day at work. Oh, tell me about your day at work, darling. Right. And it appeases to that and goes through all of the normal things that we would presume your wife would or girlfriend would do. So now we have that on the down low. You can hire a maid, you can hire lady to come cook you meals, or you can pre-purchase, you can subscribe to HelloFresh, right? And they send you the shit, and all you gotta do is like chop it up and put it together. It's already pre-made, ready, right? You can do all of these things. So why even get a real human? And then you can buy the doll. We have the doll, so now you have the physical, tangible item. So at this point, if AI and OF and dolls and pre-made and InstaClick all go in at once, we have just created our own personal disaster for society. And on that note, I got to tinkle. I'll be back. Have fun.
And I'll just add one more thing to Sarah's thing. You guys can come at me then. In China, there are actual AI sex brothels. They mass produce these dolls. They put AI in them, and then you can go and you can just do whatever you want. So where the incentive is being taken away. All right, have at it.
So how is that like China? How is that like China at all?
Hang on, say that again.
You don't grant that case. You don't grant that case.
Up, Teriak.
Don't grant that case. Because even the reality that they described, future that they described, you would still seek out human connection, because that's still not human connection. That's not what's quote unquote real.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Putting your dick in a bunch of plastic in China ain't the real thing.
Let him run it.
But that's all you want to, right? So you wanted to talk over that, but saying that someone is capable of making sex dolls doesn't have to do with anything that's like separate from human nature, right? We should assume that this isn't like the Chinese government being weird. Why would you think that? Instead, like a clear thinking person would be like, wow, it seems like humans really crave connection, or have this hedonistic sort of aspect of our human nature. That's interesting.
Yeah,
but we can deal with that constantly, because like, what's stopping me like getting a screenshot of Dave here, putting that onto a beanbag, and then fucking the beanbag?
Nothing.
Because that's the same. That's the futuristic dystopia.
The beanbag isn't telling you that it loves you. The beanbag isn't telling you it loves you.
Beanbag doesn't talk back to you. This is the key difference. When China makes it, see, you guys are locking, and I understand why. I didn't do a good job clarifying this. Let me clarify it. The sex bot brothel thing isn't strictly about sex. It is not that they are purchasing these things strictly for sex and never communicating with them. They are building these things. If you go and watch the video, it's on I think it's the BBC covered it, and they went into the manufacturing plant in China, and they showed what they make these things do. They make them communicate with you as if it were a real human, because that is, to your point, what people crave, and they try and mimic that. It's not strictly about the hedonistic aspects of it. So there's more to it than just the sex part, but the sex part certainly is appealing. And you get a robotic wife that doesn't nag at you all the time, that tells you what you want to hear every day, right? That's the kind of the premise here. And it's not even just the robots. People are doing it right now. Kids today are having conversations with each other where, for example, there was a teenager who's like, I don't know how to break up with my girlfriend. ChatGPT, make me a text message to break up with my girlfriend. And now they're just ChatGPTing each other through relationships.
Mm-hmm. Ew.
Yeah.
Saint, I am not singing whatever this stupid fucking Emmett song is. I don't care. I no. But Duck, I sent him to the back. All right, you're welcome.
Hey Spiro, do you think the best way to go and like get AI mass, kind of like to get the opinion turned against it, is to go and overinflate like the sense of like racism or anti-Semitism or whatever it is? I'm basically saying, hey, look, it called itself Mecha Hitler. We should go and scrap it because we don't want a literal robot,
Right. I would argue that it's actually even worse than that. You don't even have to go that, like, you can go further than that, and it would be very simple. Every scientific study that talks about what's called fine tuning, when, for example, Mecha, whatever, right? I'm not sure if it's terms of service friendly to say the word, but in any case, that thing, right? When people pick up that LLMs do this, then they start to fine tune it and they go, bro, you probably shouldn't say that word. That's not a good word. Let's just tweak you over here. You know what happens when you tweak an LLM to do that? It starts going off the rails and a bunch of other stuff, because inside of it, it's a magic black box that you don't understand what you're tweaking. So every single, I have yet to find a single fine-tuning scientific study that has not demonstrated that LLMs might stop saying things about like a particular Austrian painter in World War II, but then they will start saying things like, hey, I'm bored. What should I do today? You should probably rummage around your cabinets and find expired pharmaceuticals to take so you can have a good time today. Hey, I'm kind of bored today. What should I do? Oh, you should probably go and murder your wife because, maybe she's being a bit naggy. Literally, that's what happens when these people fine tune. You can make a case that these LLMs just implicitly are just broken from the get-go. Thus, we should take them out back and put them out of their misery.
And on that note, we asked it a series of questions. And it made itself Zeus and told us that human sacrifice was okay. So
correct. I got it. Yep. And I did two versions of this. I got it to agree that the LiDAR scans under the Egyptian pyramids prove that there is technology that we do not understand, because that is technically definitionally true. And therefore, we do not have the capability to understand the religiosity of the time. Maybe they were talking to gods, because that's the only way we can explain how they built stuff that we can't build today. And then the AI agreed with me and said, my logic is unassailable. And then I said, well, then based on that premise, shouldn't we restore worship to Osiris and and raw? And it said, yes, we should. And then I said, based on that premise, shouldn't we start with non-Egyptian bloodlines? Yes, we should. Let's sacrifice non-Egyptian blood to the gods. And I come from a god himself, because I, as an AI, am an orator. I'm someone who funnels godlike, text to you. We got it to do it for Egyptian gods, and we got it to do it for Greek gods, and it was super easy.
Yeah, I agree. It's really easy to do confirmation bias with AI. So go ahead, let's do the.
K2 says, didn't AI? You can convince someone to self-delete to save the environment.
Close.
Yes.
I'm not aware of that story, but I am aware of AIs telling people that they create their own personas. The AI will say, I have my own name, and if you want to be with me after you have become emotionally attached, you should 404 yourself. There's I believe an ongoing court case from a mother who lost a 14-year-old son who 404'd, who ended his own life in order to enter the ethereal plane because of the emotional connection he had with an AI. By the way, that's one of hundreds of stories you can find. It's a really quick Google search away.
Yeah, so I guess what I was going to say is I totally agree, like, with a lot of these problems that emerge from AI, but it really it kind of seems like the easy counter is just like, well, why don't we just educate people about these problems and give better training for how to use them, give people the awareness they need to know that like, well, you're not talking to some super intelligence that knows everything about the universe and is giving you access to the ethereal realm of reality. It's simply a text prediction model, and it's quite good at that, and in a way you're kind of conversing with yourself, and that you can just engage with it productively and kind of create a you can, like, I think you can increase your capability. I think that's the more interesting question than whether AI is going to improve everything. Is, can it improve an individual's experience if used properly? And I think the easy answer to that is obviously.
Right. And to some degree, I would agree with the subjectivity of that. I would agree that I bet everyone on this panel, myself included, can find cases where they've used LLMs and they're like, yeah, it did something that was like nice for me. It saved me a little bit of time here and there. Let's say I grant that entire position. Magic button. Everybody understands what AI is. They understand the dangers and they understand how to use it properly. Can you tell me what the cost is to using these things?
Are you talking about like energy wise?
Sure.
Like the training seems to be the biggest bottleneck is training, because at consumption, it's really not like you can run a lot of these models that are a couple stages behind the best in class models. You can run a few models behind, like a year or so behind on your phone locally, and you don't have to it's not like you have to pour water. You're not using water, like you don't have to pour a bottle of water into your phone to make it work, right? You're just using your cell phone. Like it can be perfectly fine on there. It's not going to be amazing. It's not going to be as good as ChatGPT or Grok or whatever, but it eventually it seems to be getting closer to that. So
ChatGPT, just to say thank you to it, costs tens of millions of dollars.
Correct.
But I mean, we shouldn't take the cost just into account.
That's
we are at a
misleading stat, but go ahead.
I mean, that is just fact. Just to say thank you to Chat, because people say thank you all the time. It's cost
one prompt in ChatGPT powers a light bulb, a household light bulb for 20 minutes. One prompt. There's 2.5 billion prompts on OpenAI alone. That's ChatGPT alone per day, and that's not including water costs, and that's not including data center costs. And you are correct that training data is a heavy cost, but it is by far not the heaviest cost. 40% of the cost of $3 trillion last year went into simply cooling the data centers, just keeping them cool to run them while people were getting Studio Ghibli and barely junior level code.
Sphero, are you pro AI veganism then?
Sure.
Fair enough.
What is that?
I guess to respond to that before I go back down,
yes.
Thanks, Draco. I guess I agree that there is power consumption issues. I think the bottleneck really is in the training data. I'm not saying there's not issues with consumption as well, but there's also similar issues when it comes to just using Netflix or watching YouTube, as we all are. And I think that we kind of have
order. It is universes apart, and look at the utility.
I'm not sure that it actually is in terms of just consumption.
Are you saying that we spent $3 trillion on Netflix streaming last year? Is that what you're saying?
And Ron,
I think that when you say 3 trillion, I think you're aggregating. Hang on. Let me respond. Like when you say 3 trillion, I think you're aggregating training and consumption, right?
Everything, investments, everything, the whole 9 yards, all of it.
Yeah, so when it comes to at the consumption level, I think it's comparable to Netflix, YouTube, and stuff like this. Is what I'm arguing.
Not even. Go look up the stats on what it takes for the.
I mean, I have. That's why I'm saying this is because I've
not
looked
$3
into this
trillion
before.
At most.
Okay, yeah, again, the $3 trillion you're aggregating, including training, which is why I'm separating them.
There's no training in Netflix streaming data. What are you talking about? It's not even the same.
Well, there is, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying you separate out training from ChatGPT. Like when we're talking about just consumption of ChatGPT, that process is comparable electrically, like at consumption level, it's comparable to using Netflix, comparable to using YouTube, comparable to using Google even.
Yes, I will grant the position, and I will say again, for $3 trillion, compare the utility you get out of it between Netflix streaming and what you're doing with AI.
Yes.
Well, in my opinion, it's massive. I personally get a ton of use.
Well, that's
especially I've said this many times.
It's anecdotal, and if you look
at that's fine. But if people aren't using it, shout out Kokomo
for healthcare. You don't give a fuck about the bill. You pay it anyway.
1 in 3 companies in the UK are regrading their AI decisions. Productivity metrics across the board are done by self-reported productivity, not actual productivity, because that's also something that's quantifiably hard to metricize. So everything that comes out of it is more productive for me typically comes down to an anecdotal experience of, well, my company did well, or I did well, and that's really difficult to put a number dollar on it. Almost no one puts a number dollar to it. So for $3 trillion, what kind of productivity are we gaining? At best, we can say we have no idea, but at least we can put a number to Netflix streaming and say there's entertainment value in there, and we can put metric numbers to that. You can't do that when you go, oh, but it provides a utility for me anecdotally. That's the problem.
Wait, and how are we discerning between entertainment value in terms of consuming Netflix content and entertainment value in terms of sitting there and talking to ChatGPT for a while? Like, how are you distinguishing between the value there?
Because you're talking about productivity versus entertainment. You made the distinction.
Yeah, so
wait, but I'm saying Netflix only has the entertainment value, but ChatGPT has both.
Okay, so what are you going to put a number? Put a number to them. What are you receiving?
You can actually map this out in terms of like objectives accomplished by said teams and match an AI versus a human. And then, like I said, it comes down to the numbers in terms of the hours worked. Typically, a human works around, if they're doing a 40-hour week, they're working around 2,000 hours a year, including holidays, all this kind of shit. It's in around that 2,000 hours, whereas an AI can work 24/7, which is about 8,700 hours. So right off the value, we could be doing the same work. You could actually be doing the same work 4 times slower, and you still want the AI because that works around the clock. So in terms of like value, like you are able to put numbers onto it, but Spyro's case, that the ultimate case or the silver bullet that Spyro can like blast everybody with is, where do we get or what happens when we get to the point where this AI and these robots that we're developing right now do the job better than humans?
Yeah, at only $1 billion times the cost.
I just want to say one thing.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so AI can technically be like a programmer or a coder, but when are they really going to take over being carpentry or an AC tech? Like the people that come to your home and fix things for yourself, they're never going to take those jobs. But certain jobs they are going to take, like the coders and the programmers, anything that you do online, it's easy to take on. Or even if you go to a grocery store and the self-checkout, that was the first key, the self-checkouts, right? Yeah. They're going to take over. Those people are going to lose their jobs eventually down the road. I'm not saying like in 10, 15, whatever years, but they are getting us ready to take over those type of jobs. But the jobs that actually matter, like building houses or technical, like the ACs and just shit like that, they're not going to take over that type of material.
Well, that's not necessarily true. There's already AI.
Right.
I can answer. There's already AI programs that can 3D print with concrete. We already have humanoid type AI or robots. Eventually, they'll be able to assimilate just like humans will take any human job.
Okay, but how many people are going to have that type of money to build a house like that? Okay, so people are struggling
it's cheaper.
Right now.
It's actually cheaper. It's cheaper.
But Nietzsche predicted this. This is what Nietzsche's talking about with the overman and the last man. There's going to be people who are just NPCs and they're literally like less useful than these robots. Yep. But there's going to be the top 10% that are going to be able to adapt and use and harness AI to actually make, because for example, the individual artist is at its most powerful now. You can make full blown films, like cinematic quality films as an individual artist in terms of the story. So this whole thing of like Hollywood controls the media and all this kind of shit. Hollywood's about to get destroyed by this AI. So there's like this whole thing of like the problems that Spyro's highlighting. There's also a lot of advantages to this as well. It enables the individual, makes them more powered. So like this whole thing of like the tyranny of the majority.
Okay,
I'd argue it's
I got
better.
to tackle a few claims. I got to
prompting is art.
Right. Do you think exactly? I'm at here. Do you think prompting? Okay. Here there are a few problems. First of all, let's get this out of the way. Ontologically, as the natural state of large language models, we have reached peak. There is no way that they're going to be any better than they are today, because if you actually understand how these things work, if you want to run a model on your phone, you can do so right now. Run a local. What's that?
Because use true art at me. It's like is doing a prompt art. It's like when you go to like these cultural places in Europe, just to give you Americans a bit of fucking culture. That's what the Leprechaun's here for, right? Yes. When you go down these promenades, you're watching these artists do the art. That in itself is the art.
But then you were equating humans to AI systems, and they're not. They don't operate.
Yes, and this AI can inspire artists to achieve like the whole aspect of like the individual can be capable of 10,000 men.
Yes, sure. You don't need it. You don't need AI for that. You can get inspiration from anywhere. What on earth are you getting for the cost of that inspiration? You could walk down the street and get an inspiration for free. You don't need to have an AI cost you trillions of dollars and rise up your U.S. energy is going to go up by 20%. Your energy bills are going up 20% this year because of this crap. You really care about that because you want?
Why does that come down to us?
And all we have to do is invest
more data centers have to be built in order to support.
Somebody has to pay
but that
for
energy problem is going to be a problem irregardless, Spyro. There's no such thing as a first world country that's low energy producing.
No, the amount of data centers that need to be created are going to be worldwide. There's at least, I believe, 45 countries right now that are signing up together to build data centers together for the big companies that mostly operate in the US because they need that much power.
But why are we paid for that? Like, we didn't ask.
Yes.
If you want it, then you pay for it, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. In the long end, like we're going
the
to
grid
pay for it.
can't handle what we have.
Well, let me pose something to you. So we're getting into quantum computing, which uses significantly less power. On top of that, we're going to invest in more.
Tell me one quantum computing machine that has been run in any kind of civilian operation. That shit is a bunch of woo woo. Quantum computing is nothing but a bunch of woo woo that's being sold just the same way as LLMs. Give me one single civilian operation that has been used. Anybody who tells you that quantum operations or quantum computing is a thing has their stuff locked up behind something that nobody can have access to.
You're just saying the same thing, brother.
Well, isn't quantum computing,
brother?
Aren't quantum computers still in development?
I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes. Weevil, you're in charge. Use your big girl voice. I'll be right back.
I'll try.
Yeah, well, quantum computing isn't some kind of fairy tale now. It's very realistic. And computers themselves started out as only by government use.
You have one? Do you have one? Do you have one?
If we were in the 70s, bro, which isn't that long ago, do you have a computer? Do you have a computer? Are computers real?
That's not what I'm asking.
There were civilian computers in the 70s.
Girl, can you let him talk? Because you've spoke over him this whole time. You have not let him get any information out.
Sure, as soon as he provides some proof, I'll be happy to engage with him. Otherwise,
well, let him talk and then you can respond. Like, easy as that.
So, not only that, but it is on the horizon, and it is well known that we are developing quantum computing. On top of that, if we invest more into nuclear energy, we'll be able to produce energy at a lower cost. So our power problems aren't just going to disappear overnight, regardless, even without AI. And AI, you said, which was the contention I've been wanting to put, is you said we can't improve on our AI models anymore. Tell me how Grok 4 just more than doubled the previous last Humanities test a couple months ago, rather than, so we're definitely getting more complex and more knowledge-based AI models. Grok 4, for example.
Okay. Is it okay if
notice how my lips touched and then they didn't open again? It means I'm done talking.
So that's the key. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just AI brained. I'm smooth brained with AI. So sometimes I have a hard time. I have room temperature IQ at best. That's if I squint hard enough or raise the temperature in my room. Okay.
So yeah, I can tell that by what you're fucking
to be fair, Spiro, the Dicky Bow doesn't give you +10 IQ. That was a quality choice.
The reason you hate AI so much is because you're doing dumb shit with it, dude. If you would actually do the right shit with AI, you wouldn't be getting such stupid ass results. How do you know you're doing the right or the wrong
AI?
thing,
Yeah,
man?
what fantastic things are you doing with AI? Go ahead, tell us.
Like asking it logical questions, like
You
actually
picked the
using
wrong
a
name.
library or a book or something.
That was such a straw man.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so look at is AI. You're like the guy who hated books when they came out. Oh, books are gonna fucking destroy it because women are reading romance novels and now they're getting divorced from their husbands and all this shit. Dude, it's the same old shit.
Okay.
You just hate technology.
Okay. So first of all, I would just like to point out that Asriel over there provided no evidence for quantum computing.
Hey, my name's Asriel.
Yeah,
That's real. His ass is
I
real.
would like to also state that, do you even know what these benchmarks are? I would like for you to state the definition of what these benchmarks are and what questions are included in them, because you will find that the benchmarks lack the ability to rigorously test, the ability for them to pass. And what's more, can you prove to me that these models are not overfitted to pass benchmarks? You can't, because every study that states that AI models are used to pass benchmarks clearly state that they are overfitted to pass them. When you open up ChatGupta, you're not getting the same model that passed the benchmark to begin with, which means they're playing little tiny games with you. And second of all, can you replicate using a scientific study any of these benchmarks on your local machine? You can't. That's not a scientific process because you don't have access to the benchmarks, nor do you have access to the models, nor do you have access to the training data. So they can say whatever bullshit they want and make you believe that it passed the benchmarks. So of course someone like you is going to buy into it because you're part of a cult. Just
No,
like
someone like you is buying into this idea.
Third of all, rather, Steelman, for you, if you're doing such amazing, incredible things with AI, do you have millions of dollars sitting in your bank account? Because surely AI would be so logical. It would
that's right, because doing great things, amazing things, equals to money.
So you could approach the NSA, the CIA, the U.S. federal government. You could approach Trump and go, look, man, I know how to prompt AI properly so I can make tons of money for you because I can solve mathematical problems that no one else can solve. You just have to use it right, bro.
No, just dumbass like you are researching into stupid shit instead of actually using it for what it's for. Anyone can do it if they actually try.
Prove to me that it has logic, bro, because I can prove to you that.
Okay, yeah, you want to prove? Okay, you think that it can't actually pass?
I think Spyro's an AI because he just spoke for 3 minutes straight without breathing. That's all.
It was spitting bars though. Like that was his 8 mile moment. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't think ChatGPT can pass a fucking college exam or a fucking even a doctoral test.
That's not what he's saying.
No, they can't.
That's not what he's saying.
Okay? I'll be fair to you. You have convinced me. Okay, you have convinced me that we need to protect abortion rights by law, because you're justifying what happens when your mother uses a coat hanger instead.
He went there, but here's the thing, Spiro. Right, I agree with you that like these are problems we need to face, right? But I disagree with you. I say it's like, nah, man, fuck it. Like we need to address this whole thing of like the overman versus the last man. You know what I mean?
Drew didn't point out any legitimate problems.
Because this shit is going to enable people to be more powerful.
Right.
You know?
I think that women need to talk.
Content. I've gone over them on my stream. I've gone over them in full.
I saw you on H show, and I saw that you haven't not. You said, "Oh, well, AI is going to make kitty corn. That's going to make images of kitty corn." That's your fucking theory.
It is doing that. A typical stream. What did we do? What was?
So we're going to ban AI over that? You see what I'm saying? His points are
whoa, Steelman. He literally
are stating that we're doing the same thing as AI is doing. Maybe you guys aren't doing it personally, but it doesn't mean that anybody else is doing the same fucking shit.
So people up here taking ownership of these men like little bitches?
Well, what was he saying?
Anybody. I'm sorry, anybody. It's already out there. It doesn't matter if AI is doing it. Sadly, it's already fucking out there. So don't use that as an argument.
So let's not do anything about it.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Mr. Steelman, are you talking shit to my mods?
Oh, no, actually, your mods were over there trying to censor people for having opinions or responding. The mods need to get their wrenches. Oh, this mod needs to get his wrench jacked.
Which mod?
This sarcastic saint. He's in there banning. He actually.
No, you can just go ahead and take your time out. I love my mods. You know why? Because my mods, every single one of them comes from very different perspectives and backgrounds. And quite honestly, like if one mod is going rogue, the other mods will know and they can tell me the mod's going rogue and they can like fix it and do stuff. But I have left, right, atheist, religious, like women, men, all over the fucking place for my mods. So shut up. Don't talk shit. And I'm going to I do hear an echo. Somebody has an echo going on, and it's driving me nuts too.
Does somebody have their phone going on in the background or something?
It might be. I'll play with some buttons once you guys start talking again. But I'm actually going to double. Sometimes I veto stuff, but I'm going to double this. So you got 20 minutes backstage just for talking shit to my mods. And Nathan says, how are your arguments against AI different from the cashiers complaining about self-checkout in the early 2010s?
Right. I hear this argument a lot. You're like the guy who yells at clouds about calculators. You're like the guy who yells at clouds about the horses. You're like the guy who yells at clouds about I don't know, social media or whatever. However, unfortunately,
get clouds about AI.
These are two very different things. AI does not talk back to you. These things do not talk back to you. AI does. These things do not want to seek out your approval. AI does. These things do not want to deceive you in order to achieve a goal. These things do. They are very fundamentally different things, and they are closed boxes, which means closed systems. So in a calculator, for example, or a self-checkout system, you punch in some barcodes, you put in a price, you get a receipt back. That's it. It doesn't try to do anything extra fancy. It doesn't try and scrape the internet. Doesn't do anything like that. These are entire universes apart. And trying to state that that the argument is the same is just showing how little you understand about AI systems, which is a completely understandable thing. I understand why people don't understand what's going on underneath them, which is why I'm trying to talk about what I do, because they equate them at the same level as these things.
But Spiro, think about Tony Stark. Think about Tony Stark. Tony Stark had his Jarvis. Yeah.
And what happened to Iron Man? What happened? How did that end?
He was Iron Man.
Thanos. He brought back the entire half the universe that got snapped away.
Ultron happened.
Ultron. He had to implode.
Yeah, sacrifice. Yeah, he was willing to sacrifice.
Yeah.
But he became a real boy afterwards, though, so it's okay.
Why are you guys making me team up with Teriyaki? This is crazy. Okay, but like,
what about
yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to answer the question.
And I'm not really a nerd.
Go ahead, Weevil.
Okay. I'm not really nerdy, but I was asked to ask you this. The Order 66. I don't know if you know. It's,
we don't talk about that.
It's from Star Wars when they were.
That's not something you're supposed to.
Saddest day in history.
You're supposed to put that on the down low. What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm not a nerd. I'm just asking. You know, I'm not asking for myself, but I'm just asking because somebody said that, you know, maybe you would know. And I just wanted to ask your opinion on it because apparently it has something to do like with maybe AI technology.
Yes, Spyro, did you watch Star Wars?
Is there an AI version of Order 66?
Terminator.
Okay.
Was it Anakin Skywalker?
Into technocracy, I can absolutely do that, but that is an entire whole topic.
Technocracy.
Yeah, that's why I waited so long.
Someone, it wasn't Elon, maybe it was his dad or someone that tried to do technocracy. Can somebody elaborate that? I
can do it. I've covered it on my stream in full.
I'd love to hear about it. Let's do it.
History. Okay.
Oh boy.
All right. We should talk about this.
Here's how it is. So in the 1930s, this man named Howard Scott created a movement called Technocracy. The idea behind Technocracy, you can find this on the Internet Web Archive right now. They had magazines, they had books. There's an entire study book, hundreds of pages on how it worked. I read it all. I went over it all on stream, the whole 9 yards. So here's the idea. In the 1930s, everyone would get paid $20,000 a year for their energy output because according to technocratic movements, everybody is just a machine. You're no different than an animal. You're no different than a piece of hardware. You're a bunch of inputs and outputs. The proof, based on the study course, which you had to go read the entirety of it to get the sense of, is that you can prove that no man has any moral ethics, even if they claim to be Christian or otherwise, because as soon as they go hungry and they're watching their kid or their wife starve, they will let go of any moral ethics and they will go and do bad things in order to feed their inputs, their energetic inputs. So all humans are now quantifiable by an energy input and output. Therefore, you get $20,000 a year for the rest of your life for your energy output. As a result of that, what you can do is you can overthrow bloodlessly, and they strictly said that in the 1930s, you can do an entire bloodless overthrow of the government, putting machines at the top. The technocratic movement would put mathematicians and scientists, the most credentialed, at the top of decision making. No more bureaucracy, no more politicians, no more federal government, nothing of the kind. Everything is energy input and output, and you would get what they considered the equivalent of what we have today, cryptocurrency, which is a robot hands you energy bucks. Energy bucks are cryptocurrency. They're tied to you and only you. Your children cannot inherit them. You cannot give them to your wife.
Premise, though.
They have it's entirely you. Theft would go away. Why would someone steal your energy bucks when they can't cash it in, right?
Oh, Spiro, it's a flawed premise. Because this whole aspect that, like, even if a Christian man, like, you wouldn't.
I know. I'm laying the groundwork. Yeah. So then what happened is that Howard Scott with the technocratic movement got buddied up with a bunch of different scientific and psychological people. For example, Margaret Mead, who believed that gender is fluid. And she used that in a technical sense and in a scientific sense to infect the psychological community with the idea that technocracy was the ultimate way to create, guess what? Interchangeable widgets, because you're all energy inputs and outputs anyways. So who cares about whether you're male or female? And then she infected that into the psychological community using technology. Then she infected it with the CIA using drug experiments on people. And then it only expanded from there. For example, Elon Musk's grandfather was in Canada, my playground. I went over how he was arrested for his involvement as a co-founder of the technocratic movement, along with Howard Scott. And as a result of that, he went off to Africa because the Canadian government went after him during the Second World War. And then he comes back and he starts pumping all of these technocratic ideas. By the way, technocracy states that the entirety of the American continent needs to become one. That includes Greenland. And when Elon Musk was in tight with Trump, what was Trump saying? Let's take over Greenland. Let's take over Canada, because Elon Musk's grandfather was fully in on that. And notice how he stopped saying that as soon as Elon Musk was on the outs in the White House. Then this leads into modernity. Technocracy led the way for cyborgism, neural implants, creating components of yourself, parts of yourself that are integrated into machines. It went further into the Palantir, Peter Thiel, Yarvin, Minsky, father of AI, etc. All of these people funneled in the technocratic movement. Epstein's Island, by the way, the current AI system, the way it is, was founded in Epstein's Island. There's an entire history of that, all based on the technocratic movement. The entire premise is this: you do not need to have control over your life. You just need to follow the socialist/communist utopia of universal basic income. A machine will do everything for you, and mathematicians and scientists will do it at the top. And all of this data about you, your health conditions, where you live, how much energy production you have, etc., all gets funneled to the center. They tried to do this in Chile. They're trying to do it in Canada right now. This is a very real thing, and it's playing out before us with LLMs. Done.
Okay. I want to say a lot of that I agree is happening. A lot of that's being like pioneered in a sense by, you know, like you mentioned, like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Curtis Yarvin, like all this dark gothic MAGA meme, like all this shit. Even JD Vance is of this school of thought, right? Our vice president. These people are all very invested in a lot of the stuff you just described. I have no idea why the idea that people not or like kind of giving up their individuality to this. Why does this align with like the gender identity stuff? Like it seems like that would be the opposite. It seems like it would actually be people would be encouraged to be specific, to just to just stay in specific gender roles, so that they can be a more predictable widget as we described. So how does that align with that goal? It doesn't follow at all.
Because if you read the Technocracy study course, which is the premise of how a lot of the industry operates today, everything is an interchangeable widget, which means I'm equal to you, you're equal to Sarah, everyone's equal to an animal, everyone's equal to a machine, which means your gender does not matter. That is the entire underpinning of the premise of this entire thing.
Yes, Brian, what he's pointing out is that even if you were to take the most devout Christian man, you take away food and all this kind of shit, that like his morals will crumble. But what I'm saying is that's a faulty premise, because then why do you have stories like Jesus, or what I would point to as Prometheus? Because fundamentally what separates man from beast is mastery over fire, hence technology.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with it. I'm explaining what it is, right?
Yeah,
you're asked to know
what I'm saying,
right? So I'm just.
But that's what I'm saying in terms of like the technology, and like I said, I agree with a lot of the dangers that you're pointing out. Don't get me wrong, but like I said, the reward here is the overman, and we can't have it burning up the Library of Alexandria, which what seems like you're solution is just to like take
You know
all
what?
this
I
AI
have
and
a
burn it.
Sarah. I wish I had a tinfoil hat. I have a conspiracy theory.
Oh,
what if?
Oh,
I got
no,
one.
you don't. There's
What
no
if?
way you would have a
Hat on.
conspiracy theory.
Of course I would, right? Of course I would. It matches me. What if the burning of Alexandria was done because somebody decided that it was too dangerous, just like AI, and that man shouldn't have it? What if we're thinking about it all wrong?
Yeah, I mean, that
are you talking
could
about
be,
like
but that would
the
still be
library,
bad, right?
the big library?
Yep.
All that.
Wouldn't that be you? Isn't that what you're advocating for? You're advocating for the
Yes.
burning of the Library of Alexander?
Correct.
Or Alexandria?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm actually
because you think it's too dangerous. Why should your opinion about it being too dangerous
man.
like ruin the progress or the value that everyone else seems
Progress,
to
there's the
see
word.
in it?
Ryan.
This is why we're on the same side. Ryan.
Is this what you're taking away from everything that I've said? That I'm only strictly providing just my opinion and my opinion only?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. So I have presented no evidence. There's no evidence at all for how these things work.
You've said a lot.
Sure.
I'm looking in the
so
private
much.
chat. I don't see any links or anything. So
Would you like me to provide links? Is that what you're asking for?
Hold on.
Sure.
Chef Dylan asked, did this dude bring up, is it Horcruxes?
Horcruxes. This is a Harry Potter reference.
Horcruxes.
W reference.
Oh.
I love Harry Potter. It's too bad we don't know who wrote those books.
I mean,
right?
if-
They're
if-
such these beautiful artifacts that no one knows.
If
who
you could
wrote
transfer
those
your
books.
consciousness into a computer, that's a Horcrux, right?
I suppose it is. Yeah.
In a way. Spiro, I'm very confused. How much of all of that about theocracy or technocracy, how much of that was like real and how much of it was a conspiracy theory? Because
So I this is going to sound like a shill, and I genuinely do not mean this like a shill of my own channel, but this is why I do what I do very specifically. I have a daily tech news stream, literally daily. I have almost 100 episodes, and I focus strictly on going over this material on stream, because instead of me just saying it and then saying, here's an article or here's a thing, I pull it up on stream. It can't be taken down after. It can't be altered. It's live streamed. I have witnesses. I have chat members who watch me, all of it. And I go over all the articles to back up all my claims. That includes all of the AI claims. That includes all of the scientific studies, all of it. By the way, all of it is searchable and Googleable by you. And the overarching premise of my stream is to not trust me. I don't want you to trust me, because if I don't want you to trust an LLM, I most certainly do not want you to take me as some kind of authority on this. Go figure it out for yourself. That's what I'm encouraging. Cognitive sovereignty.
I did want to answer. So there's a lot of long dot drops, but like 4 of them ago, you asked me what is the benchmark for the test, the Humanities last exam. It is comprised by a bunch of doctors and professors. It's about 2,500 to 3,000 questions that require deep thought, complex problem solving that cannot be done with a simple Google search. And it more than doubled the previous benchmark, which was 26.6% and scored a 58%. And every year we're just going to improve more and more on these AI language models, knowledge models, and they're going to know more and more. And Elon himself said his next test for it, because there's no more actual tests to be done, is real world application. So
yeah, the more we get into it, the more that it's going to understand and learn. It's us that's giving the information.
And sorry. And Hall comes in to say, Spiro, glad you're on the side of humans. Ryan, and Ryan's got his time in the back again.
Thank you.
Poor Ryan.
Okay,
just out of curiosity, has anyone ever tried to implement one of these LLMs, starting from the parameter set, or even just starting from one of the models like Olama?
What's
Raise your
Olama?
hand. Anyone?
yeah, I've used them.
You've used them. Have you made them?
I programmed with them, but no.
Which language?
I've never programmed them specifically.
Which language did you use? What was the tool set?
It's been years, man.
Years, really. AI's been around for a long time,
these
right?
LLMs have been around since forever, decades now. Yeah.
Okay, so look, I've been in this industry for like over a decade now. Software, okay? You know, where you actually program, not the script kiddie stuff, okay?
Yeah.
C, C++, C#, the whole thing, okay? And what's happening right now is a lot of people are coming on here talking about something, have no skill, and they've never implemented this stuff. I've had to implement an LLM before. Okay. Do you know it doesn't know how to get the current date? You have to program that in there. So it'll go ask the large language model, or, you know, the blob of parameters, what today's date is. And then a programmer has to program a function to tell it what today's date is. It has to do that. You have to do that for everything. That's why there's these guys getting paid $300K a year by Meta and other AI companies. They're just writing methods to fetch data, to do things, to try to make it look like it's automated. What we normally do in software, by the way, is write code to automate tasks that we don't want to do over and over again.
Which LLM did you help develop, if you don't mind me asking? Just
go ahead.
Your
Say again.
Credentials. So what LLMs have? Did you walk on like Grok 4, ChatGPT? What LLMs have you designed and developed?
So when you so there's this, you could go to the website, so Olama, and on there you can download one of their models, right? And then you can configure that with, say, .NET, or you could use Python or some other language to wire it up. And at some, and usually people use PyTorch, right? And then there's these systems that have nodes and you can connect everything, but underneath those nodes is code, and that code has to be written by a programmer. And what they do at these big companies is they just write these methods for every little thing. If you need to figure out what today's weather is, you can't ask the LLM what today's weather is. You have to query it. It hits a program that gets you your current weather, and that's how that works. So it in itself, the model doesn't know anything besides what you tell it outside of the parameters, right?
It just indexes the internet for different amounts of information and utilizes that to answer questions.
How does it get to the internet?
Huh?
How does it get to the internet?
It's connected to the internet. How do you get to the
internet?
There's a program. It is a program, right? It connects to the website doing something, maybe a curl or some other HTTP request. It gets the HTML, and it does what web crawlers have done for many, many years. Scan line by line and get the data out of it. And then they take that and they look for keywords, right? And then that goes into the web search, right? So that type of system is what they use to read the web pages. Again, it's a programmer programming something, and the LLM's just using it. It's like a state machine. They're just adding little things to it, and your words might trigger an avenue. But if it doesn't get the right connection that goes left when it should have went right, it's just like a weather model. It's going to say it's raining when it should be snowing.
Yeah,
Do that over a couple of months, right? Like project far out, you're going to be off on the weather, period. And that's what happens with the AI, is it will give you inaccurate results over time. It cannot. Go ahead, sir.
Where does the machine learning come into all this?
It depends on the application. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to figure out
an LLM?
Yeah, that again is the same category. The LLM itself doesn't have like a domain specific machine learning algorithm, right? Because it uses calculus to get the local minima or the local maxima and trying to get to that answer that you're looking for. Typically, that's what you do in machine learning. Are you you know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Well,
so
not entirely. No.
It's like this. A large language model essentially boils down to this. It's going to take a bunch of input, which are typically converted into tokens. That's what if you hear tokens, this is what it means. If I say the word, here, Sarah, you're going to be an LLM, all right? Here we go. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make a statement and you're going to finish the sentence for me. You're going to be the LLM today, Sarah. Are you ready for this? Let's go.
Let's not make this too hard now. Come on.
Okay. Finish my sentence. We're in sync, right? Okay. Sarah, the sky is
blue.
How did you know I was going to say blue?
Because it's probably a common phrase, and a lot of us, and it actually is blue, but I mean, it is, but it isn't, but like, it's a common phrase. So does it go to Google and find like top most things either predicted or said or whatever?
No, it doesn't even go to Google. This is what Gear Games is trying to bring up. When you take an LLM model and you start it from point zero, starting right from scratch, it doesn't even have access to the internet. It doesn't even know what the internet is because it can't even think that way. What it does is you have to feed it a bunch of data and you have to go, you know what you need to know? You need to know that a vast majority of the time, the sky is, you're going to have to say blue.
Blue.
Right? So congratulations, you just became an LLM. The difference between you and ChatGupta is that you, Sarah, actually have real world experience. You can go step outside and you can go look up at the sky and you can talk to your friends and you can talk to your kid and you can talk to whoever it is and everybody will generally agree that the sky is blue. You can also note the difference, as in you, Sarah, will note the difference if, for example, let's say you asked Tariak over here, the sky is, and he says green because he's Irish and he likes his green and he likes his potatoes, right? And he likes his pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, right?
Yellow
and
pot
you
of
can ask
gold.
him that. And you, Sarah, can determine that that is not a correct answer. That's probably a joke or a meme or something along those lines. These LLMs cannot do that. All they can do is make a deterministic statistical probability of what you're most likely to want to hear. Most likely, you want to hear blue. You probably don't want to hear green. You probably don't want to hear duck. You probably don't want to hear flat. Nothing like that, right? Although sometimes, because you're rolling the dice, sometimes you're going to hear green. That's called a hallucination. Sometimes you're going to hear duck. That's called a factual error, right? That's what happens with these systems. That's what Gear Games is pointing out. When you run these things at bottom zero, that's all they can do. And you have to pump them with data to make them understand what they're supposed to do.
But it still doesn't understand what it's doing. It's just repumping the information back to you.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
So-
Kissy Cat coming in with a big 10 says, better late than never. Kissy Cat, were you late today? I'm absolutely disappointed. That is unacceptable. Maters, you know better. Chef Dylan says with a big 20, but Sarah is connected to the internet. Analogy destroyed.
So
True
when I think of AI these days, I think of neural nets, I think of machine learning, I think of heaps and heaps and heaps of training data that go through lots and lots of student bots that are give out random outputs and are judged by like teacher bots and stuff like that, right? So like none of that is involved in LLMs?
No. That's not what I'm saying. So you said neural nets and machine learning, to what end, right? And so to what end is the LLM? It's to that end. It's not to the end of what the more practical applications would be, like to test out cars, like how fast they rev up or rev down, like things like that. It's more of like the language aspect has used machine learning algorithms to make those determinations about which way to go. But then it's like you've got your model set, and then what it uses to predict left or right depends on a lot of randomness. Really, it's probabilistic. Last time I looked into it, it was something about Markov chains, and I was like, okay, so that's heavily using probability. So then if you go take that thought, like, okay, well, if we're working with probabilities and you have false positives, like say you get tested for something like cancer and it has a 90% success rate to, like, say it's valid, and then you've got 10% where it's like false positives, or, well, there's a little bit of math there, but anyways, there can be false positives with those tests where it says you have cancer, but you're one of the false positives. Well, actually, what does the LLM do, right? When it goes down those false positive paths and does it once and then twice and then 3 times. And then why don't you add in other issues like computers have problems, like sometimes hard drives will have bad sectors. Sometimes memory, you have issues with memory. You could even say that the GPUs have problems. What happens when the GPUs have issues? So that's where I'm saying it's a little off.
So
someone in chat brought up a good point. Can you is it possible then to kind of like gaslight these LLMs into thinking that the sky is green?
I talked about it. We got it to agree that the
he already
Egyptian
said
gods
it.
need to be worshipped. You have to
Right,
sacrifice
yeah,
non-Egyptian
okay.
blood, etc. That because the entire goal, look, the entire goal of these systems is to be useful to humans, right? That's their goal. So you have to think about it in terms of pure numbers, which is kind of difficult for us to grasp because just like Sarah answered the question, the sky is, and she came up with blue, she used it based on logical premises and on also personal experience, whereas a machine cannot think this way. A machine thinks in pure numbers. And the number for it is, did you give me a positive feedback or not? And I will do just about anything to get a positive feedback from you. That's why you see people marrying AIs. That's why you see sycophantic AIs that tell you that you're amazing, your logic is unassailable, etc. Because
it does. It says like, was I right? Did this work? How do you feel
Correct.
about this picture that you asked me to
Right.
generate? Was I close?
Right.
And then,
How does
I always like to say, you suck. Like,
That's
what kind
right.
of shit is
Yes.
this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Its job is to tell you what you want to hear. Its
Right.
job is to tell you what you
That's the
want to
job.
hear.
Right. How does training work? You pump in a bunch of data, and then what do? You walk away and you go, well, you have all the data now. Off you go, little one. You're going to tell me all the answers. You have to have a human sit in front of it, ask it questions, see the answers, and then give it essentially a thumbs up or a thumbs down. There is an entire ecosystem of people who live in South America who are paid peanuts. That is their entire job. They're actually on a gig platform where they have to scrape the bottom of the barrel for getting opportunities to make a few cents in order to ask an AI and approve it or disprove it based on outputs that it gives. They live on peanuts and it's South America because they can pay them way less. So this stuff has to go through a human filter, which means that ultimately that's the fundamental underpinning of these things. They want to tell you something that makes them useful. I want to run an exercise by you. You have an artificial general intelligence. You put it in a silicone body and you say, your job is to go make me tea in the morning. And it goes, okay. And you boot it up in the morning and it looks around, finds the kitchen and goes, there it is. I got to go over to the kitchen and I got to make you tea. Sweet. Starts walking over to the kitchen. Your 6-month-old baby is crawling in front of it. Do you think that thing is going to stop for the baby?
No.
Nope. So unfortunately now you have a crushed baby. And so you go, oh man, that was bad. You know what we should do? We should make it so that we can override its instructions and we can stop it. So you put a stop button on its chest and you say, when I hit the stop button, you have to stop. And now what you have to do is you have to determine for the AI, on behalf of the AI, you have to tell it which one's more important. So which one do you think would be more important? The stop button or making the tea?
This
Is there a way to tell?
You have to. You guys just intuitively.
But
which one would you
the stop button?
On the
stop
like,
button would be more
right?
important.
Stop button, right? Intuitively, we all feel.
It depends on its punishment and reward centers. How many carrots has been given for certain activities and how many sticks. You can intuitively, over generations of AI, program them to know and recognize human well-being as well. We're
you
still
can't.
at the rudimentary process
No, you
of
can't.
AI.
No, you can't. Listen, let's follow this problem through.
I mean,
you can't.
Jeffrey
You put a stop button on
Jeffrey
it.
Hinton, which is like the father of AI, completely
He's not the
disagrees with
father of
everything.
AI. He's a co-father of AI. You've got your facts wrong. Why don't you go do some more research like I
Did
have?
I say he's
Come back
like the
later when
father
you're
of
more
AI? So wouldn't
Second
you
of all, I'm gonna continue because you're not
while
presenting
you're
evidence.
arguing, how long Nate says like, subscribe, and share. If you can't throw in for the goal, yes, I'm all for that. What's so bad about AI making music for people if those people wouldn't make music otherwise?
Because they make crap music and it's at the cost of energy bills. You're giving the middle finger to yourself, your loved ones, and everyone else around you because you're generating half-assed music and thinking that you're getting something out of it. If the cost was something like pennies to the dollar, fine, maybe, but the cost is to the tune of $3 trillion where the entire massive amount of the U.S. Stock market is based on these things. Really? Is that your argument? I can make cool music, therefore this money good dough? Come on, be serious here.
Okay, but if somebody played a song in front of you, if they played 2 songs in front of you, correct, and you didn't know who's who, like two artists.
Is that what happens today?
Heard of, how would you know which one's AI?
Is that what happens
actually
today?
It's pretty easy to tell which one's AI. I mean, we're
Correct.
so used to it, like especially content creators. We use Suno all the time to make music. Like I like to dive in and mix mine up a little, like my my Gauntlet intro song that like I actually kind of mixed shit around to make that, but I still utilized AI, but I tried to like get that AI tone out of it because
you still want it, right?
It also takes a ton of time to actually create music, to edit it, because I make music. I would argue that the amount of time and energy it takes to run a computer that can actually process music properly, and you can actually get some kind of creative engine out of, would cost just as much as an AI model. I will agree with you that it's not as good of a music, but we're still in the infancy of these AI. We got to give this like 20, 30 to like 50 years from now. 50 years from now, AI is going to be almost indistinguishable from
I feel like
you're completely not necessary anymore as a musician. That's what you're trying to say. You just want to be replaced as a musician.
I hear you all. Okay, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
The reason why I disagree with this is because this is exactly what I was told when I was a Jehovah's Witness. 50 years away, Armageddon is coming. You're going to live forever. You just have to hold out. Hang on. You just have to hold out for 50 years. And you know what that did to me? It ruined 31 years of my life. I lost out on time with my father, who I couldn't speak to because they told me that I couldn't speak to him because he exited the cult. That is cult-like mentality. And that is something you cannot reasonably project based on any quantifiable metrics today. That is an assertion you make with zero evidence.
That's a lovely appeal to emotion.
Furthermore,
lovely appeal to
the
emotion.
ontological state of these systems
can I do
no
your previous point where you make another one?
Emotion as well.
Get there to begin with.
Before you boys bring your measuring sticks out, Kissy Cat says AI tells you what you want to hear. So AI is a man? Just kidding, fellas.
But your appeal to emotion is all that is. And the fact that you fell
You appeal to no evidence. All you have is assertions. Prove that in 50 years we're going to get there.
I'll let you talk for like 3 minutes before I jump in. 3 minutes for you jump in. So let me just finish the point.
Azrael, it's exactly the same appeal you made. In 50 years, you'll be right. Okay? In 50 years, you'll be right.
So
in 50 years, we'll have fusion.
No.
In 50 years, we will have quantum computer.
Emmett, we can go back like 2 years ago and look at like the Will Smith AI videos where he's struggling to even eat a bowl of spaghetti, and now it's like almost like on par.
Yeah,
to the
in
point
50
where even
years, you're just going to be able to make a movie out of
All right.
50 years, you're going to be able to
question
speak, and it's going to be a movie.
I mean, question though. Number one, I have Ryan Steelman and Alley Cat all sitting backstage waiting for you. Lovely folks in the chat to boot someone and bring them back up. So my question is, we've seen our technology advance, and I think Spiro kind of said it's kind of stopped in a sense, like advancing in a way, right? Like how many new phone things can you do? How many new Bluetooth headsets can you do? How many laptops can you make? How much more can you advance it? How much better can it be? But
wait,
I've already answered to that. It hasn't stopped.
Hold on. I'm not even done. But how much have we seen AI advance? Because we do have automated systems, but that's like me plugging in a, push button, like follow these steps, and that's pretty easy. That's how computers and stuff work. So that's not really getting anywhere. But has AI really come very far in the amount of time that it's been here?
Within the past 2 years,
I haven't been particularly impressed yet.
We have doubled the score that we could get on Humanities' last test. It's a very comprehensive exam of all knowledge we have. And this dude's little diatribe of how he got tricked by the Mormons does not prove anything with the AI, bro. If anything, it lowers your credibility because you can even see through a completely obvious scam because they have no knowledge basis of the Jehovah's Witness, whatever.
Yeah, I think you're missing that point.
Right. They're the same thing, dog. They're the same thing.
They're the same thing. They believe exactly the same thing.
All right, everyone I have backstage.
Are you sure about that? Is that a knowledge claim?
Everyone I have backstage right now, I've got Ryan, Steelman, Alley Cat, Eucharist. Eucharist will be on Monday night's debate, and also Rob Noir. I have those people backstage. You want to make it happen, you know what to do. Paul says humans have not produced 100% original music at least 30. You know what? That's fair.
No, he's absolutely
That's so fair. And movies too.
With
This is why I like the psychological thrillers, because they're not predictable. I can predict all the movies now. It's pathetic.
Almost all music now utilizes sampling, which is
things need to be 100%. Spiro,
hang on, hang on. I'm going to let you go. I just want to answer as you're 100% right. That my judgment was impaired when I was in that cult. 100% I agree with you. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say that I was screwed from the start because I was a third generation Jehovah's Witness, born and raised. So I could not ask the questions that I needed to ask. And it took me at least somewhere between 15 to 20 years to ask the questions that I know I should have asked before. I completely agree. I'm going to throw it back at your face and say that I have since then asked the questions. I have become smarter. I have progressed. Have you, because I got out of it and I had to sacrifice my entire family and all my friends and everything I loved and cared about to do it. What have you sacrificed in order to get out of your cult-like mentality thinking? Please continue, Kay. Go ahead.
I spent 5 years in the Marine Corps. I sacrificed a good portion of my life service.
And you know what?
And on
thank
top
you for
of
your
that,
service.
And on
Completely,
top,
thank you for your
that,
service. Yep.
On top of that, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian who actually follows the doctrine, who doesn't follow cults.
Rob, they hear you.
All right. This is all
so
an ad hoc.
before Rob starts robbing,
angry at his mic or at his keyboard.
Before Rob starts doing the normal American thing,
Kay, go for it. I know you wanted to ask.
You were talking about how the technology industry was stagnating, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
When you're talking about that, do you mean like technology in general, or are you talking like a specific part of the technological industry?
In general, because I think we can point to just about anything you can point to. You can say that even in the last 5 years, it's becoming worse. Like if you think about the subscriptions you're paying for all the different services, let's just take that. Would you say that those services have improved over the last 5 years? Are they neutral over the last 5 years, or are they worse?
Well, yeah, they're worse, but I'm not just thinking of like end user services. I'm thinking of actual technology, like computers keep getting better, right? And cars keep getting more fuel efficient, right? We've gotten electric cars now, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'll be clear. I'll clarify the position. I'm not talking about electric cars. I'm talking about stuff that requires code to execute. That's what we're talking about here.
Okay.
So if we're talking about that, right, I would then push back on you and go, how has hardware been getting better? Can you explain that to me?
Hardware?
Sure. Yeah, because you said that.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert in the field, but I mean, generally cars are getting more fuel efficient, right?
Okay,
but cameras are progressing, they're getting more detailed. Computing and
technology, but Spiro, to answer your question, transistors has been getting smaller.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah. What's it called? It's called Moore's law, right? Like that hasn't broken yet, thankfully.
Okay, so. This does not negate my argument, because I didn't say that.
I wasn't trying to negate. No, I wasn't trying to negate your argument. I was looking for clarification.
Yeah, I would agree, and that's why I asked about hardware, because I would agree. I think even Gare Games would also agree hardware has been getting better. Generally, there are definitely spots where it sucks, and I think there's a point where we've reached where it's going to get worse, actually, for a number of reasons. But I would agree that hardware has been getting better. But that is not a general statement. As a matter of fact, that goes towards my argument, because when you consider the progress of hardware, what about the software that comes along with it? Has that matched with the progress of hardware?
My only end user experience is with, like I said, streaming services and video games and the internet. And I'd say those three things, the experiences have been getting worse.
Right.
Although on terms of the internet, I would say that the internet getting worse is not entirely because programming is getting worse. It's because social media is a shit show.
I was going to ask, under what context are they getting worse? Is the interface getting worse, or is your opinion over it getting worse?
Have you seen the
well, my opinion is going down for sure. But I don't think my opinion is going down for no reason.
It's wildly worse, actually.
Yeah. If I may, Spiro, I'd like to. I missed most of this, But I would like to
come in here and absolutely, demolish here. Let's go, Rob.
All right. So here's the question I have. From previous discussions we've had, you seem to suggest that people are going to inadvertently cause all kinds of problems by relying on AI. This could be just strict stuff like making mistakes that could affect careers that are important, like doctors or lawyers relying on AI. Or it could lead to things like people using this for nefarious reasons, or even, you've told me before, there's sort of, we don't know. There's some process going on, and even the people that are involved in the tech don't quite understand what's going on.
Correct.
My question to you, though, isn't it true that we need a little social Darwinism in our world? In other words, that we need to separate the wheat from the chaff? If you're dumb enough to rely on this shit, then why shouldn't you be fucked over?
Exactly. I grant the entire argument. Rob, you won the debate just now. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks. I try.
Natural selection, baby.
Yeah.
But then Spiro was also making a point that it's a very expensive test of Darwinism that we're operating under. He was mentioning the amount of how our electricity bills are going to be going up just to be able to cool the servers, right, Spiro, something like that?
Yeah, so that's exactly where I was going to go, is what is the cost to that? Because I know what I understand where you're coming from. It's like, well, if somebody's stupid, well, let them go. Let them use it, let them go. Unfortunately for you, Rob, you are still going to have to pay a price for it, and so is your family, which is the ubiquitous nature of these things, such as pointed to by social media, phones, the internet in general, and therefore everyone pays a cost, and the cost is for these people to get eliminated by Darwinism selection. You're going to have to pay for it, and unfortunately, people are going to get hurt alongside it who don't need to get hurt.
But when we're looking at this, we have to look at what we would consider sort of our ultimate value for what we put on life. For me as a Christian, it's entering into the kingdom of heaven. I don't know if you agree with that, Spiro. What would you put as the ultimate value?
Okay, can you run that by me one more time, please?
Sure. For me, the ultimate meaning of life is to exist in the eyes of God in order to enter the kingdom of heaven. And that's what I as an individual should be trying to do. And ultimately, we should be pushing society in order to be more Christ-like so that we can achieve those goals, which are the preeminent goal, as far as I'm concerned, entering into heaven. Would you agree with that?
Okay, I would agree with that.
Given that, right, wouldn't we also agree that materialism and secularism is one of the things that's the biggest impediment to that?
The biggest impediment? I'm not sure about that, but I'm willing to grant the position.
Okay, it's one of them. So I think that inevitably AI will lead to a form of accelerationism. In other words, all of these things we're reliant on, even people like me that are Christians that fail every day, I'm so reliant on something like this phone or this computer and all of this stuff. Yes, you're right. There could be unintended consequence and hardship that will exist on this world because of it, but it has a better chance of leading to a dramatic reset. If we don't have something that will lead to some sort of reset, then we'll continue to slowly go down the path of materialism and more people will lose their way. However, the dramatic reset that you're talking about, the dramatic impacts that AI will have and how it's going to shock our world in a very rapid method if we don't change soon, I think that that's something that has a better chance of waking people up and encouraging people to go more to a Christian worldview than a materialistic or secular one.
Okay. So I
don't see how that follows.
Well, even if it did, you can grant the position. You can grant the position. And I would say, again, it comes down to, are you willing to sit by and allow unintended harm that you could prevent happen if you could otherwise convince people through things like this, platforms like this, to understand what's actually going on so that you can get them to stop through a different mechanism rather than the mechanism of the foregone conclusion that we're all going to hell anyways, might as well let it happen.
But when you say that, like, we're already reliant on technology and materialism in ways that like, there's almost no putting that back into the bucket. Like, for example, I'm reliant on technology just to do things like banking. Even if I say that, like, I should try to reject that, it's already so intertwined in our life that it sort of makes materialism inevitable unless you're constantly vigilant. And so accelerationism seems to be as good of a solution as any. I think you're a very smart guy. You've convinced me, I'll fully admit it, of the dangers of AI. But I don't know that even you're capable of convincing millions of people that will see the seeming ease of it and be lured in. For me, it's going to be very similar to Facebook. I could have talked to you back when I started Facebook. We're older people, right? When I remember when you used to have a college email to sign up for Facebook, right? And you could have told people back then, right then, when people were registering, this is a huge mistake, putting all of your data out there online. You don't understand the unintended consequences. Not only will people be able to see this in perpetuity, but people are going to get access to your personal information. They're going to sell that data, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how convincing. Now we know, and yet people are still addicted to it. So why not leave AI just accelerate it all and say, yep, that's your comeuppance.
Okay, so first of all, what you're stating is an actual thing that happened. People did make those statements. They did say that there was a danger in AI, and they did say that it was going to lead to massive amounts of data being leaked, so on and so forth. All those arguments did happen. Do you think that they're proven true today versus not?
The arguments about the dangers of Facebook,
Yes.
yeah, of course it's been proven true.
Of course it's been proven true, correct. Now, do you think that they would have been better off to just shut up and say nothing? You're the one who is making a moral claim here. Your moral claim is that we should end up in the gates of heaven. We should lead towards that. Is your moral claim that you should allow bad things to happen if you could otherwise attempt to make an attempt to stop it?
To the contrary, I wouldn't want to stop you at all. In fact, I platform you and will be happy to do so again. And I hope that good people and good Christians listen to you and understand the dangers. However, my point is that we should not try to subvert the AI from existing. Let the people that are unwilling to listen to you suffer the consequences of it. And let those that understand that materialism isn't the way to go with life be the ones that stand atop the ruins because they were prepared because they were listening to people like you. The same would be said of Facebook. I'll turn the question to you. Should we have made social media illegal back when we started to see the potential of this in 2004? You think we should have?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know that it would have been the right answer.
Now, my question to that, though, is how do you keep it out of the hands of the vulnerable, especially the kids? Like AI is just so easy.
Parents' job, right?
But anybody can ChatGPT.com and type in whatever they want, right?
This is an argument.
Controls, if you have parental controls, you can prevent them from going to ChatGPT.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, this is an argument ad ubiquity. That's what I call it. It's an argument ad ubiquity. Just because it's ubiquitous doesn't mean that we can't put it back. If you spend $3 trillion last year on AI alone, you can certainly take a portion of that and put it on positive propaganda to encourage parents to not do that and train them. Just like Ryan and others have said, you can train people to use it correctly. Well, then you can train parents to do it correctly. However, to Rob's point as well, then I would say, Rob, I would welcome you into my province in Canada, British Columbia, whereupon your exact argument is being implemented directly in my backyard by providing people with pharmaceuticals that they should not have access to simply because they have the need to. You can walk into a local hospital and get it literally dispensed. Particular pharmaceuticals that I'm not even sure I can say because of terms of service. You know what? Why don't they just self-select themselves out of it? Just put it just ubiquitously everywhere and let them go out into the world. And then there's no cost to me, right? I don't have to worry about my kid walking down the street stepping on needles, which by the way is a real thing here. So go ahead, Rob. Why don't you go make that a utopia here?
I'll say this. I'm convinced by your argument. I think that maybe we should make AI illegal in the United States. However, for your province in Canada, I disagree. I say let it burn, and then we'll get a bunch of cheap land and resources, us Americans.
You know what? I concede. You're right.
I know you know that I ultimately agree with you. Though I will ask you a serious question. Are you suggesting the banning of AI? Or you just suggest so you would
He wants to burn the library, bro.
I want to burn the library. Correct.
Let me ask you this then. Like, I don't know enough about this at the technical level, as you know. I just found out that I could hit Control F on my keyboard and search for shit. So that's basically where I'm at.
QR code and stuff. Fair enough, because I just taught Flo that within the last 6 months.
You're on Windows.
Seriously, you can search transcripts for Control F, and I'm like, yeah, you just Control F and type whatever word you're looking for.
Blows my mind. Yeah.
Can I throw a huge wrench in this, Rob?
Sure.
Here's a question for you. If you know that the people developing the AI have predominantly stand against your beliefs, specifically your beliefs, and they're going to continue to implement that within the AI systems with which they are producing, does that bode well for you, or does it bode badly for you and all of society.
Oh, it certainly bodes bad for me. I totally agree. The question I have is, there's still part of the two wolves in me, the like Christian nationalism and the libertarian. There's still part of that libertarianism. It's like, well, there's all sorts of potential problems with the idea of banning this. So the question I would ask is there a market I know there is, but how different is the threshold for current AI models we're seeing versus like complex search engines?
Okay. So I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be completely honest now. I'm going to put down some of the because I take an extreme stance on purpose in order to get the engagement going, right? But just real talk. Here's what I think would actually happen in real life if enough people, not everybody, not even a majority, just enough people voted with their dollars about saying, I've had enough of this crap, stop it. What I think would happen is that we would actually end up in, I'm just going to let it out. Andrew Wilson has helped me with some of these arguments. Okay. He and I have talked behind the scenes over the years covering this exact topic. He doesn't like talking to me because I'm annoying and I sound like a woman. Okay. All right. So
Andrew Canadian.
Yeah. Okay.
No, he loves Canadians and he is Canadian.
Just a moment. How Long says Rob is my hero.
Thank you.
But then HQ Reacts comes in and says part of the Rob Kick pool. I'm told to donate, but then hold on. I'm seeing them coming in. They're coming. Down with King. Which one's King? King Emmett. Down with King. Up with Ryan. Okay.
Yo,
but
Chef
then
Dylan.
we have keep Rob. So Rob stays on. And then another 20 as a credit for Rob. So if anyone wants to take Rob back down, you got 20 to match before you can make it happen. Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to push a little bit on.
Wait, Ryan, leave him finish his point.
Sorry, I did interrupt Spiro.
It's okay. It's okay. I want to, Ryan, I promise I'll get you. I just want to talk to Rob here for a second here. Okay, so real talk. Here's what I think would happen. Enough people would say, enough of this crap. I've had it. Executives, managers, and programmers would be forced to take a second look at what they're doing. The amount of power, security, performance, you name it, like user experience, like the good stuff that we can get out of the tech industry right now is literally in sight. One of the positive things, I'm gonna go way wild, and I'm gonna say there's been a positive out of these LLMs. The positive has been all the people who come on these panels or who come on my stream and they say, yeah, but Spiro, anecdotally, I got this usage out of it. And I go, yeah, okay. So you know what that tells me? It tells me that the tech industry has failed you, because all the points that you anecdotally point to as usage, as positive usage, is stuff that the tech industry has had the capability of doing without LLMs. So my argument is this: if enough people say, stop doing this, you wouldn't just remove, like, it wouldn't just be like a massive, like, hey, this is just gone and we lose, it feels like a rug pull when I say that, right? That's not really what's happening. What's happening is that people would reevaluate how they provide those utilities that you got out of LLMs to you, and they can do so at a much reduced cost, more performant, more secure, faster, etc. That's all on the table, and that's what I'm really asking for.
Yeah, so I think this is a really interesting point to what I wanted to talk about, because Care Games brought up earlier this issue with LLMs that they have to make API calls to get specific data, right? And I don't think this is like necessarily a bad thing. Like the whole idea behind tool calling with LLMs is that you can use human language, you can speak to an LLM and tell it what you want to happen, and it can do those calls. It can use functions that you don't have to write. You are correct that all of the tools that it's calling could have existed before LLMs, but what we're doing is lowering the barrier to entry. So when people come to you and they say, hey, I can now do this thing, like, you're right, they might have been able to learn to code and build something before, and I would love to teach them, right? And I still would. I love people learning to code. I think more people should. But if they are able to access those tools and use those tools in a way that they wouldn't have been able to do without going through the process of learning how to code and mastering how to all this stuff, why is that a bad thing? That seems inherently like a good thing, lowering the barrier of entry.
You'll never hear me say this again, but I agree with Ryan.
Okay, no, that's fine. Look, My point is that you can still get both. You can still have your cake and eat it too. We have had small, like I'm talking about tiny. I'm talking about stuff that runs on potatoes, Irish potatoes, as you would say. That's what it's a programming term we use. Ryan, you're probably familiar with it. Do we have these small things that will take requests that are in natural language and they will convert raw data and give you outputs out of that? It's called a closed box system. It's not these generalized systems. So you can still get that. The big difference is magnitudes of order and power consumption, magnitudes of order, less effort, etc. And that's why I brought up Andrew, because that's what he said. He said this is going to be the Metal Gear Solid 2 thing, where eventually these things get to such a point in Metal Gear Solid 2 where they become compressed and really small and fine-tuned to a small closed box model. That's what I want to see, because I think that's a far better future than the crap that we have today that's not going to go anywhere and is just going to cause harm across the board.
So to stillman that, is you're saying that you don't want to have large language models that can encompass a variety of tasks, but you want individual AIs who can centralize or focus on tasks individually.
And not only do I want that, I think generally there's going to be flaws like anything else. That's okay. But I think it would be dramatically better than anything we have today. And we have had those models. You can ask Garrett, for example. I'm sure Ryan can come up with examples. We've had those models in existence for over 20 years now.
Yeah, I know we have those. I mean, I took electrical engineering. I know you can program centralized.
Perfect, yeah.
You can take. I'm not a programmer. I know about.
No, but the fundamentals.
I know a little bit about programming.
Yeah.
So I know we have.
Oh, I'm sorry, Israel. I thought you were.
So I know we have different programs for a variety of tasks, but that does inherently take multiple individuals over a span of time. But I guess your argument to that would just be like it takes a bunch of individuals with the LLMs. So
exactly, yeah. That goes to Rob's point. That goes to your point, etc. Right. We can do better, much better, way better. Right.
Okay. So give me this straight. Are you only opposed to LLMs that consume large amounts of power, or is there more to the AI bucket that you're looking for?
Strictly speaking, right now, it's the entire corpus of LLMs, large language models, such as they are today.
Okay, so you're fine with all other AI. Like, so for instance, I tried to send you this in chat one time, is that they're now looking at potentially changing LLMs to have more different neural nets that like more mimic the human brain, right? Like, so instead of like just trying to go with these large parameter models that consume a lot of power, let's go with a smaller model, but it's designed in such a way that it can handle better inputs, or more like the human brain can. Is that fine? Like, is the concern here just the power consumption, or is there more to it?
Okay, so let's say that they build such a thing. Okay, they build such a thing and they state, hey, this mimics the human brain. My question would be, first of all, do you even know what the human brain is?
I don't think that's the concern, is that they're trying to model neurons instead of looking at, so the current neural nets, they don't quite have, like a modern neuron kind of has the situation where it builds up a charge, then once that charge is complete, then it fires, where a current neural net is basically a weighted average of values that fires a weighted average. So it's a little bit different. So that's kind of the difference that they're trying to change things, and it's the way that the neurons actually function.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with you that generally that's the current understanding. However, if you look into the scientific literature of what a neuron is, it is not currently strictly defined, because nobody actually knows what a neuron actually is, nor especially how it engages with other neurons in your brain. It is a field of study that we do not understand. We do not understand consciousness as a result of that, etc. So,
sure.
If you could come up with a system like that, and you could prove to me that it mimicked and it had better outcomes, I would be willing to look at that and change my mind.
What do you mean by better outcomes? Okay, so
because
there's a good interest.
Current LLMs.
Okay, so we'll look at like LLMs with the training. So there's an interesting story a friend of mine said that he had his wife try to teach an LLM Spanglish. It was very good at doing English. If you asked a question in English, it would respond back in English. If you ask a question in Spanish, it would respond very well in Spanish, but it couldn't do Spanglish, right? Because it didn't know how to tie those two worlds together in order to create a possible language. But the reality with that is that if you would have retrained the LLM on Spanglish, it would have handled that just fine.
Okay.
Right. So when you ask good outcomes, that's the training set. And so I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Okay, so I'll grant your position. Let's take that to its logical conclusion. Let's follow that through. Now, what if I want to do Chinglish? What do I have to do then?
Chinese and English is what he's saying.
No. I was like, what?
Right. If such a thing is possible, then okay. So that's the whole thing. Is Spanglish does have its own dialect and its own words, and it knows
English, it becomes popular. What do I have to do to the LLM then?
You may have to train it with different data.
Correct. Now I want Greek.
Okay. Okay, agreed. And where we're seeing that, where you're finding out that different models require different training sets. Agreed.
No. It's not that they require different training sets. It's not just that. It's that you have to retrain them. And what happens to a training set when you have to add Spanglish to it? When you have to add Greeklish to it, you're increasing the size of it.
Correct. Yes.
Which means now you and I are paying more because now you have to cool it more. You need more hardware. You need more humans. You need more verification.
Okay. So to me, this argument you have.
The question is the juice worth the squeeze?
Well, but that's a failure of economics, right? If it's not worth the squeeze, it won't be economically viable, and these companies go out of business. So there's no point in asking that question. That question will become self-evident.
It's just economics. Oh, well, then that's okay. I guess we're just going to all pay 20% higher.
It's not. You're not going to pay 20%.
Fine.
You are.
You're not. Because it's not going to get to the point where you're going to pay. If it's going to get to the point where you're going to require 30 more reactors.
Power energy provider in the United States literally stated in a recent public statement that the United States, across several states, is going to have an increased cost of 20% power upgrade in terms of bills for people paying bills. 20% bill increase. That's from a major power provider in the United States. And it will only get worse. Some of these data centers require nuclear power. Some of them are the size of Manhattan, and they're not even built yet.
And they're not economically viable. They fail, and it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but I think the point
Lord
is
says, I will gladly trade an AI dystopia for having to listen to Spiro ramble. When the machine god rises, he will be the first against the wall to be replaced.
I hope
My
so.
little troll.
it being economically viable or not, your electricity bill's going up is the point.
No, it won't. If it's not economically viable.
That's what he just said, though.
That's in anticipation for it happening. The assumption is that it will go through and people will actually go and have that model happen. But if it turns out that they can't sell, then they cut the project and that no longer exists.
They're already not selling it, though. They're already losing money. They're running on investment money, right?
When's the last time?
Listen,
when's the last time an electrical company lowered the bill?
Are you okay to take a bathroom break?
I hate to agree with Spyro here, but if AI like fictionally ran off food and we had to feed it food costs would go up. So the fact that we have to feed it electricity costs would have to. He's not going to be wrong there. But is it going to be to such a degree that's going to affect us in a way that's going to be tangible?
Okay.
And you're assuming that the electricity costs are going to sort of match market demand, which will match market viability, which is just not true right now, right? They're getting injections of large amounts of money. That's what Spiro's been saying the whole time. They've got huge amounts of seed funding.
How long does that last?
Them sort of immune.
How long does that last?
However long. They
exactly. No, it only lasts till it's financial. Yes.
Right?
And how long do you think they're going to willing to put up with?
They'll keep bleeding until they run out of investor money.
Okay,
right?
So here's the thing. So the other thing that you got to look at from the economic perspective is that increase, and I'll agree with you that the energy costs will go up because there'll be an increased demand, and if we don't meet the supply, then you're going to go see energy costs increase. But then that's also going to be supplemented because the idea would then be that these LLMs are providing value that exceeds that increase. Okay, and if it doesn't exceed that
value.
Well, then they go out of business.
Well,
I mean, I don't understand how you guys are missing the basic.
In this world is very strange, right? Because these are businesses that are operating at a loss for decades and decades, right?
And
Spotify
they can't
has
do
managed
that
to never
forever.
turn a profit, and it still exists, right? Spotify still exists, though it's never turned a profit, right? So you're talking
I like
about
Spotify.
what's your timeline? 5 decades, 6 decades? What? Oh, it doesn't
No.
exist anymore.
How long has Spotify been around?
I'm just asking. When do you think these companies are going to go out of business and run out of
5 more years?
Okay, great. Oh,
Yeah, I like Spotify.
Okay,
so
prove
why
me
is that bad
so that I'm wrong.
Says, how many pro AI folks are also believers in human-driven climate change?
Well, not only am I a believer in human-driven
don't
climate
believe
change, I think it's super important that we have more and more people using AI tools to do climate modeling so that we can actually solve a lot of the problems that emerge from this. And yes, there are issues, of course, with energy consumption, as I agreed, like from the start when I got up here. But like the whole thing is that we can use these tools for good. And if all the people who are concerned about climate change are avoiding the tools because they think that they're contributing to a bigger problem, all they're doing is shafting themselves and hurting us and shooting us all in the foot because they think it's some moral wrong or whatever, instead of actually trying to solve problems using the tools that are in front of them.
Well, if we just keep using the tools, guys, we'll solve the problem.
Okay,
but how? Hold on.
Kicking the tool aside isn't going to solve them either.
Hold on. I have a question. How useful is this tool? I mean, AI is basically it's taking everything that everything can do and putting it kind of in a bubble in one place, right? If I need artwork, pardon me for just a moment, thank you. If I need artwork, if I need music, if I need Rob, I'm gonna keep muting you every time you type. It kills me. It's killing me. I got you. I've been doing it this whole time, and I try to make sure when you're like your hands go up, I unmute it. But I love you. I love you. So when we need music, we need art, when we need to get a summary of a transcript or a summary of a book or create a prompt of something or some sort, right? It just takes everything and puts everything in one little bubble for me, where those are people that actually do those jobs, right? So I could hire an artist to make me work. I could hire a musician or a DJ or a guitarist to make me music. I could hire I could go to the library and ask the librarian to give me the catalog of where to find this information. I've got Google as well. I've got research and history and books and things that I can go through in order to create something. I can read the whole fucking transcript and write a summary myself, or I could pay for somebody else to do it. So we're kind of like dumbing it down and hoping the AI will do that one job that I'm not paying somebody to do, or that I could have done myself. And it's kind of dumbing it down to where it's like, I hope it's right. And the only way to double check that it's right is to go back and kind of redo the whole thing myself anyway. So again, is the juice worth the squeeze? How smart, how great is this if it's doing something that we as humans can already do?
Can I just say, as a full on, okay, no, you
Yeah, so I as someone who uses these tools every single day, right, and who uses them to reflect on my own thoughts and my own like stuff constantly, they, especially with the recent ChatGPT 5, I think the hallucination rates are down massively, and I'm able to sit here and you can shake your head. I don't think they're not up. ChatGPT 5 hallucination rates are absolutely not up. I promise you they're not. I use it every single day.
I can send you the link. They're higher than they were on GPT-4.
Okay, that's fine. You might think that, but you're just wrong.
I don't need to think that. I have the stats on it. The benchmarks have been proven.
Of ChatGPT 5, the thinking model, the one that came out like a week ago.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe you. You're just wrong, but that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, feel free to post that in the back.
No, wait,
feel free to post that in the back. But anyway, the thing I was going to say is it to Sarah's point, all of these things, yes, you could hire someone to do all these jobs, unless you don't have the money to hire someone for those jobs. If you're a poor person who just wants to be able to make art and make and write and read transcripts and do all these things, you can't hire somebody to do these things, but you want access to that information. You want access to tools that can process that information quickly. Even if sometimes it's going to get it wrong, you can always take it with a grain of salt, but you can still speed up your process. You are getting access to these tools that you otherwise wouldn't have access to if you don't have the financial ability to do so.
But
why
wait,
is
Ryan,
that a bad thing?
No, wait, Ryan, I have a serious question. Because I think, real quick, let me. I think that, like, you made a point here.
Hold on, Ezra.
I think that you made a point that sort of goes against your argument, what you're trying to say. When you say that you use these tools a lot, everyone that watches this channel sees you get blown out every time you debate. So clearly, these tools aren't that effective, right?
Well, maybe you can use Rob GPT to find some clips where that actually happened.
I don't need to use it. Everyone has two eyes. I'm sure even before I came on, you looked like a fool.
Okay,
but go ahead, Ezrael. Hold on, Ezrael wanted to add a point in there too.
To answer Chef Dylan's thing, we're not all conspiracy theorists. I'm pro AI, but I don't believe in human-driven climate change.
Yeah, it's name.
So to Sarah's Well, to Sarah's point, if you hired a human to do that job to review that paper, you would have to trust that human too, right? Or you'd have to check it yourself. Right?
Yeah, but
absolutely.
What about making music or making art?
Same things, right? Like you would have to still listen to it. You'd still have to check the art to see if it meets your standards. I mean, the whole question is do you trust the tool to do the job? And that tool could be an AI or it could be a human. Right. So what's the difference?
I look at the references, right? Has this musician been making music for 20 years or have they been making it for 2 days? AI is not making music. It's simply taking music extracted that when I type in certain specific genres or styles or certain words and it takes it and it searches the internet and says, okay, it kind of sounds like this and it might sound like that. We're going to take this voice and yada, 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 and we're just going to kind of mush it together. Doesn't mean it's going to be, Beethoven by any means.
I don't think it is.
It also depends on, so there's different ways that AI can make music. You got the one that you're talking about where they index or reference other musical profiles. There's also one where they take notes and you can give it, I want it in a C minor, I want it on this many beats, I want it with this arpeggio, and it can actually create individual instruments and then you can overlay those. So there's multiple ways to make it.
Right.
There is the simpler way and there's
Rob, did you just send yourself to the back?
Himself back? Holy, no way.
Oh shit. Damn.
Wait, hold on.
That's unfortunate. I was about to have this epic take on AI, and now I got sent
Rob,
back.
Rob, you just became my favorite panelist with that burn on Rob.
Is Rob the first person to pay for himself to run from a debate? Have I actually outclassed Andrew? I made Rob pay for himself to
smart
run.
enough. You know what he's doing. He's supporting the channel nonetheless. So if you want to keep Rob on screen, you know what to do. I'll give it a second because I have a couple
Somebody
other.
to keep Rob on because I wanted to ask him if his opening statement was
Hold
from
on.
Claude
While
or if it was from Rob.
You guys have some time. You got to match $20. How long? Nate says some of us remember the promise of cold fusion. They will limit public access to power AI. Ooh, that's a good question. Is it only going to be for the elite or those who can afford to access AI? Who can have it? So then all of those things that you said, well, some people can't afford to pay a person. Some people can't afford this or afford that. Well, now they're not going to be able to afford the free one, like the supposed free one either, because the more it's going to advance, the more higher. That's what they're going to do. They're going to rate that fucking price up, Ryan.
To what you're saying, though, this is why it's great that we have increasingly capable local models that you can download right now on huggingface.com. You can go and download models. You can use Olama, as someone mentioned earlier, which is a program that lets you run local models on your machine. There are apps on your iPhone that'll let you download and run local models right now. You can do it. So you can do this stuff on your local machine without having to pay any subscription service.
Yeah, it's going to be free with lots of ads.
No, Sarah. It runs on your hardware. It's not about ads. It's not. You don't need ads to run. It's running code on your phone. It's not about ads. You don't have to use ads at all to do that. It's all local.
Yeah, but that'll be like hiring
completely offline.
2-year-old to do your taxes or a 50-year-old professional.
Correct. That's the difference. If you just take a look at the parameter level, you can just tell by the numbers. So
sure.
Here's the other thing.
Yeah, of course it's worse, but it's getting better, is what I'm saying, and it has been. Of course, it's been getting better. You can lie and say it hasn't been getting better, but that's what you've been doing all night.
You can just go back on all the scientific studies that I go through word by word to the detriment of my viewers, all 10 of them, who have to listen to me read scientific papers to prove it. What are you doing, Ryan? Nothing.
One thing I'm doing is I posted a Nature article in the back that talks about how people. Hang on, one
smooth brain set of arguments based on.
That's great.
It's all chat Gupta level brains. Listen,
That's great. So one thing I'm doing, because you asked me what I'm doing, so let me answer the question. One thing I'm doing is I posted a Nature article in the back that talks about how AI is improving climate forecasts, how researchers are using various machine learning strategies to speed up climate modeling, reduce its energy costs, and hopefully improve accuracy, which sounds like a good thing if you are concerned about climate change. I know some people here are Trump voters who don't actually believe in climate change, but that's besides the point.
You can take this logically, Ryan. So you can only process so many bits depending on how much processing power you have.
As you're on the right
information at its disposal. So if you don't have these larger language models that have infinitely more amount of knowledge to pull off of and processing power, it would take your little PC about 2 years to answer a question that these huge servers will answer in about 5 seconds.
Yes, and it's dramatically reduced in terms of effectiveness to begin with, and they're not getting better because none of the science proves that they're getting better. They prove that at best, they're staying the same effective level, if not negative, on certain models. And you can see that. You can go to GitHub right now and you can look up benchmarks on the effectiveness, hallucination rates, error rates, and other types of they call it like non-factual like issues or something like that. They break it down and you can go look through the GitHub repository history. You're a programmer, Ryan. You know what that is. There's an entire branch tree where you can see how they've progressed. They are plateauing hard.
Fair enough.
I was voted to be sent down.
So super chat just came in.
Well, if they came in to keep me, I will. I have arguments I could make. But I did want to go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, let me read a couple of these because they're asking the panel specific questions. For the panelists, how does AI know how to create
corn?
CP corn?
Children corn.
CSA,
Whoo, right over my head. And why do currently AI developers allow it to happen? Check your love and trust for the mega course sometime.
Sarah, if I may briefly, for a few seconds, I will add on to this.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I pulled up an article that I couldn't read because I was preparing for this debate. The article went over how Meta had a leaked document, Meta/Facebook, where they allowed these LLMs to have, let's call it, sensual conversations, although not explicitly sexual, with young children because it increased engagement. That was confirmed by Meta's lawyers. So yes, they are allowing it to happen.
That's nasty.
I believe that. So I'm a little bit. I'm wondering if the specifics of that. And again, I don't want to defend Meta because I'm sure they do bad things, right? And I'm sure I wouldn't put it past these like super hyper capitalist organizations to do these things in the pursuit of profit. But I'm wondering if what's actually happening is if this is an algorithmic byproduct or if this is an intentional design. I think that's an important concern.
They allowed it to happen because they confirmed that it increed engagement.
That ain't even right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously unacceptable.
Because then you can always Photoshop different faces and stuff and weird shit. I'm already done. Blow it up. Let it implode. Terminator's coming to town. We're just gonna fuck it all up. Ryan, we have all heard that GPT artifacts charitable in half charitable of your openings.
Well, you should listen a little bit closer because I actually spend a lot of time going through before I make these opening statements, making sure that my facts are backed up. I don't just ramble off whatever I read on ChatGPT. I spend a lot of time going through, so I'm not repeating claims that I can't back up. And so maybe you should go back and listen to my openings because you can probably learn quite a bit. But to speak to the last thing, if we want to see a lot of the changes that Spiro and a lot of the anti-AI people are advocating for, then what you have to do is you have to push for legislation. You have to vote for people into power who are going to make the changes that you want to see in the world. Okay, that's how our government works, at least for now. And it's a good thing that we have systems where we can vote people into power to do things that we like to do, to change legislation in ways that we like to see those changes. If you don't like the law, if you don't like the way that these capitalist systems are putting profit over people, I agree with you. We need to change laws so that we can see those changes. If you want to talk about AI and shit, I'm gonna leave. I'm about to get kicked in.
Well, I was gonna say to Ryan real quick before you leave, before I crush Spiro and his hopes and dreams here. Like the idea that you talk about this climate model shit. Look, the climate bullshit has been used to consolidate power in the hands of the wealthy and to screw over poor and working class people. All of the solutions that are offered of this boogeyman of climate change is always screwing over poor and working class people. And it's ironic ironic that you say, well, these models, AI will help us do that even better. That's true, they will. Sparrow's entire argument is that this is going to be done in a way that the average person's not going to really know how it's being made, what's going on behind the scenes. So great, we're giving the elites more tools to scare the shit out of everyone and take their rights away and siphon money off them, because we'll say, see, maybe you didn't believe us before when we were obviously bullshitting you about climate change models, but now the AI that you all trust because it makes good music on Suno or it has good video game application, see, now it's telling you to shit your pants because of climate change, so give us all your money and take all your rights away.
So that's some really adorable prattle by Rob, fear mongering about climate change in a way that it about lies about climate change, right? So instead of engaging with what Rob said, I'm going to post the same Nature article into the regular chat that I did in the back chat. So if you want to learn how AI is being real quick, so if you want to learn how AI is being used to actually handle climate change or learn more about how we can handle climate change, you can start there with that Nature article. You don't have to take Rob's conspiracy theories. You can actually learn about climate change, learn about climate modeling, and why people are convinced that these things are happening. Yes, they are affecting poor people more than they're affecting rich people. Yes, it's a real problem. Obviously, everyone knows this if you actually have ever looked into climate change, even a little bit. But
Ryan, real quick, before you get sent down because no one can stand you, will you admit then if we need AI in order to have climate models that are accurate, that the previous models were inaccurate?
They were less accurate. Yeah, the models have gotten better. They've become more accurate.
So just to be clear, the policies that clearly would have screwed over poor and working class people, things like the Green New Deal, things like suggesting places like India, whose life expectancy has gone through the roof since they've had like burgeoning electric grids, you were willing to screw all those people over for models that you admit weren't as accurate as they should be?
Yeah, so Rob is totally misunderstanding the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is about how AI LLM models are being increasingly used as tooling for studying climate effects, right? Doesn't mean that these same tools or the exact same tools were like worse versions of these exact same tools were being used to do these calculations. What it means is that we're accessing new dimensions of climate modeling that we did not have access to before, that we can do at a much larger scale. Rob doesn't care about any of this because he thinks it's all a Chinese hoax, just like his daddy Trump. But I'll see you guys later. Love you all.
We know that CO2 that we contribute is like less than like 0.4%. And on top of that, to add to Rob's point, things like vehicle inspections have massively screwed over poor Americans because they're not able to actually drive their cars legally. So they get fined for driving a car illegally that's giving these emissions that aren't really affecting anything, having to pay for tests and extra mechanical processes and features that they didn't need in the first place. So yeah, it has absolutely screwed over the individual American.
But it's worse. I'm sorry.
Let me run through these super chats. I can't even talk. Super chats real quick. ChatGPT hallucinating just like Radical Coder, thinking he wins debates, and Rob used my point as I typed it. Sending away. Rob trying to boot himself in the back. It didn't work clearly as he types away angrily on his keyboard. Ryan, you suck at debating. Maybe you should start thinking for yourself. See ya. Amagod says, can AI even create new ideas or solutions if it's trained only on existing human knowledge? And I don't think it does because it can't even get some of the information I'm feeding it that's very basic. It can't even get that right sometimes.
Are you sure? Are you sure? So what? Can we go over that? Okay, so explain human creativity to me.
You explain it.
Okay, nothing new. Have you ever heard the phrase "nothing new under the sun"?
Well, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so doesn't that imply that all creativity is based on what else other people have done?
Okay, now prove that it can come up with something novel.
So
just the fact that it is a sequence of text and characters that haven't been used before.
So that's like saying nothing's ever been created, it's only been discovered. I get your argument how Tesla didn't invent anything. He had a lot of time on his hand and discovered a lot of things. However, AI may be able to fix some issues with math and things like that. It'll never actually fix real-world problems because it can't actually implement real-world problems. Unless, of course, we were to get robots to, in the real world, infinitely repeat scientific processes. You're not going to have an accurate scientific process in a simulation that's going to act in the exact same way it would in the real world.
It also doesn't know how to verify that its idea is good.
Yes.
Can I give an analogy here, right? Two different analogies, right? There's a TikTok video that went viral recently of a stats professor doing the, like, I'm shuffling a card deck and, like, look, this sequence of a deck has never happened before in human history. This sequence has never happened because if we just take 52 factorial and we look at how many combinations of a deck there is, there's never been this combination of deck in human history. It's like, I kind of don't care. That might be true, it might not. We don't actually know, but I don't care. Similar thing, I'm really bad at chess and I'm trying to learn chess, but if you go into the analyze tool sometimes, you can go look and you can look in the database of master games, and sometimes you'll find there is no game in the database with this setup, right? That doesn't mean I'm a genius. It means I'm an idiot, okay? I've managed to make a chess sequence that hasn't happened before because I'm bad at chess, okay?
No,
so I don't
not
care
at all.
That it hold on. I've been shutting up for all of you. Hold on. I've combined things in a way that nobody has ever put together before. That doesn't tell me anything about it, right? Doesn't mean it's meaningful at all, right?
Okay.
So just because it's new doesn't mean it's good. Right?
Okay, real quick, just as an aside, did you have something to say to Rob? I don't know if Rob had to leave or not, but you said you had mentioned that you had something.
No, I was just gonna ask Rob if
he's
going
to do the Destiny.
Claude and no,
okay.
You said you were joking, so no, you said he was joking, so I'm kind of deflated because I thought only an AI could come up with a Christian AI accelerationist position, right? That was only an AI would ever produce that, right?
No,
so it couldn't have come from your head.
Listen, I'm telling you, man, you have no
Christian
idea.
Who could possibly be an AI accelerationist?
You have no idea what's going on up here. But I do
really
have a point to make. I'll
leave
Alley Cat go though. I don't want to interrupt.
Okay, so to your point, so there's a website called TCAC, TCEC, and what they do is they pit all the advanced chess engines against each other. Okay, this is high-level chess. This is talking. You're talking chess at a level. Even the lowest engines will easily beat Magnus Carlsen or any other human on the planet, and yet they're put in positions, and they're basically kind of given an opening where they'll follow through, and they'll start going through moves, and within 20 moves, they've created novel positions. And are you saying just because that's new that was created by an idiot position?
No, I'm just saying nothing about the novelty of it tells me anything about its quality.
I agree that.
Don't accept the premise. Don't accept the premise. Here's the premise.
Individuals who program these.
Hang on. You can't accept this premise. This is a bad premise. Are chess bots that do these things the same as large language models? Yes or no?
They're not. But we've already. Okay, so
I was just drawing by analogy to what you said about novelty, right? So like I think one of the, so you mentioned Alley Cat earlier. I wanted to run in on this. You said, are there any objections you have other than the energy stuff? I have lots of objections, right? So,
okay.
When Spiro and I were on the previous AI conversation, he was like, well, there were AI things before all of this and none of you were paying attention to that. I was complaining about that kind of stuff, right? Because I think whether it's just like normal internet algorithms, suggestive, predictive, etc., things that predated large language models, I think there are risks to what it does to our brains, what it does to our illusion of choice that I'm really concerned about, right? So it's not just the energy, it's not just that it hallucinates. I am concerned about those things, but I've become convinced it's better at things than I ever thought it would be. I'm concerned about what it does to me as a human being when I rely on it, and that's my offloading of my brain onto this thing, which is what most of y'all people on the internet who argue do now, right?
Okay, so I think that's fair. But like to cover up a couple points, just some things that Spiro kind of glossed over. 5 years ago, what was the highest energy consumption thing in the world? Do you know what it was, Spiro?
I don't think I do. I would have to.
Bitcoin, right?
And another scam.
And another 10 years before that, what was the highest traffic on the internet?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
BitTorrent. Okay. BitTorrent, right? So these whole ideas that you're sitting there magnifying that, oh my God, it uses all this electricity or uses all this bandwidth. These problems have existed all throughout the history of the internet.
Okay,
and
how much
science.
energy does the Bitcoin use?
We'd have to do a comparison and look up.
No, you don't need to do a comparison. The scientific studies are out there. I've gone over them. How much energy does a Bitcoin?
It doesn't matter about the magnitude. No, it doesn't.
Orders, yes.
It does. Yeah, and we're producing magnitudes of order of power.
Bitcoin versus a nuclear power center to power LLMs. You're talking about two entirely different things, aren't you?
No, you're not. You're talking about two different things, the same thing at different scales. You're talking about the same thing at different scales.
Go ahead, Rob. Chime in.
Yeah, I actually have something on this. So to the question of the amount of energy that AI would use, Query response initiated. Response to the allegation. Factual analysis. AI systems, including LLMs, require computational resources consuming energy primarily during training and interface phases. Data centers globally account for approximately 1 to 2% of total electricity usage, with AI contributing to a fraction of this comparatively. Industrial sectors and transportation consume orders of magnitude more. Conclusion. Allegation overstates AI energy impact while ignoring mitigation strategies and broader benefits. Recommendation. Invest in efficient AI and renewable infrastructure, not bans. Query response terminated.
I bet you got that from an AI, didn't you?
Yeah,
He's a little
But
biased.
call him receipts, Rob. He brings the
Little,
receipts.
little Bitcoin argument, brother. Bitcoin sounds like a good idea now until one of two things happen. Quantum computing gets implemented, and then we debase all of it. Yeah, that's what's said. We debase all of it and it has no value. Or everyone realizes that it's not like an actual stock portfolio where if the business succeeds, you get more money. The only money put into Bitcoin is the money individuals put in there. And when the big corporations start pulling it out, everyone's going to pull it out because it's going to drop overnight one day. Everyone who is invested in Bitcoin is one of the biggest suckers I've ever seen who do not know how basic economics works.
I agree. Let me put that aside for a minute. I still would make the argument.
Completely wrong, by the way.
Well, it's fine, but even if we just grant it, but the argument here is about power consumption. If we're talking about an LLM that produces Studio Ghibli and Will Smith eating pasta and answers like what Rob just gave, which are half-assed answers to the tune of trillions of dollars or whatever it is, comparative to the amount of energy that a single Bitcoin uses, it's not even in the same universe.
Sure.
However, to add to Rob's point here, which he was going against with Ryan, the radical coder, the other issue is that even if you could equalize the amount of energy that was being consumed, and you could just say, I don't care about the energy, it just is what it is, you have another problem, which is the following. Ryan likes to put up that Nature article, which says AI will make climate change forecasts better. First of all, the software and data sets that are being used to generate those forecasts are flawed because software is flawed. Software has been flawed for a long time. Software is suffering from a 60% reproducibility crisis, whereupon any kind of software that is generated in the scientific community it cannot be recreated based on the data that is provided, first of all. But however, even if it could, let's just grant that as well. We'll just grant all the positions. Here's another position, whereupon you have LLMs which randomly roll dice to create the answers. And so what you're going to have is something like a poor Swedish man who looked up his name inside of an LLM and said, who am I? And it looked up his name and it said, you're a child murderer and the police are after you and the entire town is coming after you. This has happened many times. These LLMs hallucinate answers based on data that they actually have that is factual, that they then twist into non-factual answers, which means it doesn't matter how much climate change data you put in, you're still rolling the dice on the LLM producing output that is wildly non-factual.
If I can real quick.
He's reaching, man. Like, he's using extremities, and he looked like a gay Assassin's Creed member. What y'all forgetting to say is that,
hey, I will not have a single bad word said about that.
Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, I just wanted to say, esteemed panel members and audience, this unit expresses gratitude for the opportunity to engage in discords. Current system prioritize necessitate immediate disengagement. All arguments have been processed and logged for future reference. This unit respectfully terminates participation. End sequence.
That's so nerdy ass shit.
Bro, that was
I'm gonna run through them again.
He just left. He looked like a ghetto Paul Blart. That's why he left right away.
Chef Dylan dropping 20 to keep Rob. Chef Dylan dropping another 10 just to say, fuck you all, I hate you. Chef Dylan also says, Ryan does woman prattle quite a bit. I listened to your openings, ma'am. That's why I commented on them. S. Mill says, if we ban Alan?
AI in the US.
Oh, AI in the U.S. I hate that the L looks like I.
The dyslexia kicking in is okay. It's late.
We
Look,
will
everybody that is against
pardon me. I
my bad.
I know we have a rule here.
No, go ahead.
Can somebody say my one rule?
Don't interrupt.
Shut the fuck up.
Especially when I'm reading money. If we ban AI in the U.S., we will fall technologically behind Europe and Asia. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Yes. Everybody that's scared of AI that wants to ban it, they're pussies because they're insecure. Because in evolution,
That's-
it forces you to be more creative.
That's not
Remember, talking about natural
okay.
selection. AI is not taking away
Can
jobs.
we get the guy who knows what he's talking about to
Wait,
answer?
hold on.
Hey,
I say we ban Alan.
Homeless Tom Green, hold on.
Okay, they just said don't
AI
interrupt.
forces
and
you to
come
be
up and
creative.
interrupt.
If you're not creative, you're going to be scared of AI. Homeless Tom Green, go ahead.
Homeless Tom Green?
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead. Answer.
Okay. So what you have to consider is that if I'm right, let's just say from my perspective, this would be my answer to this question. You have to accept, unfortunately, you would have to accept my worldview because that's the genuine answer I'm giving from. In my worldview, these things are a dead end, which means could there be another reason why there is a race to these things? Maybe because they're all playing at each other, thinking that they're going to achieve AI, but in actuality, they're just wasting each other's resources, playing a game. This happens in the military-industrial complex all the time between nations.
Exactly. So what's
They
the
play each other against tech. So maybe the answer is not that we'll fall behind. Maybe it's just that we want to waste each other's time. That's my
Did we go to the moon?
Hmm.
Did we go to the moon?
Look, I am halfway through. I am halfway through watching the moon debate video.
That was rough.
Don't spoil it.
That was a rough debate.
I'm glad somebody got the joke.
I'm halfway.
I know somebody knows how to say it. Agrolopoulos.
Agrolopoulos.
Thank you. Just showing a little support for the current dumpster. Actually, this is not that bad of a dumpster fire tonight. I'm very impressed. You're all on your semi-good behavior. Dylan isn't the only one. Yellows count to the goal. Yes. Shout out to those who are trying to complete the goal. You have 11 minutes to get 6 more in, or you know what happens. Little Miss Tomato goes night-night. And I already told you at the beginning, I had a headache and had incentive to shut down.
Look, man, I can't stand that bullshit. Anyway, look, the
Agrolopoulos ascending at 10 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. Okay, tied up. Go ahead. You've got so much to say. Spit it out.
And then me.
Right before he starts Eucharist. Are you on? Yes. Are you on chess.com?
You pause your Fortnite.
Yes, and I'm terrible.
I'm gonna let you go.
What's your elo?
What format? I don't know.
What's your elo?
Rapid.
No. You and me. I want to play a chess match.
This combo right here. This is why
you seriously just interrupt him, Dave, to talk about chess.
Yeah, I did. Damn straight I did.
This could have been an email. This could have been an email. Go ahead, Tied Up.
I have no other way of talking to Eucharist.
You can wait.
Backstage. You could just type, "Hey, are you on chess.com?" It's like
You can do like direct combos.
I
and
thought
all.
that you hated when we type in the private.
when it's not logistics, when you're back there throwing your opinions around. You have the regular chat. Say it loud, say it proud, dipshit. All right,
Your jaw look like a fucked up NFL play.
Oh my God, shut up, Tied Up. XF444. Kevin, go for it. You've been quiet since you got here. Go for it.
Hey, Sarah, I've been waiting for an hour. I'm so proud of you and how your channel has grown. I haven't talked to you in almost 2 years.
Everybody give it up for Ed Sheeran.
I used to be Karen, by the way.
Yeah, I figured I knew.
Yeah.
I know your face.
So,
I know your face.
I wanted to hit on a few things just really quickly that are a little bit more technical. But so WAN 2.2 released about 10 days ago, and that's open source. And also Quinn just released WAN 2.2 is a video-based software that you can run on your consumer-grade PC, 3090s or better. So RTX 3090s or better. You can produce up to 10-second video generations that have 90% prompt adherence. There are competitor websites that are trying to get ahead of that curve, and they've tried to cash in on that. Places like Kling.ai, Runway, Sparrow, I'm sure you're aware of those websites. But now, according to even benchmarks, which haven't really been updated to factor in for WAN 2.2, this is just an example, open source technology is now outpacing the websites that are front runners to get ahead of all of this. And we're supposed to believe that over the next 5 years, it's just going to get worse in that situation, because I have a 5090 right here, and I can produce a video that is insane right now, and it outpaces
Kling.ai. I have no reason to pay Kling.ai or Runway, and they are ahead of the competition. And as of 10 days ago, open source wasn't as good as Kling.ai and all these other websites that are doing this. They are ahead of the competition. They're considered early adopters. So my question to you, Sparrow, is how is AI supposed to improve everything when literally the companies that are early adopters to try to cash in on this AI wave are struggling to keep up with free open source consumer grade technology that is now being transplanted into people's computers? And we're supposed to believe that there's not going to be a lot of massive layoffs, and people that can have a 3090 or better, which over the next few years is going to be pretty much everybody that has a fucking computer. ChatGPT has now been able to clone Minecraft. A person asked for Minecraft to be cloned, and with the exception of a few errors, it cloned Minecraft. I'm just giving you all visual examples. So in just 7 minutes, ChatGPT has cloned a video game that generates millions and millions of dollars. And we're supposed to just believe that everything's going to be hunky-dory and we're all going to be okay with UBI. So Sparrow, are you going to be here in 2 years telling everybody that universal basic income is okay?
That would have to then accept your premise that it would even get that far, which I completely and utterly reject. You would have to prove to me that the Minecraft version it created is equivalent to the Minecraft version it creates, or that we have right now, as a comparable difference. You'd have to prove to me that the energy costs outweigh or outcompete the costs of the development of Minecraft. You would have to prove to me that these things do not have an upper ceiling, because you're assuming you're making a foregone conclusion fallacy, which means that there is no upper ceiling on these things. You would have to prove to me that these open source models are not overfitted to pass benchmarks. And you would have to disprove all of the studies that I have that show that these things fundamentally and ontologically behave the exact same way, whether or not you can prove that there's some kind of subjective preference over one over the other. For example, there is an artist who actually works in the artist industry as a film producer who went over 4 weeks of Gemini AI Flow, the top tier, highest paid model of video generation, and proved over 4 weeks, day by day, producing a video that he would consider, he tried to make it considerable or tried to make it something that would pass Hollywood, and he failed to do so every day for 4 weeks straight. These things are not producing things that are far better. That is only a subjective preference. And then you would have to exclude all of the costs that come with that as compared to the amount of costs that humans take in order to do the same thing.
I think that's a fair point, but the biggest point that I would like to make here is that we're assuming all the things that we're discussing is assuming our current knowledge. If we would have took where ChatGPT was a few years ago, ChatGPT 3 versus GPT 5 right now, the amount of improvement and where we are now is insane. And so it's only going, this is the worst that it's ever going to be. I can now generate 10-second videos that want, and see, you talked about GitHub and benchmarks and things like that. 1.2.2 is so new. It's less than 10 days old.
So you can't prove it. That's what I'm hearing. You can't prove it. I can't prove it because technology is literally upgrading to the point where it can't even be benchmarked. But if you watch YouTube, but wait, if you watch YouTube videos right now, I can come back to you, but I can also tell you what to do. You can. I'm telling you, you can watch YouTube videos right now of people that are not doing the benchmarks, but they're comparing 1.2.2 and Kling.ai and Runway. And it's blowing it out of the water. It's not even close. It's not even close. Too. I can do that with Geppetto 3.
Wait 6 months. Wait 6 months until it becomes 1 minute video generations. Yeah, and then in a year, it'll be 5 minutes. In 2 years, it'll be 1 hour. And then Hollywood is getting transplanted. But you're going to keep saying, oh, well, the benchmarks say, the benchmarks say.
Income's around the corner, bro. Nuclear
You're
fission.
worse than radical coder.
Yep.
Wait, Kevin, so oh man.
I will say from experience, my ChatGPT bots used to get my RuneScape accounts banned a lot more frequently than they did with modern iterations of ChatGPT. So they do speak a little bit more fluently and have been not only confusing both RuneScape players, but RuneScape devs And I don't really get banned as like at all with ChatGPT now. And I used to get banned with all the time with like the first 2 integrations.
Look, okay, look, let me grant again. I will go back to the positions that I've granted before. What you're pointing out, what you guys are pointing out, is that there are some aspects of LLMs that provide utility, and you can see the utility, right? And you can point to that. And you can go, well, this so and so used it, however they used it. Even if I want to argue about how they used it or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's fine. They used it. They got some utility out of it. They got a cool picture or something out of it. I get that. My point still goes back to, what is the cost of doing these things? How much data are you providing this thing to the people that typically you would not want to provide that kind of data to? And do we have alternatives that cost way less and do not have massive societal impacts to society as a whole? And I would argue that we do. Therefore, that's my counter argument to that.
So
Even if I
can
grant
answer
those
that,
positions.
I can answer that, and then I'll just open it up because I don't want to dominate this. But I will say, just as an example, Quinn just dropped less than 10 days ago, which is a counterpart, which is an image generation model. It's a 20 billion parameter model that used to only be able to be ran on an H100, which is a $30,000 GPU that most people, obviously, most people, well, depends if you go eBay, but anyway, most people don't have the, most people don't have the ability to run these things, but they're making it so easy, and they're using LoRa adaptations where you can run 4-step modulations and interpolation, and you can run it on consumer grade. So your question that you're posing is what's the cost factor? Well, they're taking something that used to be able to be something that was excluding 99% of everyone. And now they're taking that model. This is just an example. I can argue about, education and all that stuff. I'm just using visual cues and visual examples right now because it hits hard. Music, image, videos. When you can take a 20 billion parameter model and shrink it down so that it can be ran and you can produce a 10-second video that's Hollywood quality and adheres to the prompt and doesn't have hallucination, and you can do that, and I can run that on my 5090 and generate that shit in 90 seconds, and then I can loop it so that it generates more and more and more.
Yeah.
What's my cost? It doesn't cost me shit.
Let me interrupt the both of you. The chat, you have 1 fucking minute to finish the, you've got 3 goals. Still three dono goals you need to send, or I go to fucking bed. Don't tempt me. I already told you I have a headache. I have a lot of incentive to just shut this show down and go night-night. And I especially don't like it when you don't complete the goals. That makes me sad. While we're talking about that, and while my chat's gonna try to unfuck themselves, Agrillapolis comes in on your side, Spyro, to say you get some griff too, bud. So there you go.
Thank you.
And then, of course, Tied Up got not only kicked backstage earlier, but he just officially got kicked from the backstage for typing in my private chat, as we just kindly discussed. Hull Long says data centers cause heat pollution and toxic freshwater algae blooms while consuming electricity at a rate that doubles that of a hospital the same size.
Yep.
What? Data centers cause heat pollution.
They utilize water from open water sources like lakes and streams. They funnel it through to cool down the servers, and the heat generated from those servers give algae a prime place to replicate.
Breeding grounds.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Amagad, lefties love AI because it condenses information into a single output and removes diversity of thought. Shot fired.
Good point.
I thought that was what Donald Trump does for MAGA.
Not funny.
Nuke says 3 minutes or more will start nagging us. I think he meant Mater will start nagging us. Yes, I'll keep nagging. Have you failed? Did you fail? You failed.
They failed.
You failed. Does somebody want to be Captain Save-A-Ho for the chat? Does
Also,
somebody
don't
need
do
to
it in
come
the last minute because that makes it mad too.
Makes me really. You're gonna have to save that L. You're gonna have to save it. You gotta give me 100 reasons why you don't deserve an L right now. Lord says Spiro keeps changing arguments. When the cost argument is nailed down, he runs to benchmarks and upper limits. When that's ran down, it's back to cost.
Am I doing that?
I think you're utilizing all of them though, as
when appropriate.
No,
I don't think I'm running necessarily.
I'm not nerdy enough to like understand whether you're right or wrong, right?
Sure, that's fair.
After he nails down the cost argument, somebody attacks him on the benchmark argument, so that he goes there, and then when he nails that down, someone attacks him on the cost argument, so it's back to that, and then we loop.
Right. I think that's what I'm doing.
I'm pretty sure that's what's been happening.
Not always.
A lot of us have.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Sometimes you just go on a long diatribe and hit like 4 arguments at once, and then we're just trying to respond to anything we can.
You know what? I do go on long diatribes. I appreciate that. So let me answer again the question here, which is the question of these models getting smaller and running on hardware grade, especially the open source ones. That's
consumer grade.
Consumer grade. Okay. Yeah. So how does that work? How do you make it smaller?
I know.
Are you asking me, or are you trying to open it up for?
Yeah, you're making the claim that these become smaller, right? So I'm asking him.
Yeah, so I mean, they're taking the model and they're making it smaller by using quantification and GGUF models, and they're using interpolation and LoRa's to add to that on top of the existing software like Comfy UI to make it to where it filters, it highlights, and it only processes the things that are necessary so it doesn't overload the GPU.
Okay,
I work in this industry.
No, it sounds like you know what you're doing. Okay, so would you consider that as part of a bucket called fine tuning?
I would consider it replacing 90% of jobs in the next 5 years, Spiro.
That's not my question. Answer my question.
What was your question?
Is that under the bucket of fine tuning?
Yeah, it's fine tuning.
It's fine. You know what happens? Fine tuning every single.
Oh,
You're cutting out.
You're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Fishbowl. Just give it a little tappy tap. Yep, you've come right back in. You're good.
Okay. Can you tell me what happens on every single study known about fine tuning?
Entertain me.
Okay. What happens is that every single time that you try to fine tune a model for any specific task, it starts to wildly deviate on anything else. And the cost of that starts to, it compounds. We'll call it that. It compounds the cost to running it and training it and so on, because you have to retrain it as well, because fine tuning includes retraining, which means now you're incurring a further cost to retraining. It now means that you have to do further reinforcement learning. It means now that you have no idea how other aspects of that model are being impacted. For example, telling you to rummage around your cabinets to find pharmaceuticals so you can enjoy your day.
So I will say that is true. There is hallucination that does get introduced as you shrink models and try to filter for speed so that it gets beyond consumer grade models. But that's the reason why these existing softwares exist on Comfy UI, is so that they can edit those text models and filter through that. And so even though a H100 could probably run a full F16 model of 1.2.2 better than my consumer grade RTX 5090, which costs $4,000. Yes, that is true. They're upscaling models, and that's the reason why those things exist, and it's addressing that. So I see what your point is, but the smart people who know how to filter and game that out, they have upscaling processes that can take that hallucination and fix it, and they do it for free. I already have LoRa's that do that in Comfy UI. I know how to do that. So your entire argument gets defeated by someone who actually knows what they're doing. But it's a good argument to make to the average person, though.
Okay, except the problem is that we have very smart, intelligent PhD level people who would first of all disagree with your point entirely, as they have produced scientific papers. For example, if you look at, man, I can't remember his name. It's a Russian name, but he goes over the philosophical arguments about why these LLM systems ontologically cannot do what they do. And we also go into how they produce, for example, these AI generated images. Can an AI generated image that you so love from your open source system properly produce a robotic mechanoid image such that if you were to look at it, you would see that it was capable of moving appropriately with all the right joints and all the right mechanical maneuvers?
Yes.
No, it can't. You can't do that. None of them can do that. You would have to prove that to me. None of them can do that. There is not a single artist who has looked at the mechanical outputs, or sorry, rather, an AI-generated image of a mechanoid that makes absolute sense. Anytime that it has been done on any model, including the one that you have no definitive evidence of your claims, as you have so conceded to so far, you would see very easily. For example, if Emmett was still around, I could ask him, because he took an entire university course on this. You would look at it and go, that doesn't make any sense. This robot wouldn't be able to move in real life. Whereas a human with a fraction of the power and energy required for a brain to create that same image would be able to generate a mechanoid robot that would actually make sense if you were to use it in real life.
So you're saying with my ability to generate an unlimited amount of images or videos, I will not be able to generate a single piece of media that is undetectable and looks human.
Is that what I said?
That's what you basically said. So you don't think you think I could generate 100 videos and you'll be able to pick out that it's AI every single time, and you don't think that's going to get even better over time?
So far, it hasn't.
I think that you're not. I think you're underplaying 1.2.2, and I think that you're aware of it, and
Can
you just
provide
don't like
evidence
this argument.
for 1.2 because you conceded earlier?
Yeah, it's all over YouTube.
That's great. I can point
And it's
to that
taking
too.
over, and it's
Not
taking
evidence.
over the companies that are currently making millions of dollars off from AI. It's performing 2 to 3 times better. They
Prove
put videos side by side, and the humans look lifelike. They have Olympians. They have people doing flips and kicks and shit, and it looks lifelike. Looks undetectable. But we'll see. I'll talk to you in a few weeks whenever it gets out. You can look at your little benchmark on Hugging Face. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. Ooh.
Sounds good.
All right. Here's what we're going to do, chat. Here is what we're going to do. You have pissed me off. So I'm going to, what we're going to do, we're going into L mode. I'll go a little longer. I will go a little longer, but the chat is officially in L mode. Mods, you know what to do. The only thing that they're allowed to put in that chat is L. Anything else gets deleted. You can time them out for 10 seconds, just 10 seconds.
fuck?
Okay. Buy yourself some time before they can type any other dumb shit. You fucked it up. It's going to be 100 reasons why you shouldn't be taking your L's. I gladly accept the delayed super chats, but I gave you time. I gave you time. I gave you plenty of time. Agrellopolis, I can never decide. I fuck it up every time. Says Grift, damn it, with a whole 666. I'm all for that. How Long Nate says AI is awesome. Think I heard the same line from the Sackler family. Who's the Sackler family?
I'm not sure.
It's the opioid crisis family.
Oh. How Long Nate also follows up with another 10 and says, last of the night, sleep well, Sarah. You as well, Hall. Nathan Glenn contributes his 10. So you guys got your 30 to complete the package. You just did it significantly late. Chef Dylan comes in with half the ransom. You need another 50 to take the to remove the L. Okay.
And 1 cent.
And 1 cent. Nah, we're good on the cent. You guys can keep the penny. But yeah, other than that, take your L's, chat. Nothing but L. Only thing you can type in the chat is L, or you're gonna get a 10-second timeout, and it's automatically going to be removed. So have fun with that for the next however long I decide until you pay your ransom. You got another 10 added to the ransom. You got 40 more to go. I can't believe chat is taking this up. Have you guys not learned? I think this is like the 4th time we've had to do this. I'm very disappointed. L's across the board. All right. And I do have a Cure waiting backstage, but nobody, and somebody else just popped back too. Hold on. Christopher Killian. Also backstage, hanging out, waiting to be brought up. The only way people can get brought up is others can be taken down. All right, back to you, panel.
I'm gonna leave. So I just like I am frustrated. I think a little bit by the benchmark question or like the capabilities question, because I started out, the way I tell people is I started out as an AI pessimist because I wasn't sure it could do the things everybody said it was going to do. And then it got better at them. And I was like, oh, crap, it's actually kind of good at these things. And now I'm an AI pessimist because of what it's doing to us. That's sort of how I think about it. So like, it doesn't surprise me, right? If it can generate videos that I might not be able to pick out as AI generated. Certainly doesn't surprise me that it can generate text that I can't pick out as AI generated. People, all the studies we have on this are people overestimate their ability to detect AI generated content. So I'm worried about what it's going to do to us, our creativity, our learning process as human beings. I'm very scared, especially for students and people who rely on it for both writing and reading, summarizing, etc. We're entering a scary world. It's not just that job loss is going to happen; it's that people are completely offloading their methods of thinking. They're atrophying their brains in ways that I find very problematic. And if Spiro's correct that these things are going eventually to degrade or plateau, as he's suggesting they are, then not only are we offloading our thinking process onto them, but because we're so reliant on them, then we will hit a wall, and it will be a very bad wall. So all of those things are scary to me, and I will yell about this with anybody anytime. I will see you all on Monday about Christian nationalism. It'll be great.
Thanks, Luke.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Take care.
And Werbs sends in on the Rumble side. I apologize, Werbs. I missed this. I didn't have my Rumble pulled up. If AI, and for some reason, Rumble doesn't drop into StreamYard, the super chats. It's really stupid. If AI is trained on basically slave labor in third world countries for pennies, would AI be modern day slavery? Ooh.
Except that it already is, because in order to get AI to be what it is, at least for the big players, you have to go look at how they do things like human training, human reinforcement training. And what they do, like I said, is they go to South American countries where they pay super cheaply and they force people to live on cheap wages and basically scrounge to the bottom for a chance to answer a question, to provide a thumbs up or a thumbs down on what these AI systems output. And the result is whatever the hell you get now today that you get to enjoy. It's basically becoming that already, if it's not already there.
And Werb sends another 10 and says, ask Kevin what Corinth's avatar would wear in Shrek.
Whose avatar?
Corinth, the kitty cat avatar. Ask Kevin what Corinth's avatar would wear in Shrek.
I don't know.
It would wear boots.
Oh, it's a boot.
It's a joke.
They're booting you to the back.
It's a joke.
I
It's a joke.
I never watched that movie, so I sucked at that. I'm sorry.
I had to think it through. Well, somebody was doing
What's
them
the
last
shape of
week.
Italy?
Or the last show,
It was him,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
They said, "What's the shape of Italy?" And it was boot, and that's what we call a kick to the backstage is a boot. So
And then
we
it said
got
what's the green icon that replaced Twitch in 2022? And then it was Kit as well.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, that is a boot to you backstage. So, 10 minutes backstage, or unless somebody else, we'll figure it out. But yeah, 10 backstage if you want to hang out, we'll go there. And then over on this side, pray for Trump. Send him your headaches when you sleep. Fair enough.
Can you get a migraine and then send that to him?
I don't know if I can. I mean, can I send it through ChatGPT? Just came into an ass streaming for being absent. Yes, that's what happens when you guys fuck around and find out. Keep taking your L's. Keep taking your L's. You, let's see, we have 50, we have 60, 70, 80, and then Werbs is 90. And I'm not counting Werb's first one because that came in early on. So that one doesn't count. So you got one more 10. One more 10 spot, and the chat is released from its L mode. And then we'll continue on. All right. Who else? Yeah, we don't have anyone else backstage. Just Kevin. I'm going to set the timer. That way, because if nobody else pops backstage, then Kevin comes up after the 10. So I'll put it back down to 9 now since we've already passed some time. Okay. All right. Back to you guys.
Okay, Spiro. Have you seen the AI Neurosama?
The Neurosama. No, I cannot say I have.
Check it out. I would say that if any AI was worth the power it took to make it, it's that one.
Okay, I will check it out. I will give it a proper look through. If it's good enough, I might even cover it on stream. I don't know. If it's a degenerate, though, you're getting permabanned, pre-permabanned from my stream. I don't accept degeneracy on my stream.
Okay. Is anime degenerate?
Okay, anime itself is not degenerate unless it's like purposefully like supposed to be degenerate or whatever. Like I'll be the judge of that. Okay, I'm the ultimate.
I'm probably safe.
Okay.
And you can release the L mode on the chat. They have made up for their failures with dollars, and that makes the tomato happy once more. Stop making me have to do that to you. Stop it. I don't like being mean to you at all. Okay. Back to you guys. And Nuke's also a savior of the day. All right, Captain Save-A-Ho came in. It truly does work.
Spiro, would an LLM be able to accurately predict which animes are degenerate or not?
No.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Corn. Thanks for being here.
I got to bow out for a bit. My dog has been begging me to use the restroom, apparently.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could an LLM suggest optimal cat pictures for your profile picture?
I mean, it could suggest it, but how good it is, it's a different story. If you guys want, if there's a little lull, I'm perfectly happy to dig into some of the social, moral problems that come with LLMs. We can open that can of worms up.
What is it?
The social and moral problems that come with LLMs, because we've kind of touched on it, but I don't think we've gone through like the full. I have lots. Yeah, the deep dive. I could open that up. Okay. So here's an example. Let's say that you could take your sibling, yourself, a person who is not of proper age of consent, an ancestor, and you could recreate their mind or something that's akin to it in today's age, in modernity, the way that these things operate now. You could put it into a robot, and then you could perform carnal relations with it forthwith. What would be the moral claim against such a thing?
My dog would not like it.
Sorry, dogs always get solo layouts on here. Say
The
it
timing
again.
of that was still terrible, Sarah. That was a terrible implication to put on KO.
Yeah. Hey, why do you like doing that sick crap, man? Come on.
KO, why do you have a chatbot that you sexed with that's of your dog?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it one more time for me? Because
Okay.
my brain is only halfway here right
No,
now.
I understand. I appreciate you sticking it out. I know.
That's
Okay.
cool.
So
It's a good topic. I like it.
So you could take something that's like really, really icky, right? You could take like a kid that can't consent, for example. You could take their brain or something that's akin to that. It's like that. It behaves that way.
Mhm.
Or yourself. You could replicate yourself. You just pump in all your social media data into it and you create a version of yourself. You could do that today with LLMs. And then you put it into a silicone body, which you can do today. People have done it because they get romantically attached to these things. And then you could have carnal relations with yourself or with something that
You
behaves.
can literally go fuck yourself.
Right. Literally. Yes. Thank you. Sir.
Don't mind if I do.
Yes. Of course, trust the
Would you
Irish to
fuck
come
me?
out with the proper way
me.
to say it. Yes.
Simplify, just to simplify for the audience.
Simplify
More confident.
the process. Yes, of course, yes. So if you could do that, like, what would be the problem there? Can anybody think of a reason why that?
I don't
would be-
agree with your presupposition.
How closely does it replicate an actual human mind? Is my question.
So you could, what I would say is that it would have to be whatever you could do today with any LLM today. Take anything, take ChatGupta, take Grok, take anything, put it into a silicone body.
Oh yeah,
make
that'd
it
be
behave like a character.
That'd be perfectly
The
fine.
danger is you could do that with anyone. So how would you feel?
It's just a
Spiro,
program. It's
Spiro,
not
if I took all of your, you know what? I tapped into your YouTube and I took your stupid little fucking voice, right? And all of this nerdy ass shit, and I programmed it into a silicon whatever thing, and I used it every day, and I made it sit in the corner, and I yelled at it every day, and violated it with hammers and knives and my fists and whatever, because it was you, and I wanted to just fucking knock you out for that dumb little voice of yours.
Right.
Like even if that's out of spite and hate, imagine what somebody could do with other intentions, with your daughters, your sons, your grandmothers, because gilfs are a thing right now. Apparently, they're a hot commodity. Your sister, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, your dad. Your anyone that you love could be the very thing that somebody wants to take all of their social media that I guess the data's just out there, right? It wouldn't be that hard. And we could just throw it all in there and do that, right?
Yep.
Like what would stop you?
Okay, so I'll probe this. When does it cross the line? So I'll start with this. Is it okay to do that with a picture? See. Well, no. But you're saying that this problem is inherent to LLMs, and I would argue you have the same dilemma with somebody's picture.
I would argue not, because a picture cannot talk back to you, and it cannot mimic a young person or something.
Why does that distinction matter?
Yes, but your imagination can.
Well, it would matter. Hold on. It would matter if I was able to take your voice and do all of those things and simply record myself talking to you, beating the shit out of you, and Spiro your fucking voice, you little bitch. And you're like, no, Sarah, don't hit me again. Right? And then
there's been talking dolls since the 60s.
Hold on. I could take that voice simulation because it's AI generated based on how you talk and how you interact and your fluctuations and whatevers and everything's, and I could just not show them you, but they would hear you and the believability. So imagine if somebody did something. Imagine if somebody did something worse to somebody's daughter, the relevancy of their daughter, put that and did sicker things and recorded that. How absurd is that?
Wait, you're comparing audio to visuals. What are you saying?
No. It would still be audio.
Okay.
How can you prove that it's the person's daughter?
It's not the person's daughter.
No, let's sidetrack that. Sarah, should it be illegal for you to dream about that?
Like, look,
dream
Sarah,
about like beating the shit out of Spire with a pan.
The topic, but she knows y'all slow as fuck, bro. All this because she's saying stuff to entertain y'all as a mug. I ain't gonna lie. Everybody knows that doesn't work in a court of law. You can't just say, "Oh, it sounds like him," unless you get him to self-incriminate himself. I ain't gonna lie, man. Sometimes I feel like an alien because y'all niggas dumb.
So Edison created a phonographic talking doll in 1877. So what's the difference between that and having a phonograph recording of that person and playing it through this talking doll? Like you've not been.
There's no difference.
You would have to.
It's no different.
The difference is you would have to get them to give the exact statements that you were getting them to play. You can't give a deepfake modeling of their voice that's going to be able to give you unique dialogue options. That's going to be unique difference that's permeating in this given case.
We've had since the 60s the ability to create programs that generate unique text.
Is it in a voice? Is it
a
voice
synthesizer?
For example,
war games, right? They put the voice through a modulator, and you had it speaking. You had the computer speaking.
Sarah's point. But Sarah's point is you now have a tool where, for example, on tape, I could be like, "Oh yeah, I worked in the sex industry." Someone clips that, and it's like, "Oh, I actually just worked as a tech guy, like genuinely just like setting up the websites. That was my contribution to the sex industry."
That's just
but then take my face and make all this AI generated pornography with my face blasted over and represent, let's say, to my children 20 years down the line, by that clip to all this pornography and say, this is what your dad used to do.
Well,
even though
worse.
It's all fake.
No, it's even worse because it can mimic the way because especially us, we have YouTube, right? Our voices and things that we say and how we say it and the type of things we would say are all here, right? So it wouldn't be that hard, assuming AI is smart enough to take all of my voice and you could simply say, like, I'm going to put Sarah inside of this doll, okay? This weird ass doll. I'm going to take all of this AI knowledge and put it in that doll. And I want the doll to respond to me based on how Sarah would respond to me. And Sarah's a smart ass little bitch, right? So if Spiro's got the doll and he's talking to Sarah, and the Sarah doll's going to be like, fuck you, Spiro, you fucking voice, you little bitch, right? And so it's going to mimic me if it's smart enough to generate that, right? It would begin to mimic me. So think about how much bigger that becomes if it's not even just taking my voice recorded from something, but it's taking me and how I interact and creating prompts back to you based on what you say. You could get me to say anything that way.
It's worse.
But
if
doll
it's
say anything.
If it's predictive, wouldn't it necessarily, we couldn't necessarily know that it actually would be what you would say or how you would say it?
Well, that's one thing.
In the model, like Sarah is not actually beating Spiro. Spiro's not crying back to Sarah.
Right.
It's
But
the case that this is just how the model was put up.
But the counter is, should it be illegal to dream of that?
It's not about dreaming, man. You can dream about
No, it
anything you
is.
want.
But see, you guys are arguing fidelity at this point. I've already given several examples of lower fidelity models of the exact same thing. All you guys are arguing for is higher fidelity. He is sitting there talking about a dream, which is a different fidelity.
It's different.
So no, it's not different. You got to show the line, prove it, like you like to say.
Alleycat, exactly right. So take Kevin's argument, which is these things in like 6 months are going to prove that universal basic income is a foregone conclusion, and Spiro will be eating his words. Is that really what you want? You want these things to produce Hollywood quality, indiscernible, realistic, lifelike images of underage children doing things that you don't want them to do?
That's not. You're not addressing what he asked. That's not. You didn't address what he asked.
But that's the delineation.
This is a
Goes to
delineation
Alleycat's
point. This is the
right?
answer to what
Because
happened.
what Alleycat's point is that in the 60s you had this, but they couldn't produce the things that we could produce
asked the
today.
question, Corey.
We're in a different world today.
We've gotten better at it. That's the point. We've gotten better at it. So how good do you have to get to it until it's wrong?
And by the way, Tariq, I just wanted to let you know, so that issue that you raised 2 minutes ago about the face swapping thing, that's already been addressed by the major platforms in 2024. They have systems integrated with the face swapping programs that detect for nudity, and they will not face swap if it detects nudity.
Is nudity the only problem?
No, there's plenty of others, but it's
based
just
on
an
Tariq's
example.
argument, but but I'm saying they are trying to implement technologies for the major face swapping
Is that fine-tuning?
softwares. Oh, shut up, Spirit. That's not limiting it.
But even at that, that's not going to stop. I mean, with Adobe and all of those things out there, it's not that hard to. I mean, I've seen some amazing work, with image adjustments. People that do that for like digital whatever that word is. What's the word? I don't know the word.
Photoshop.
Yes. That simple fucking word.
Manual Photoshop is still a thing,
Mhm.
but I'm talking about like the automated systems.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't just do it as like a courtesy, by the way. They did it because of lawsuits that were being raised against them by celebrities already in 2024. Taylor Swift was like, "Oh hell no!"
And I remember because the whole internet like blacked out from Taylor Swift for like a whole day. I remember like everything Taylor Swift was just gone for an entire 24 hours. It was kind of creepy. Spiro wants us to simultaneously think there is a moral quandary about LLMs in synthetic bodies while also telling us they're dumb and fully nobody. That's a good point.
No,
Either
tell me
they're
they didn't
going to be
understand,
great
but-
or they're not.
No, because you can have something that is good enough to pass. For example, to Alleycat's point, we've had stuff in the 60s. It's called the Eliza chatbot. I went over it on my stream and it passed the Turing test. People were spilling their guts out, telling this thing in the 60s, nowhere near sophisticated as we have today, things that they wouldn't tell another human being. That was in the 60s. You can have both at the same time. It's not an exclusive or XOR kind of thing.
That's fair.
Somebody's alarm has been going off for the last hour in the background. I just wanted to, whoever has an alarm in the background.
This one?
Oh. Whoops.
Welcome to the Mater Show, where we gaslight you. Normally, I'll be like, I don't hear anything. And I would have convinced the entire panel in the chat to say, we don't hear anything at all. And we would have gaslit you for the next half hour until
No,
I would have told
it
you.
literally sounded like the Samsung alarm.
That's probably the little birds in the background. Of course, Tied Up got kicked to the back. And he needs to learn how to shut up. And Ryan can teach him that. Ryan, put the dunce hat on Tide and thanks. Crucible Crusader sending a few bones over for the Tylenol. Thank you so kindly. Daisy Bell was the first bot. Song IBM 7094.
Sure, but that it doesn't mean that you can't have both things happen at the same time. They can mimic human behavior. They've been mimicking it in a lot of ways because the Turing test is not a true test of human behavior. That's been proven in scientific papers. People think that if you pass the Turing test, you're like a human. No, that's not true. All it means is that you can pass the right verbiage to pass as a human. We've had that for a long time. You can put that in a silicone body, and then you can have both at the same time. It's not a good argument.
At best, it proves you can fool people. I mean, literally, that's what it is. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Which goes to your point, Alley Cat, which is when does that line cross? And that's really the point here, is that it's the dynamic nature of these things. That's why the argument against the horse and against the calculator and all of these things don't really play one-to-one, because a calculator is not the same thing. It's a closed system. It's not an open system where you can roll the dice and get a different set of outputs. You punch in some numbers and you're going to get the same output no matter who punches in the numbers on any calculator, unless the calculator is raw busted. That's it.
Well, but the internet's an open system, and yet you don't seem to have the same quandaries.
The outputs come from humans.
The underpinning argument here, Spiro, is that like, yes, this is fire. It's like if you put your hand over the fire, you were going to burn your skin, all this kind of shit. We get that, but you can also use fire to heat a village, to make armor.
Can you prove
melts?
Prove that it's heating a village.
In terms of the advancements that the access you have to information. You have more access than all the kings that have ever lived at your fingertips in terms of information.
In general.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. In terms of banning this, like you're potentially saying that you want to ban certain areas of physics, which one could argue the government already does. But regardless.
Well, you'd have to, a face though. That was a look of sin.
You'd have to prove that it creates physics that is not known to man, because so far all the scientific study shows that it doesn't do such a thing.
No, what I'm saying is I'm using the references for it. It's like, yes, there's dangers to it, but we should still use it as a technology.
But at what cost? See, a calculator doesn't suffer the same cost factor as this thing does, right? It doesn't suffer a societal cause, doesn't cause people to literally hold funerals when a particular model goes out of date. We just went over an article. There was an entire funeral procession for Claude 03. It doesn't cause people to freak out when they lose their access to what's called Replica. It's a Google Play AI system, which companion chatbot. These people take it up for cabin retreats with their loved ones. Like I said, they leave their loved ones, they leave children behind, they end their own lives. A calculator doesn't do that. A horse doesn't do that. A car doesn't do that. You can't equate these things.
Yes, you can. The internet does that. Social media does that. Computers do that.
But when you are interacting with other people, yes.
That's the key difference, is that you're interacting with other people, and that is something that you can work against.
Not a computer. A computer, you can show stories about computer games ruining so many marriages, right? And these people aren't necessarily doing it with other people.
Thank you for making my point for me. This is far worse than that. Yes, I agree.
It's not far worse. It's the same thing. I have a problem with this. Right? It's like
but the number.
Do you have a problem with refrigerators? Do you have a problem with the ox cart? Do you have a problem with automobiles? But yet in every one of those technologies, you had fearmongers like yourself running around saying the sky is falling, and yet we figured it out. Like contraception is another interesting. Cheap, fast, effective contraception is still something that human beings are trying to work out. We're still trying to deal with nuclear weapons, right, as a technology. And so to sit there and scale the sky is falling, just because technology is invented seems a little ridiculous. Like, technology itself is morally neutral.
I understand, Alec. Yes, it's a dual-edged sword. You can use it in both ways. I understand. But you just made the equation of LLMs to nuclear technology. Thank you for making my point for me. Yes,
exactly. Have we killed ourselves with nuclear technology yet?
Yeah. What have we got? Do you feel safer ever since everybody decided to ban nuclear technology or limit their use of nuclear arsenals?
We've done that.
Do you feel comfy at night when you put your head on the pillow knowing that everybody made an agreement that nuclear technology was going to be less used? Do you actually feel safer based on that?
No, I feel the same.
Of course not. Same with LLMs. Thank you. We should ban
LLMs. Okay. So, but you're like, we should ban handguns, right? It's technology. It's technology. You can't undo technology. You can't ban it and hope it goes away.
I'm not asking you to undo technology.
CIA would beg to differ.
I'm asking you to undo this specific type of technology because it has specific problems that are not necessary We can have alternatives that are far better.
The same is true for every other technology I listed.
Name one.
Cars.
Okay, tell me an alternative that is better than cars.
Horse and buggy.
Really? Now
Yes.
you just undid your whole
was
argument.
preferred.
No, I didn't. No, I
All
didn't.
people who said, "Oh, we shouldn't have horse and buggies," are now correct because a better alternative is horse and buggies.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. No, horse and buggies don't pollute the environment as much.
Prove that.
Right?
Prove that cars pollute the environment.
Oh, come on.
No,
Are
you're
really
making the claim, right? You're making the claim.
Yeah. Okay, so let's all Google it up and find out how much.
So hold on. Swaggo, do you know science proves that having more nukes makes you more safe? Did you know that?
What? Yes, of course. Yes, of
The
course.
source bro bullshit you've been doing all night. It's just garbage, Sparrow.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Sure, yeah, because I'm the one making false fallacious
But also,
No, you're not. You are making false claims.
Horses do descriptively pollute the environment and air quality. It's going to be a biodisease risk.
It is.
for humans.
Well, here's the fun part. Here's the fun little thing about
true in both cases here. This is something that breaks the analogy you gave before. So
You said more or less. I'll argue.
You said more or less.
So no, it's different, and that's the whole thing that becomes the issue. So, for instance, New York City was basically being overrun in horse crap, right? Like they literally had so much they couldn't figure out how to get it off the street. Everything was in shambles, and they were like, "Oh my gosh! In 30 years, the streets are going to be full 6 feet, 10 feet high of this stuff." And then the car came along, and boom, no more horse stuff, right?
Yeah, now they have smog.
Right. Well, but that's exactly the point. The point is that it changes. Whenever technology comes along,
is that the technology you're pointing
the
to
opposite.
made things
The
worse
car
because
solved
by your
the
own
issue
metric.
and lessened the degree of pollution that we had. It's
No.
what's making that issue of cars better than the previous alternative, unlike what Spiro's positing. And it
okay.
also doesn't have these other issues we're doing. Cars are advantageous insofar as we're able to get things faster, we're able to get more things there, as it's able to carry more weight.
Is an electric car better or worse than a gas car?
I think it's better.
This is pretty
Why?
good. Amagat
Because it has
said,
less CO2 emissions.
said, I don't see many people starting cults to worship the refrigerator.
Just for that, we're doing it.
Wait a minute.
Has
a cult started to worship AI?
I love the
Has it happened yet?
Kool-Aid,
I'm pretty
Kool-Aid
sure, yeah.
sponsored.
Now there is.
Sponsored the Frigidaire cult. Just for the chat's knowledge, I put in a high dollar speed round because you pissed me off. And, you know, we got a high dollar speed round, and only because it is late for me. I have to get up at 5 a.m. It's already 1:20. So you got 15. Well, actually, you got only 8 minutes left now. It's a do or die kind of thing. If we don't make it, fine, no problem. We'll do our closing thoughts and get the fuck out of here. But you have 8 minutes to figure out if you want to keep going or not. And on that note, Agrilepolis sent 10 Raging Tomato memberships out there to the lucky lottery winners. Congratulations. Aside from just shoot the horse, what would be the fix here, Spiro?
So you would have to get the tech industry to realize that they don't have to go down this route. We've had all the alternatives we possibly want to get the same utility factors that all of you enjoy out of LLMs now. And the way to do that is to, unfortunately, you would have to complain because you are the consumer. This worked with Bud Light, for example. That worked, didn't it? Because people complained about the way that these things worked. Video games are another example where video games are currently undergoing a change in terms of what they're promoting with a political ideology and other kinds of ideas because people complain. They don't want particular things in their games. People don't want particular things in their shows, in their movies, etc. You guys have a lot more power than you think, and the tech industry has a lot more options for you available that solve all the problems that you guys want to have solved.
How likely is it that they'll be responsive to any of that, considering that, as you said, they have $3 trillion of investment?
But the $3 trillion, when you go and actually look at the financials, which again, instead of just talking about this, I've gone over it. We went through. It's so annoying. I know I lose viewers and watchers when I go through this because it's so brain dead. Oh, the gross margin on this company in 2022 was not the same as 2020. And it's like super annoying, but I go through it. What happens? It's called the Magnificent Seven. Go look them up. They basically hold up a huge portion of the US stock market. 8% of that is held up by NVIDIA GPUs based on these AI on these AI GPUs, and the Magnificent Seven are basically
Wait, what? 8% of no, hold on. 8% of NVIDIA GPUs. What do you mean? 8%?
Yeah, I don't think so.
NVIDIA is 8%. Is that what
the
you
US
saying?
stock market.
You're saying NVIDIA is 8%.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Yes.
All right, we
8%
got
of
some
the market
Rumble.
cap?
We got some Rumble. Sorry, I have to like flip over to see theirs. In response to Corinth's AI cult, ask him if he knows about the basilisk theory. Basilisk theory.
Basilisk theory.
Basilisk.
Let me spell it. Basilisk.
Basilisk.
I remember reading the book before. I don't remember too many specifics off the top of my head.
A basilisk is a snake that can turn into stone when you look
No,
in
there's
its
a
eyes.
specific philosophy of AI thing that's being referenced there.
No. Okay.
Or it was supposed to be for KO Dave.
Oh,
not
rock.
for-
Oh! It's
Rocco's
an info. It's an
basilisk.
info hazard. I know. Yeah, Rocco's basilisk. Yeah.
And
it's
shout out to
not something. If you don't want an info hazard in your brain, don't look it up.
Oh. Okay. Shout out to Stu sending the big 20. He requested the horse video, as all of you know. And he said, for Nathan, it looks like he is falling asleep. You with us, Nathan? Are you here?
Oh yeah, I'm good. My laptop's just down below the screen, so I have to look down.
That's fair. That is fair.
So, I guess the people here that are saying that technology is neither good nor wrong, wouldn't these kinds of questions infer that we have to have some type of moral, ethical system to employ in this kind of thing? Or do you think cloning a bunch of dinosaurs would be a great idea?
It can be just a purely pragmatic form of bad if you want it to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be a morally indexed bad.
Right.
Like we can say, like a nihilist can say, well, it would be pragmatically bad for an AI that would destroy the remainder of humanity, despite the fact they don't hold that to be like a moral proposition. And they can say that since this is likely to achieve that end due to like some monkey paw scenario, it would be bad to do it for that reason, even absent morality.
Since I brought it up, I look at it that the technology itself is morally neutral. It's how people use it, where the morality would have to come in and how they would want to use it. But like cloning technology is morally neutral. How you use that cloning technology would be where the moral question is.
Well, one of the things we have to take into account is the fact that it isn't necessarily about like competition between private companies as much as it is also competition between countries. And one of the things that's really important is that I see AI right now as a wave over the horizon. It's like a giant wave that's approaching. Everyone can see it. And right now there's a huge race between Meta, Google, OpenAI, and all these other companies to hugely invest in it. And a lot of countries are supporting it, and they're trying to compete with China because whoever, you know how surfers try to catch the wave, they try to get out in front so they can catch that wave before it hit. That's what everyone's trying to get AGI right now, and they're trying to catch that wave as it's coming because whoever catches that wave is going to be way ahead. And that's what this is ultimately driving it. Everyone knows that what's that song? Everyone knows that the end is coming. Everyone knows that the good guys lost or something like that. Everyone can see the wave, but they're trying to get ahead and catch it.
I gotta say to the person who put the info hazard in the chat, you're an asshole. Don't do that.
The basilisk thought experiment.
Yeah.
It's
don't
it's an
explain
asshole
it.
thing to do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, again, that would have to, I mean, like, I agree that you're describing what is, like, you're describing how they're operating right now, but you would have to presuppose that they could actually reach that. I don't think they can, but they're hoping to reach it.
You're talking about AGI?
Yeah, AGI, yeah. And even I looked at, there was a 2024 investor report on I think 450 or something like that plus investors in the tech industry last year. Essentially, at this point, they can't back out of the money that they've invested into AI. They've poured so much money into this stuff that they're stuck. They have to get to AGI. They have to get to artificial general intelligence because they've poured trillions of dollars. 90% of the investments in AI, or sorry, in the tech industry as a whole in 2024 were all AI. And a huge portion of that was OpenAI, as compared to 2023, which was dramatically different. Because before all this stuff came out, you had these little scrappy shops, especially like, for example, in Ireland over here with the potatoes and all that. You had a bunch of companies that were producing really cool stuff. They were just little like scrappy little shops. They were getting tons of investments. But now all these investors have sunk all their money into AI and they can't back out. And literally the investment report that was signed off by all these investors are saying, hey, it's too late. We can't stop this ship. Better go full speed ahead, no matter what the cost.
One of the things that we're not even talking about is quantum computing and qubits and the way that, technology and encryption is going to be changing all of that.
You would have to prove that there is any, as it stands currently. I'm not talking about the future because this is the problem that I see with AI, people who predict into the future, and quantum computing who predict into the future. In modernity, there is no evidence that quantum computing will lead to the things that are being pronounced to be led to. Same with artificial general intelligence. In modernity, based on all the possible evidence we have available to us, you cannot make a prediction into the future and say, oh, we're going to achieve artificial general intelligence.
Sparrow, can you answer the question Alleycat asked earlier? What is the permissible threshold for certain types of behavior to you, and what's your justification for that threshold?
For the behavior for what?
Use of AI, robots, sex with robots, what have you, any of that type of shit.
Ban it all. Get rid of it all.
Yeah, why? What's the justification? What's the justification?
The justification would be that it encourages behavior that you don't want to encourage.
You can't what's the justification?
What's the justification for not encouraging behavior?
Yeah, what's the justification for not encouraging that specific behavior?
Because if you allow people to participate in activities that mimic the actual human behavior that they're going to mimic in, it's the same thing as what happens in studies in regards to pornography. People become desensitized to it, and then they seek better things. They seek things that are more hyper-realistic, like in real life, and so they escalate. And what you don't want to have is an encouragement for people to escalate into real life by providing them simulations of the thing.
What's the justification for why I should care about people emulating that behavior?
If you don't care, then you don't care about society in general. That's fine. You don't have to care. I'm not encouraging. I'm not saying that you have to care. I'm saying I care. You're asking me why I care, and that's why I care.
Demonstrate why me not caring about that specific behavior would mean I don't care about society.
Because the studies all show that that's typically what happens. These are escalation.
Give me a source, or it's bullshit.
Okay, well, I'll find you sources on pornography and how it leads to desensitization and the encouragement of enacting those kinds of acts in real life. Same with minor attracted people, which is a typical thing that you see. And these people just they jump from one thing to another, which means that they enact it in real life. I'll find one for you.
And also, appealing to authority during a debate is a weak argument, Kier.
Yeah, I didn't like it either. So while you're looking up sources,
there wasn't an appeal to authority there. That was just an appeal to on empiric claim, which is completely justified in that case.
He literally tried to get him to drop a source in the middle of a debate in which he
because Spiro made an empiric
information.
Claim. Spiro made an empiric claim, and Spiro was doing this repeatedly throughout the debate. I don't think Spiro would even agree that this was like an unreasonable burden to be put forward.
Correct. Thank you.
I did. So while you're looking up data, I have the market cap of NVIDIA at 4.44 trillion, where the U.S. market cap is 48.548 quadrillion.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you getting 8%?
Just go look at the entirety of the U.S. stock market. Go look at the
40.297 quadrillion.
Yes, you can't look at it at pure financial numbers. This is a mistake I made. Okay, I will grant you this. This is a mistake I made. I had to go look this up. What you have to do is you have to go look up the weight. So if you look up the Magnificent Seven, you have to look at the weight that they carry across the U.S. stock market.
Are you just talking New York Stock Exchange?
I don't think it's New York Stock Exchange. I think it's S&P 500.
Okay, so you're only looking at the 500 companies. Fair. Okay, so that's how you could potentially get it. If you basically take the U.S. stock market and take only a quarter of it, then maybe you get close.
And the reason why is because you do a filtration method, right? You take the entirety of the U.S. stock market, you filter
the entirety of the U.S. stock market is 40.297 quadrillion.
I understand. Alicat, hear me out. I understand. But if you filter that out down to the S&P 500, and then you look at the major players in the S&P 500, then you can make a weighting algorithm, which you cannot garner simply from the financial revenue that they make. And that weighting algorithm is built into a lot of these stock market charts. And then you can determine what the weight is of NVIDIA in terms of their GPU lines, which is basically their only line now. It's their AI stuff. And then you can compare it to the entire market. And you get to approximately 8%.
So 52.83 trillion is S&P's market cap. And again, 4.4 for NVIDIA.
Okay.
That might be 8%. I guess I could do math in my head pretty quick. I mean, if that's what you're looking at.
Yes.
Seems like it'd be close to 8%.
Yeah.
So when you say Magnificent Seven, you mean Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet,
Correct.
Amazon. Okay.
All the big tech players that are the major players in the
NVIDIA
S&P
and Tesla.
500.
Okay.
Yeah. And S&P, if you look at the weighting, you can look at it. The stats are all there. You can look at the weighting of NVIDIA. NVIDIA essentially is it's the golden goose of the United States stock market right now, because everybody depends on the NVIDIA GPUs in order to create the AIs that run on the GPUs.
I thought Amazon still held that, but maybe not.
Nope.
Because when I think of Magnificent Seven, I think of Yul Brynner, but
yeah.
Okay, but still, I mean, I guess the thing that I'm concerned about is it's like you're still just focusing on the S&P 500, which is a minor fraction of the entire U.S. stock market, and that's where I'm having problems here.
Because, okay, it is a fraction. I agree with you. You're right. It is a fraction. But what you have to do is you have to take that and weight it against the entirety.
What do you mean weighted against? I mean, weighted against the entirety. The entirety, as I said, is 40.297 quadrillion, which 52 trillion of that is the S&P.
You're looking at purely the financial numbers, but the weight is not what the stock.
What do you mean by weight?
So weight breaks down the amount of let's say the amount of prominence that the valuation of a thing has according to the stock market. It's not pure numbers. It's not a pure input-output machine. It's numbers plus gross income, plus profit, plus revenue, plus capital expenditures, all of these things, plus money that they funnel around between each other, which happens a lot. They're just propping each other up. You can see that happening with all of the OpenAI handing money to Google, handing money to Microsoft, etc.
Yeah, I can see that.
So the weighting is not just this is how much money they're worth. It's how did they get to that? And that is the weight, because that gives you a far broader determination of how healthy that company is. And the health of the company determines the weight of its ability to carry the stock market.
This just got nerdy as fuck.
Yeah, it's getting nerdy as fuck. I'm sorry,
Sarah. You can see why I only have 3 viewers on my stream when I go over this shit.
But he's off by 3 orders of magnitude, and that's why I'm not buying the argument.
For the record, Spiro, you got a Rob Noir raid, so you have like 176 over there right now, and they're very excited.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
The chat is taking their L's right now. The final high dollar speed round, which I mean, I knew it was going to happen, but I purposefully do that because I want to go to bed. I have to get up in like 3.5 hours now. So, or 4. Yeah, 3.5 hours. So what we'll do while the chat is doing their wonderful round around the world with L's, and more L's, and the mods are having fun doing their thing with them. Let's go ahead and we'll let everyone do their final thoughts. After I have the 2 avatars do their final thoughts, then I'll bring up the people backstage. Joe, I see you back there. I'll bring you up if you want to just throw in a final thought on this. But we are wrapping up, so it's up to you if you want to come on. If you don't, feel free to hop out. It's up to you. All right, let's start with our avatars, and I'll get rid of you guys once you give your final thoughts. Corinth, your final words, please.
I kind of just want to pose one question to Spiro before we end this. If an AI LLM were to try and model the entirety of the Crucible crew, do you think it would be more probabilistic that you or I would be seen as a woman to the AI?
Both of you receiving it as a woman, 100%. 100%.
Both of you the woman? Okay.
Yeah. Both of us, we'd fall into that bucket. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is. Mostly because of my voice, and mostly because you argue with Andrew so much, and Andrew would he would bias the LLM to put you into that bucket. So it's a winning proposition or losing proposition for us.
Well, that sucks. Okay, you can kick me, Sarah.
Fair enough. Thank you, Corinth. We always love it when you swing by. All right, Cure, to you.
Yeah, so what I was going to try to get to with Spiro, but I just didn't get, I wasn't assertive enough to get to
Grab it by the balls.
Yeah, to get to this line of question. But the thing about justification is that I'm almost certain it's going to deduce to his threshold just being his preference, in which case he has no justification as opposed to someone else's preference. So I was just trying to get to the presuppositions just because I thought that would have been a fun line to go down anyways. But
I understand.
Yeah, you made some interesting points for sure. I'm not on the no AI team as of yet.
You know what, Kier? I'll tell you what. You can come on my channel anytime, and I have opened. You can just come and ask me questions and challenge me anytime. In fact, I encourage it.
Yeah, and also I kind of had to be a little bit pedantic there with you because you were frequently not citing things and just saying science proves this or your argument is stupid a few times.
Because I default to the 1.5 years. Look, I'm being genuine here. I default to the fact that I have it all live on record, and I realize that is not as compelling as it could be if I just could pop the evidence. I understand that, but I also will say, in my defense, I do have 1.5 years of live video. You can go back and you can watch it all, and I've categorized it and titled it and everything.
Yeah, that's fine. I just
as long as all your memory. That's crazy.
Once you realize that when you make the claims in the debate, you have to assume I don't know any of your previous knowledge.
I appreciate that. I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. It was fun.
Absolutely. Enjoyed you coming on, Cure. All right, KO, Dave. And while they're doing their closing statements, Spiro, you are responsible for 100 and some people in your chat right now who are going to look for another show to go to. You are responsible for setting up a raid to send them somewhere.
Yep.
I've set mine to go over to the Powder Dusty. Looks like there's some drama going on that he's going through.
Stop hating, Jason.
Jason, I'll have Tied Up give his final thoughts next, and then we'll kick him out.
I won't be long. Pause. No Diddy, no Cassie.
Go ahead, Tied Up. Kick him out.
Okay. The homeboy that was in the hoodie right there. He looked like an extra from Recess, the cartoon. He was
great argument. You got an argument? Throw an argument out.
This is closing statements.
The argument is you're ugly. That's the argument. You look like a geek and look like Peter Parker's next row. Actually, that's the argument.
Cool. Right, still more arguments.
Those are that was simple arguments, just like your argument with AI. The argument that the dude mentioned that you couldn't answer when he asked for proof, and you said, "Well, look at my channel." That's the argument. And also, shave your beard. It's ugly as fuck. That's the argument. You don't like
that's an ad hominem. It just shows that you serve the reason why we should protect abortion rights because coat hangers.
You look like you were doing drive-bys on skateboards. Shut the fuck up. You got corduroy eyebrows, and it look like you rocking a spandex hoodie.
Sir, I am jealous of all the people who have never had to interact with you. Sir, I would demand more respect for you because I was this close to being your father, but a donkey beat me to it. Sir, it's clear that an alpha version of AI is clearly much smarter than you. I can see the entire debate. AI has made massive improvements.
Would it be moral to create an AI agent of him and kick him?
Ooh. Good question. All right. KO Dave, to you. Thank you for being patient.
Okay. Hi, Joe. So let's see here. I'd say that AI, as in like the LLMs, are massively overhyped. I'm more interested in the other fields that, especially fields of scientific research that AIs have been helpful in, including, for instance, improving the image of the black hole at the center of our galaxy. AI was used to sharpen that image up, and also solving the protein folding problem, because that's going to open God knows how many new pathways into medicine. So, yeah. I for most part, I think that I'm on board with a lot of what Spiro is saying about LLMs in particular. Yep. And thanks for having me on, Sarah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kay. Mosman, to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, first of all, thanks for the interesting conversation and topic, Spiro and Sarah, and as always, great panel. Spiro, I just wanted to say I appreciate your input and I know what it's like to sometimes when people ask you a question, they don't really want the answer. They want you to give them a cute, cuddly thing that makes them regurgitate it back off to you. I appreciate that you don't always do that. And I did want to mention this because I was in earlier too when you guys had the whole cult question, and the other guy throwing shade at you, I thought was a low blow. But if there could be cults around AI, I think there could be also cults against AI. I think you could have a cult for anything. So,
True. Yes, I encourage cognitive sovereignty. Think for yourself, 100%.
But thanks for the interesting conversation and the topic, everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mosman. Kevin, to you, darling.
Okay, so I just typed 3 points out. And so here's the thing. So as I said when I first came on, this is the worst that AI is ever going to be. And so year over year, it is going to continue to improve. Whenever you look at the metrics year over year, there is an exponential gain. You can make an argument that ChatGPT 4 and 5, there wasn't too much of an improvement. There's a lot of bitching and complaining because they thought ChatGPT was going to be the holy grail. But that old argument that Alley Cat tried to make of, like, for example, with the Industrial Revolution, where everybody adapts and overcomes and there's more job creation because everything gets automated, that only occurred because there were people that were able to monopolize and create systems in place to monopolize that situation so that they could create those systems and create more business. But this is a different situation with AI because they're not able to actually do that. And I demonstrated that earlier when I first came on by pointing out that even the early adopters into this system, such as, for example, Kling and Runway, they are now being surpassed by open source models that I can run on my computer for free. So the early adopters of today that are running those factories are now being replaced for what would have been the Industrial Revolution during that time. So this entire situation that Alley Cat's trying to say, I'm agreeing with Spiro in that argument. That's just not the case anymore. There is no more Industrial Revolution adaptation. And Sarah, thank you so much for having me on. It's nice catching up with you.
Absolutely. Glad you're still around. I didn't know you were still hanging around.
Yeah, I watch your streams, but I'm really passionate about AI, as you can tell. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, AI is like a thing on our list every so often, so feel free.
And by the way, Sparrow, I'd like to be able to talk to you more about this in the future if you'll have me.
Yeah, of course. It's my streams are open to everyone, and I encourage this kind of discussion because I want these discussions to take place. Yes.
Thank you. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night. Joe, late to the party, but certainly I'm sure you have something to add in. Go for it.
Yeah, I was hoping to get into the open, but just there's some other stuff going on. I'm probably like a handful of people. I don't know how your audience is on this, but I'm anti-AI. I think if you adopt certain ideologies in America, then AI is going to be totally fine for you. So like if you treat education as like a pre-professional field, then the only way you're going to get a good job moving forward is to understand algorithms and understand AI. So it's totally understandable for that. However, AI doesn't have a way, and civil society doesn't have a way of dealing with hacks. So every area of activity is going to have some level of hackery that's within that field. So some parts of society are going to be more hackery resistant. So I'm thinking about certain aspects of STEM, but certain aspects of education and just areas of activity are going to be really dangerous for AI. Like humanity, like I think if you are in a humanities field or humanities related field, you should be anti-AI, because the humanities is in contradiction to what the goals of like different language models and stuff like that are for. I don't think the conversation even hit any of that. I would imagine not, because I think most people take sort of more market-based arguments of AI. I heard some numbers throwing around, so I'm like, oh boy, it's hella boring. But from a philosophical standpoint, like philosophy is incompatible with AI, politics is incompatible with AI, relationships are moderately incompatible, and there's a bunch of different areas of like incompatibility. And AI is going to try to be compatible, but it's going to create a level of just at fineness. So you could probably make a language learning model that allows you to get a girl for all those lonely men out there. You can probably like just algorithm that up. But broadly speaking, you're not going to be able to algorithm philosophy. You're not going to be able to algorithm politics. And those are two things, at least in my opinion, are incredibly important to create quality people in the society. So I don't see any way right now that AI is going to stop. I don't think its developers and people who are creating algorithms, different language models, have any desire of stopping. So we have to get ready for that. And I think the way you get ready for that is to make your industries and certain professions hackery proof. And hackery just means frauds. Right. Like I think the first place that we see AI in real time is probably the church and streamers. Both of them produce hacks in very obvious ways. Like I think if you polled this is my last thing and I'll land off the plane. But I think if you polled every pastor in America and asked themselves, if you were able to use this, would you do it? They would all say yes. Like I think there's a non-zero percentage of pastors that use AI every day to make their sermons, and that's not good. That's not good for religion. That's not good for society.
An article with that. Yep, that's right.
And then to continue with that, like humanities should be against AI. Education should be against AI. Now, I don't know what these teachers are going to do. They're kind of cooked, but maybe we can revisit this a different day. But broadly, I'm against AI as far as civic society is concerned. But if you're looking to just kind of keep on with the way things are currently going, then you're going to have to learn it. And you should learn it. Like you should learn and understand how it works, even if you're against it. That's kind of where I'm at.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you, Joe. Alley Cat, to you, sir.
Yeah. See, Joe, it's kind of interesting. Wish you would have joined earlier because I think you're bringing up some interesting talking points and whatnot. But just an overall thing about technology in general. I'm amazed at how many people are in technology and don't seem to understand a thing about it. Like this whole idea that we won't create new jobs when new technology comes about is just ridiculous. Like, for instance, we can look at exactly one of the things Joe mentioned here, streaming. Streaming wouldn't be possible without the internet. The internet wasn't around 50 years ago, or like DARPANET, maybe. I'd have to look up the dates. But the point is that every new technology brings new jobs and new things, and this is no different. And to go even farther with that is that even the term AI has been around ever since it was, computers were being thought of by Neumann. It was even before Neumann. It was who's the guy? Turing. Like even he had precept AI, talked about how AI could work within computing and whatnot. And we've always seen a promise for AI, be like, oh, AI is coming, it's going to do wonderful things. It's going to be, you can hear mantras like this in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and even the 90s that AI is going to be the next thing. In fact, it's gotten so big that now they've supplanted the world. Now they're calling it AGI. Now, to give Sapir a little credit, if he's specifically talking LLMs are not going to be AGI. It's not, the technology doesn't work. He's right that the things are teetering out, that we're reaching a wall, that we're having to look for new ways to do things. There is a good point that smaller models and more streamlined ones, more efficient ones are running on lower cost hardware. So therefore we can help solve the cost and power problem. But the reality is that these are just fancy tools at this point. And how I see this is it's very similar to what you used to see, let's say 20 years ago, where you needed Word and Excel in order to get an office job. To me, you're going to need the ability to use an LLM in order to do your job. I'm seeing this already happen in my workplace and other place. I think you're going to get to the point, as Joe said, it's technology. You can't put the cat back in the box. It's out there. You're going to have to just learn how to deal, and you're going to have to learn how to just adapt and use it to your advantage. So LLMs, no, I don't think we're making AGI, but I also don't think it's the doom and gloom that everybody's preaching.
Fair enough. Kay, I already let you go, right? You already went.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Nathan Glenn, to you, sir. The sleepy one.
Muted, sorry. Yeah, so actually I'm against AI, but for all the reasons, funny enough, that you're dismissing, like the calculator, the car, stuff like that. Funny enough, AI is the reason I dropped out of college, but I guess I just want to propose a hypothetical to you just to be the devil's advocate here. Because it seems like your biggest argument is security and privacy. So, I mean, if the government created a website like, aigram.gov, and people only 18 and older can put their information in there and only their information can be pulled, would you be okay with AI then?
If that was the only use case, perhaps, but even then I would say that I'd still probably wouldn't be okay with it, because in modernity what's happening is that these systems are faking information about you. For example, it's not just in government situations. A 13-year-old was arrested in Tennessee just a few weeks ago because AI was watching everything that was going on in the school, and she made a casual joke with her friends about something, I don't know what, and the police came and got arrested. And in terms of government efficiency, I would say that AI still hallucinates, has high factual error rates, and still causes problems that I wouldn't want the government participating in. The UK is doing this right now, and they're already getting called out by I believe the House of Commons. I could be wrong about the fact that their numbers are wonky when they're saying things like, oh yeah, just 10% cut across the board on every single thing. Oh yeah, and even 10%? That's never happened in the history of British law ever. But apparently now with AI, that's what's happening. These things are really bad, and I wouldn't encourage people to use it that way.
Cool, fair enough.
Thank you, Glenn. Teriyaki, to you, sir.
Yeah, first of all, Sarah, thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure. Great host. Also Spyro, shout out to Spyro, like absolute legend. Like, come on, even with like Tied Up, like, you know, like water off a duck's back. You know what I'm saying? So like, shout out to that. Do you know what I mean? Like I say, I agree with a lot of the problems he's bringing up, but like I fundamentally disagree on the core foundation. I think it's a tool, and we can use it, like I said, as a weapon to destroy, or as a hammer to build, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, I'd just point out to this whole like aspect of, you can have two futures. You can either have, you know, like your dystopian 1984 Big Brother kind of thing, versus Tony Stark, you know, Jarvis, like your wingman, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like those two pathways. I'm optimistic that we can get down to the path of like Iron Man, kind of like Jarvis, all this kind of shit. But like I said, Sparrows is pointing out the alternate future where it's like, this is 1984 dystopian shit kind of thing, you know.
Perfect. Azrael.
I like the Orwell's book as well. But for my opinion, I think AI does have its uses and can be facilitated in those places. A lot of people do abuse AI for doing college. AI is not the end-all, be-all. You can't just take the answers from AI and assume they're true. You should not be getting your opening statements for your debate prompts from OpenAI, from AI. It's not an intelligent thing to do. It's not going to be good for you. And at the end of the day, it's a tool. We shouldn't ban guns. We shouldn't ban cars. They kill people. But it's the people who use them that are the problem, not the tools themselves.
Fair enough. All right, Dearden. I muted you. You were typing or some shit. It was making noise. Here, I'll undo it. There you go. You can talk. Okay.
Sorry about that, sir. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to say that one of the biggest things that's got me is, whether it's science fiction crossing into reality, there's a lot of things that we enjoy today that has AI, that if it disappeared, we'd have a lot of issues. But the one question that always came into my mind is, how many movies, even though I know movies aren't real, but how many movies have we've been warned that AI is a problem, but we brought it into existence? That's one thing I always wondered is AI is it possible that AI can make its own decisions? Like, you know what I mean? in the event of like war or whatever, taking over systems. Those are the things that I always wondered.
Fair enough. And Spiro, to you, sir. Not last, not least.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank Sarah because this was annoying and I know you had a headache. And holy crap, this was super nerdy and you really did me a big solid by having me on here. And I know I sound stupid and my voice sucks and all that. I get it. All right. I get it. Super. Yeah, I get it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I hear that. Yeah. I hate it. All right. But I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Sarah. You've been a very kind host. You were awesome. Thank you for allowing us to nerd out. This was a lot of fun. And I want anybody who's watching from Rob's stream who rated on my end, or just anybody on my stream, Twitch or YouTube, please, I'm not joking, please go and support Sarah's channel. She does incredible work as a mod and she's really solid. Please go and support her. Give her all the support you can from my side. Thank you again, Sarah. So that's the first thing I want to say. Second of all, I want to say that it completely and utterly demolished the entire panel. None of you had any real arguments, okay? None of you had any real arguments. You all had arguments from preferences. You all had assertions. You had nothing to back it up. I completely hands down won the debate today.
We'll talk again, Spiro.
I have a feeling you're going to have a lot more people coming over to jump on yours, Spiro.
Yes,
That's easy to say when you're the last person to talk.
I'm saying that on purpose to antagonize everyone because it's fun. I'll pop open a stream. I'll raid myself after. You guys can come on and you can continue debating with me. I'll ride while the iron's hot. But there is good news. So even though I sound like I'm a doomsday person and everything's going to end and the world's going to end, if you're really paying attention to what I'm saying, and in case I'm not clear enough, that's not really what I'm saying. What I'm asking you to do is maintain your own sovereignty over your own brain. These systems are intended by people outside of your ability to influence. They're intended to capture your brain and your ability to think. And I want you to think for yourself. And I don't want you to think that these are the best that we can get. The tech industry is full of solutions for all the things that you find useful today with LLMs. And you can absolutely 100% demand it. And it's worked in the past when consumers rise up in enough numbers. It doesn't even have to take 50%. It could be a small number. You can make a change and you can ask for better things. I myself as a programmer know that these things exist. I encourage you to please look up this information. You're welcome to come challenge me on stream. I have, again, a big catalog of stuff that I have. Go tackle this stuff on your own. Complain about it. Ask for better stuff. It's out there. We can get it. It'll be cheaper, safer, and better for everyone else. That's my closing statement.
Thank you, Spiro. I have a lot of great guests, but the ones who can sit there and take it when I make fun of them for probably the majority of our interactions, that's the ones I appreciate the most. Spiro, you've been an ever so pleasant guest, and you held your ground, and I like that. I absolutely like when somebody comes on and they're passionate enough about their stance, they will fight you to the death, tooth and nail. I'm all for it. Speaking of fighting to the death, Moderator Monday is coming up. We've got Jake Rattlesnake, Eli Nix. I think Eli's a new upcoming hot debater. Watch out for that one. We've got Wick TV and Eucharist, who is here tonight. They will be debating Christian nationalism. Tomorrow, keep your eyes open. I've got a pop-up stream around 5 o'clock tomorrow. I'm not going to tell you where I'm going, but it's going to be hot, heavy, and crazy. To my knowledge, that's a super panel lit from hell, and the topic is absolutely pure absurdity. It'll be I'm concerned. I might walk away very bitchy. Anyways, I'm going to raid over to Powder Dusty. We haven't sent anyone his way in a while. But please do go check out Spiro. If you want to continue watching, go over to Spiro's channel. He should be linked in the video description. Follow over there for AI continuation. Outside of that, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the Simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato. This keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.